The Signature of All Things and Other Writings by Jacob Boehme. Introduction. Trasumanar significa perverba. Non si poria, pero l'esemplo basti, a cui esperienza gratia serba. There are few figures in history more strange and beautiful than that of Jacob Boehme. With a few exceptions, the outward events of his life were unremarkable. He was born in 1575 at the village Alt-Seidenberg, 2 miles from Görlitz in Germany and close to the Bohemian border. His parents were poor, and in childhood he was put to mind their cattle. It was in the solitude of the fields that he first beheld a vision, and assuredly his contemplative spirit must have been well nourished by the continual companionship of nature. Physically he was not robust, though he never had a sickness, and for this reason his parents, when he was 14, apprenticed him to a shoemaker. Of his apprenticeship, nothing is recorded, I think, except a story about a mysterious man who came once to the shop when the master was away, and taking Jacob by both hands, foretold to him the great work that he should accomplish. In 1599, when he was 24, he became a master shoemaker, and in the same year he married the daughter of a butcher. The girl developed into a capable, considerate woman, and they lived together happily until Boehme died. They had 4 sons and probably 2 daughters, but his children do not figure prominently in the story of his life. Already he had been visited by a sudden illumination of mind, and in 1600 he experienced the second of those marvelous ecstasies that gave splendor to the whole of his afterlife. This also was followed by a third and still more brilliant illumination that made clear and complete much that in his previous visions had been obscure and unrelated. The more dramatic portion of his life begins, however, with the publication of his first book, about 1612. At first he called it Morning Glow, but at the suggestion of a friend he altered the title to that under which it has become world famous, Aurora. Now, although Lutheranism had severely shaken the old orthodoxy, it had itself become, in Boehme's time, an orthodoxy just as rigid. Quite naturally, the book was read by the pastor of Görlitz, one Gregorius Richter. He was a man intolerant, conceited, violent of temper, and obtuse of intellect. He despised and feared the shoemaker. The book ruffled him into a self-righteous passion, and hurrying to the city council, he demanded that Boehme should be banished. The council was afraid to refuse, and Boehme, like nearly all the truth-bringers, was exiled from his native town. On the morrow, however, the council convened again. Its members were stirred by a fine shame when it was put to them that they had banished a citizen of stainless reputation, and one, indeed, who regularly attended church. They recalled him at once, but on condition that he should write no books. In the following year he changed his occupation. Literary work had caused his business to decline, and having sold the shop he journeyed to the larger cities of the neighborhood, such for example as Prague and Dresden, selling woolen gloves. But after a while it was no longer possible for him to disobey the inner command that he should give to men his revelations. And in these last 10 years he composed the unique and shining books of which we have a selection in this volume. Gregorius Richter, as we should expect, by no means left him at peace. He was denounced from the pulpit and in his own hearing. Scurrilous treatises were flung at him, treatises full of personal abuse and ignoble sneers at his profession. His writing, observed those who represented the son of the carpenter, smells overmuch of cobbler's pitch. And again we read, "Will you have the words of Jesus Christ or the words of a shoemaker?" The shoemaker answered them gently and with dignity, as when he declared, "Not I, the I that I am, knows these things, but God knows them in me." In 1624, his friend Abraham von Frankenberg republished a selection of his writings under the title of The Way to Christ. Its radiant beauty impelled the respect of many who belonged to the Orthodox Church, and this very fact inflamed the Tertullians of his native town. Again they banished him on the charge of impiety. and even refused that he should say farewell to his wife and sons. He went to Dresden. There already he had found a friend in Dr. Hinkelmann. It is pleasant to record that while he was at Dresden, the emperor convened a meeting of eminent divines, that Boehme was invited, and that the depth and spirituality of his thought, together with the charm and modesty with which he expressed it, were received with admiration by many, and with enthusiasm by the learned doctors Gerhard and Meissner. But at the end of the year, November 20th, 1624, he died, happily and in the presence of a loving and beloved son. He had foretold the very hour of his death. So relentless were his opponents in Görlitz that, until the intervention of the powerful Count Hannibal von Drona, they refused a burial service, and the very priest who had attended him in death, being forced by the council to make an oration, began by declaring that he would rather walk 20 miles than praise the gentle Boehme. The elaborate cross, too, which was put upon his tomb, was torn down in anger. We are told by Frankenberg, his friend, that he was short in stature, worn and very plain, with gray eyes that lightened into a celestial blue, a low forehead, a thin beard, and an aquiline nose. Now, in the study of mysticism, we soon find the essential experience of all mystics to have been identical, and that among them is no figure more representative than Jacob Boehme, so that when we read this book, we are like men who from the vantage point of one of its highest hills can see below and around them the whole expanse of a beautiful and unearthly island. If it allures us, we shall then delight in exploring its verdant valleys, or spirit-peopled woods, or quiet starlit gardens, and all the mysterious birds and blossoms that fly or flutter within them. But if it does not seem attractive, we can push off and sail for another country. By no true Philhellethi can mysticism be honorably ignored. It is either the noblest folly or the grandest achievement of man's mind. Alexander and Napoleon were ambitious, but their ambition dwindles to insignificance when it is compared with that of the mystic. The purpose of the mystic is the mightiest and most solemn that can ever be, for the central aim of all mysticism is to soar out of separate personality up to the very consciousness of God. So well, indeed, had Roman Catholicism taught those who were religious the insignificance of the human soul, that few among the European mystics of the Middle Ages or the Renaissance were so brilliantly conscious that they could cry out boldly with Meister Eckhart, "I truly have need of God, but God has need of me." Often they shrank from the ultimate experience, wholly worshipping God indeed, but retaining ever a sense of separateness. Their very humility was the final veil of egotism which they dared not rend. Jacob Boehme, the last of the great European mystics, having imagined the spirit which pervades the universe, knew well how little was the stature of his human personality. But he had realized that God was verily within him, and he spoke with the uprightness of a divine being. Unflaggingly, he counsels men, as in the supersensual life, to turn away from the worthless and separated self which hungers for honor, or for bodily comfort, in order that they should rediscover within themselves what was before nature and creature. And he means by this phrase, that light which lighteth every man who cometh into the world. It is here, he says, now and always. We have but to extricate our consciousness from all that is the effect of our time and place. We have but to quiet our own thoughts and desires, and we shall hear at once the harmonies of heaven. The danger of such a doctrine is apparent. The true mystic may safely follow his inward light, but the enchanted apples are guarded by dragons and are only to be captured by the strong. Many a self-styled mystic has wasted his life in waiting for the spark that never came. Wasted, we say, though surely not worse wasted than the thousands of lives that, for all their activity, bring nothing to the soul. It is something at least to have striven for the noblest of all ends. We must choose either safety or romance, and mysticism is the romance of religion, the mystic and explorer in the spiritual world. He does not use the instruments of intellect. He experiments. Perhaps, like the Persian Sufi poets, he thinks of God as the great beloved, and then, directing all his power of love to the most glorious idea that he is able to conceive. He finds that his emotion, like a river, has carried him into a state of soul in which he is vividly conscious of the divine presence. In that state, he beholds the visible world as it were from within. He perceives the spiritual cause of all these material effects. He understands the essential nature of trees and flowers and mountains and the live creatures of the world. No longer does he see men by those dim lights that penetrate the dense and cloudy world of matter. He sees them as angelic toilers bowed by the burden of their own mundane selves. And he knows the insignificance of much that we deem important, the deep value of much that we count accessory. For having cleansed his vision of all personal impediment, he apprehends the true proportion of all the elements that compose the universe. The vast realizations that shine within him, then, are by their nature not easy to express in common terms. Who that has loved could explain his experience to one that had never loved? Only those who are near can understand, and that is why so often the words of mystics are obscure. Sometimes the seer will attempt to explain his illumined state, like St. John or Jalaluddin Rumi, by the use of brilliant symbols adapted from the material world. Sometimes, like Plotinus or Boehme, by the use of the most abstract words in order that the mind may be led away from worldly associations. But all alike have looked upon one splendor. By many ways they have traveled homeward to that ideal state in which alone the unshackled soul has perfect freedom, and in this book, assuredly we are communing with one who, if any among men has ever done so, broke free from the bonds of personality and could look upon the universe with the eyes of God. Clifford Bax. Signatura rerum, the signature of all things, showing the sign and signification of the several forms and shapes in the creation and what the beginning, ruin, and cure of everything is. It proceeds out of eternity into time, and again out of time into eternity, and comprises all mysteries. Preface to the reader. This book is a true mystical mirror of the highest wisdom. The best treasure that a man can attain unto in this world is true knowledge, even the knowledge of himself. For man is the great mystery of God, the microcosm or the complete abridgment of the whole universe. He is the mirandum Dei opus, God's masterpiece, a living emblem and hieroglyphic of eternity and time. And therefore, to know whence he is and what his temporal and eternal being and well-being are, must needs be that one necessary thing to which all our chief study should aim, and in comparison of which all the wealth of this world is but dross and a loss to us. Hence Solomon, the wisest of the kings of Israel, says, "Happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all things that can be desired are not to be compared unto her." This is that wisdom which dwells in nothing, and yet possesses all things, and the humble resigned soul is its playfellow. This is the divine aliquy, the inspiration of the Almighty, the breath of God, the holy unction, which sanctifies the soul to be the temple of the Holy Ghost, which instructs it aright in all things, and searches the bathe to teu, the depths of God. This is the precious pearl, whose beauty is more glorious, and whose virtue more sovereign than the sun. It is a never-failing comfort in all afflictions, a balsam for all sores, a panacea for all diseases, a sure antidote against all poison and death itself. It is that joyful and assured companion and guide which never forsakes a man, but convoys him through this valley of misery and death into the blessed paradise of perfect bliss. If you ask, what is the way to attain to this wisdom? Behold, Christ, who is the way, the truth, and the life, tells you plainly in these words, "If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me." Or, as he says elsewhere, "Unless you be born again, you cannot see the kingdom of heaven." Or as St. Paul says, if any man seemeth to be wise in this world, let him become a fool that he may be wise. Herein lies that simple childlike way to the highest wisdom which no sharp reason or worldly learning can reach unto. Nay, it is foolishness to reason, and therefore so few go the way to find it. The proud sophisters and wiselings of this world have always trampled it under foot with scorn and contempt, and have called it enthusiasm, madness, melancholy, whimsy, fancy, etc. But wisdom is justified of her children. Indeed, everyone is not fit for or capable of the knowledge of the eternal and temporal nature and its mysterious operation. Neither is the proud, covetous world worthy to receive a clear manifestation of it. And therefore the only wise God, who giveth wisdom to every one that asketh it aright of him, has locked up the jewel in his blessed treasury, which none can open but those that have the key, which is this, vis-a-vis, ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. The Father will give the Spirit to them that ask him for it. This is the true theosophic school wherein this author learned the first rudiments and principles of wisdom, and to which we must go if we would understand his deep writings. For we must know that the sons of Hermes, who have commenced in the high school of true magic and theosophy, have always spoken their hidden wisdom in a mystery, and have so couched it under shadows and figures, parables and similes, that none can understand their obscure yet clear writings but those who have had admittance into the same school, and have tasted of the feast of Pentecost. And this does not seem at all strange to the children of divine Mercury, for the mysteries of philosophy, divinity, and theosophy must not be profaned, and laid open to the view of the outward astral reason, which turns all to its selfish pride, covetousness, envy, wrath, and cunning hypocrisy. And therefore, a parabolical or magical phrase or dialect is the best and plainest habit and dress that mysteries can have to travel in up and down this wicked world. And thus parable have a double and different respect and use, for as they conceal and hide secrets from the rude and vulgar sort, who are not able or patient to bear anything but what suits with their common conceits and opinions, so likewise they sweetly lead the mind of the true searcher into the depths of wisdom's counsel. They are as the cloudy pillar of Moses. They have a dark part, and they have a light part. They are dark to the Egyptians, the pharisaical sons of sophistry, but light to the true Israel, the children of the mystery. And therefore, whoever will be nurtured and trained up by Sophia, and learn to understand and speak the language of wisdom, must be born again of and in the word of wisdom, Christ Jesus, the immortal seed. The divine essence which God breathed into his paradisical soul must be revived, and he must become one again with that which he was in God before he was a creature, and then his eternal spirit may enter into that which is within the veil, and see not only the literal but the moral, allegorical, and anagogical meaning of the wise and their dark sayings. He then will be fit to enter not only into Solomon's porch, the outer court of natural philosophy, sense and reason, but likewise into the inward court of holy and spiritual exercises, in divine understanding and knowledge, and so he may step into the most inward and holiest place of theosophical mysteries, into which none are admitted to come but those who have received the high and holy unction. I will now endeavor briefly to hint to the reader what this book contains, though in it the spirit of wisdom cannot be delineated with pen and ink, no more than a sound can be painted, or the wind grasped in the hollow of the hand. But know that in it he deciphers and represents in a lively manner the signature of all things, and gives you the contents of eternity and time, and glances at all mysteries. Herein the author sets forth fundamentally the birth, sympathy, and antipathy of all beings, how all beings originally arise out of one eternal mystery, and how that same mystery begets itself in itself from eternity to eternity, and likewise how all things which take their original out of this eternal mystery may be changed into evil, and again out of evil into good, with a clear and manifest demonstration how man has turned himself out of the good into the evil, and how his transmutation is again out of the evil into the good. Moreover, Herein is declared the outward cure of the body, how the outward life may be freed from sickness by its likeness or assimilate and be again introduced into its first essence, where also, by way of parable and similitude, the philosopher's stone is with great life described for the temporal cure, and along with it the holy cornerstone, Christ alone, for the everlasting cure, regeneration, and perfect restitution of all the true, faithful, eternal souls. In a word, his intent is to let you know the inward power and property by the outward sign, for nature has given marks and notes to everything, whereby it may be known. And this is the language of nature, which signifies for what everything is good and profitable, and herein lies the mystery, or central science of the high philosophical work in the true spagyric art, which consummates the cure not only for the body, but for the soul. But let the reader know that the sharp speculation of his own reason will never pry into the depth of this book, but rather bring him into a maze of doubtful notions, wherein he will bewilder himself, and think the author's phrase tedious and strange. And therefore the understanding lies only in the manifestation of that Spirit, which in the day of Pentecost gave forth the true sense and meaning of all languages in one. Now, if that Spirit rules and dwells in you, then you may understand this author in the deepest ground, according to your creaturely constellation, both in the eternal and temporal nature. But if not, these things will be but as a relation of trifles and chimeras to you. And therefore, if you be of a saturnine property, dull and dark, shut up in the house of Luna, soar not too high with your censure and scorn, or with a critical speculation of your outward reason, lest you fall indeed into the deep abyss of darkness. But wait patiently till the divine Sol shall shine again in your dark and selfish Saturn, and give you some beams and glimpses of his eternal light, and then your angry Mars will be changed into pure love zeal, and your prating, pharisaical, and hypocritical Mercury into a meek, mild, and Christian-speaking of God's works and wonders in the dispensation of his wisdom, and your doubtful, unsettled Jupiter will be turned into a Plerofry, or a most full assurance of true joy and saving comfort in your religion, your earthly Venus into heavenly love, and your eclipsed mutable Luna into the pure, perfect, and crystalline streams of light, life, and glory. But the proud scorner that will take no warning is of Lucifer's regiment, who saw the mystery of God's kingdom to stand in meekness, simplicity, and deep humility, and therefore out of his pride would aspire to be above the divine love and harmony of obedience to God's will, and so fell into the abyss of the dark world, into the outmost darkness of the first principle, which we call hell, where he and his legions are captives, from which the Almighty God of love deliver us. I will end with the words of the author at the conclusion of the book, where he says thus, I have faithfully, with all true admonition, represented to the reader what the Lord of all beings has given me. He may behold himself in this looking-glass within and without, and so he shall find what and who he is. Every reader, be he good or bad, will find his profit and benefit therein. It is a very clear gate of the great mystery of all beings. By glosses, commentaries, curiosity, and self-wit, none shall be able to reach or apprehend it in his own ground, but it may very well meet and embrace the true seeker, and create him much profit and joy. Yea, be helpful to him in all natural things, provided he applies himself to it aright and seeks in the fear of God, seeing it is now a time of seeking. For a lily blossoms upon the mountains and valleys in all the ends of the earth. He that seeketh findeth. And so I commend the reader to the grace and love of Jesus Christ, in whom are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. Jacob Boehme, Signatura Rerum, the signature of all things. Chapter 1. How that all whatever is spoken of God without the knowledge of the signature is dumb and without understanding, and that in the mind of man the signature lies very exactly composed according to the essence of all essences. All whatever is spoken, written, or taught of God, without the knowledge of the signature, is dumb and void of understanding, for it proceeds only from an historical conjecture, from the mouth of another, wherein the spirit without knowledge is dumb. But if the spirit opens to him the signature, then he understands the speech of another, and further, he understands how the spirit has manifested and revealed itself out of the essence through the principle, in the sound with the voice. For though I see one to speak, teach, preach, and write of God, and though I hear and read the same, yet this is not sufficient for me to understand him. But if his sound and spirit out of his signature and similitude enter into my own similitude and imprint his similitude into mine, then I may understand him really and fundamentally, be it either spoken or written, if he has the hammer that can strike my bell. By this we know that all human properties proceed from one, that they all have but one only root and mother. Otherwise, one man could not understand another in the sound, for with the sound or speech the form notes and imprints itself into the similitude of another. A like tone or sound catches and moves another, and in the sound the spirit imprints its own similitude, which it has conceived in the essence and brought to form in the principle, so that in the word may be understood in what the spirit has conceived, either in good or evil. And with this signature he enters into another man's form, and awakens also in the other such a form in the signature, so that both forms mutually assimilate together in one form, and then there is one comprehension, one will, one spirit, and also one understanding. And then, secondly, we understand that the signature or form is no spirit, but the receptacle, container, or cabinet of the spirit, wherein it lies. For the signature stands in the essence, and is as a lute that lieth still, and is indeed a dumb thing that is neither heard or understood. But if it be played upon, then its form is understood, in what form and tune it stands, and according to what note it is set. Thus likewise the signature of nature in its form is a dumb essence. It is as a prepared instrument of music, upon which the will spirit plays. What strings he touches, they sound according to their property. In the human mind, the signature lies most artificially composed, according to the essence of all essences, and man wants nothing but the wise master that can strike his instrument, which is the true spirit of the high might of eternity. If that be quickened in man, that it stirs and acts in the center of the mind, then it plays on the instrument of the human form, and even then, the form is uttered with the sound in the word. As his instrument was set in the time of his incarnation, so it sounds, and so is his knowledge. The N-word manifests itself in the sound of the word, for that is the mind's natural knowledge of itself. Man has indeed all the forms of all the three worlds lying in him, for he is a complete image of God, or of the being of all beings. Only the order is placed in him at his incarnation. For there are three workmasters in him which prepare his form, or signature, vis-a-vis the threefold fiat, according to the three worlds, and they are in contest about the form, and the form is figured according to the contest, which of the masters holds the predominant rule, and obtains it in the essence according to that his instrument is tuned, and the other lie hid and come behind with their sound as it plainly shows itself. So soon as man is born into this world, his spirit plays upon his instrument, so that his innate, genuine form or signature in good or evil is seen by his words and conversation. For as his instrument sounds, accordingly the senses and thoughts proceed from the essence of the mind. And so the external spirit of the will is carried in its behavior, as is to be seen both in men and beasts. That there is a great difference in the procreation, that one brother and sister does not as the other. Further, we are to know that though one fiat thus keeps the upper hand and figures the form according to itself, that yet the other two give their sound, if their instrument be but played upon, as it is seen that many a man, and also many a beast, though it is very much inclined either to good or evil, yet it is moved either to evil or good by a contrary tune, and often lets its inbred signature, or figure, fall, when the contrary tune is played upon his hidden lute or form, as we see that an evil man is often moved by a good man to repent of and cease from his iniquity when the good man touches and strikes his hidden instrument with his meek and loving spirit. And thus also it happens to the good man, that when the wicked man strikes his hidden instrument with the spirit of his wrath, that then the form of anger is stirred up also in the good man, and the one is set against the other, that so one might be the cure and healer of the other. For as the vital signature, that is, as the form of life is figured in the time of the fiat at the conception, even so is its natural spirit, for it takes its rise out of the essence of all the three principles, and such a will it acts and manifests out of its property. But now the will may be broken, for when a stronger comes, and raises his inward signature with his introduced sound and will spirit, then its upper dominion loses the power, right, and authority, which we see in the powerful influence of the sun, how that by its strength it qualifies a bitter and sour fruit, turning it into a sweetness and pleasantness. In like manner, how a good man corrupts among evil company, and also how that a good herb cannot sufficiently show its real genuine virtue in a bad soil. For in the good man the hidden evil instrument is awakened, and in the herb a contrary essence is received from the earth, so that often the good is changed into an evil, and the evil into a good. And now observe, as it stands in the power and predominance of the quality, so it is signed and marked externally in its outward form, signature or figure, man in his speech, will, and behavior, also with the form of the members which he has and must use to that signature. His inward form is noted in the form of his face, and thus also is a beast, an herb, and the trees. Everything as it is inwardly in its innate virtue and quality, so it is outwardly signed. And though it falls out that often a thing is changed from evil into good and from good into evil, yet it has its external character, that the good or evil, that is, the change, may be known. For man is known herein by his daily practice, also by his course and discourse. For the upper instrument, which is most strongly drawn, is always played upon. Thus also it is with a beast that is wild, but when it is overawed and tamed, and brought to another property, it does not easily show its first innate form, unless it be stirred up, and then it breaks forth and appears above all other forms. Thus it is likewise with the herbs of the earth. If an herb be transplanted out of a bad soil into a good, then it soon gets a stronger body, and a more pleasant smell and power, and shows the inward essence externally. And there is nothing that is created or born in nature, but it also manifests its internal form externally. For the internal continually labors or works itself forth to manifestation, as we know it in the power and form of this world, how the one only essence has manifested itself with the external birth in the desire of the similitude, how it has manifested itself in so many forms and shapes which we see and know in the stars and elements, likewise in the living creatures and also in the trees and herbs. Therefore, the greatest understanding lies in the signature, wherein man, vis-a-vis the image of the greatest virtue, may not only learn to know himself, but therein also he may learn to know the essence of all essences. For by the external form of all creatures, by their instigation, inclination, and desire, also by their sound, voice, and speech which they utter, the hidden spirit is known. For nature has given to everything its language according to its essence and form. For out of the essence the language or sound arises, and the fiat of that essence forms the quality of the essence in the voice or virtue which it sends forth to the animals in the sound, and to the essentials in smell, virtue, and form. Everything has its mouth to manifestation, and this is the language of nature, whence everything speaks out of its property and continually manifests, declares, and sets forth itself for what it is good or profitable. For each thing manifests its mother, which thus gives the essence and the will to the form. Chapter 2. Of the opposition and combat in the essence of all essences, whereby the ground of the antipathy and sympathy in nature may be seen, and also the corruption and cure of each thing. Seeing then there are so many and diverse forms, that the one always produces and affords out of its property a will different in one from another, we herein understand the contrariety and combat in the being of all beings, how that one does oppose, poison, and kill another, that is, overcome its essence and the spirit of the essence, and introduces it into another form, whence sickness and pains arise, when one essence destroys another. And then we understand herein the cure, how the one heals another and brings it to health, and if this were not, there were no nature but an eternal stillness and no will, for the contrary will makes the motion and the original of the seeking, that the opposite sound seeks the rest, and yet in the seeking it only elevates and more enkindles itself. And we are to understand how the cure of each thing consists in the assimilate, for in the assimilate arises the satisfaction of the will, vis-a-vis its highest joy. For each thing desires a will of its likeness, and by the contrary will it is discomfited. But if it obtains a will of its likeness, it rejoices in the assimilate, and therein falls into rest, and the enmity is turned into joy. For the eternal nature has produced nothing in its desire, except a likeness out of itself. And if there were not an everlasting mixing, there would be an eternal peace in nature. But so nature would not be revealed and made manifest. In the combat it becomes manifest, so that each thing elevates itself and would get out of the combat into the still rest, and so it runs to and fro, and thereby only awakens and stirs up the combat. And we find clearly in the light of nature that there is no better help and remedy for this opposition, and that it has no higher cure than the liberty, that is the light of nature, which is the desire of the spirit. And then we find that the essence cannot be better remedied than with the assimilate, for the essence is a being, and its desire is after being. Now every taste desires only its like, and if it obtains it, then its hunger is satisfied, appeased and eased, and it ceases to hunger and rejoices in itself, whereby the sickness falls into a rest in itself, for the hunger of the contrariety ceases to work. Seeing now that man's life consists in three principles, vis-a-vis in a threefold essence, and has also a threefold spirit out of the property of each essence, vis-a-vis first, according to the eternal nature, according to the fire's property, and secondly, according to the property of the eternal light and divine essentiality, and thirdly, according to the property of the outward world. Thereupon we are to consider the property of this threefold spirit, and also of this threefold essence and will, how each spirit with its essence introduces itself into strife and sickness, and what its cure and remedy is. We understand that without nature there is an eternal stillness and rest vis-a-vis the nothing, and then we understand that an eternal will arises in the nothing to introduce the nothing into something, that the will might find, feel, and behold itself. For in the nothing the will would not be manifest to itself, wherefore we know that the will seeks itself and finds itself in itself, and its seeking is a desire, and its finding is the essence of the desire, wherein the will finds itself. It finds nothing except only the property of the hunger, which is itself, which it draws into itself, that is, draws itself into itself, and finds itself in itself, and its attraction into itself makes an overshadowing or darkness in it, which is not in the liberty vis-a-vis in the nothing. For the will of the liberty overshadows itself with the essence of the desire. For the desire makes essence and not the will. Now that the will must be in darkness is its contrariety, and it conceives in itself another will to go out from the darkness again into the liberty, vis-a-vis into the nothing, and yet it cannot reach the liberty from without itself, for the desire goes outwards and causes source and darkness. Therefore, the will, understand the reconceived will, must enter inwards, and yet there is no separation. For in itself before the desire is the liberty vis-a-vis the nothing, and the will may not be a nothing, for it desires to manifest in the nothing, And yet no manifestation can be effected except only through the essence of the desire. And the more the reconceived will desires manifestation, the more strongly and eagerly the desire draws into itself, and makes in itself three forms, vis-a-vis the desire, which is astringent, and makes hardness, for it is an enclosing. When coldness arises and the attraction causes compunction and stirring in the hardness, and enmity against the attracted hardness, the attraction is the second form and a cause of motion and life, and stirs itself in the astringency and hardness, which the hardness vis-a-vis the enclosing cannot endure, and therefore it attracts more eagerly to hold the compunction. And yet the compunction is thereby only the stronger, thus the compunction willeth upwards and whirls crossways, and yet cannot effect it. For the hardness vis-a-vis the desire stays and detains it, and therefore it stands like a triangle and transverted orb, which, seeing it cannot remove from the place, becomes wheeling, whence arises the mixture in the desire vis-a-vis the essence, or a multiplicity of the desire. For the turning makes a continual confusion and contrition, whence the anguish vis-a-vis the pain, the third form, or sting of sense, arises. But seeing the desire vis-a-vis the astringency becomes only the more strong thereby. For from the stirring arises the wrath in nature vis-a-vis the motion. The first will to the desire is made wholly austere and a hunger, for it is in a hard compunctive dry essence, and also cannot get rid and quit of it, for itself makes the essence, and likewise possesses it. For thus it finds itself now out of nothing in the something, and the something is yet its contrary will, for it is an unquietness, and the free will is a stillness. This is now the original of enmity, that nature opposes the free will, and a thing is at enmity in itself. And here we understand the center of nature with three forms. In the original, vis-a-vis in the first principle, it is spirit. In the second, it is love, and in the third principle, essence. And these three forms are called in the third principle sulfur, mercury, and sal. Understand it thus. Sul is in the first principle the free will, or the lubid in the nothing to something. It is in the liberty without nature. Fur is the desire of the free lubid and makes in itself in the fur vis-a-vis in the desire and essence. And this essence is austere by reason of the attraction and introduces itself into three forms, as is above mentioned, and so forward into the fourth form, vis-a-vis into the fire. In the fur, the original of the eternal and also external nature is understood, for the hardness is a mother of the sharpness of all essences, and a preserver of all essences. Out of the sul, vis-a-vis, out of the lubed of the liberty, the dark anguish becomes a shining light, and in the third principle, vis-a-vis in the outward kingdom, sul is the oil of nature wherein the life burns and everything grows. But now the fur, vis-a-vis the desire, is not divided from sul. It is one word, one original also, and one essence. But it severs itself into two properties, vis-a-vis into joy and sorrow, light and darkness. For it makes two worlds, vis-a-vis a dark fire world in the austereness, and a light fire world in the lubid of the liberty. For the lubid of the liberty is the only cause that the fire shines. For the original fire is dark and black, for in the shining of the fire in the original the deity is understood, and in the dark fire, vis-a-vis in the anguish source, the original of nature is understood, and herein we do further understand the cure. The source is the cure of the free lube, vis-a-vis of the still eternity, for the stillness finds itself alive therein. It brings itself through the anguish source into life, vis-a-vis into the kingdom of joy, namely that the nothing has become an eternal life, and has found itself, which cannot be in the stillness. Secondly, we find that the sul, vis-a-vis the lubed of the liberty, is the cure of the desire, vis-a-vis of the anxious nature, For the luster of the liberty does again, from the enkindled fire out of nature, shine in the dark anguish, and fills or satiates the anguish with the liberty, whereby the wrath extinguishes, and the turning orb stands still, and instead of the turning a sound is caused in the essence. This is now the form of the spiritual life and of the essential life. Sul is the original of the joyful life, and Fur is the original of the essential life. The Lubel is before and without nature, which is the true Sul, and the spirit is made manifest in nature vis-a-vis through the source, and that in a twofold form, vis-a-vis according to the Lubet of the liberty and a source of joy, and according to the anxious desires Lubet, according to the astringency, compunctive, bitter, and envious from the compunction, and according to the anguish of the wheel, wholly murderous and hateful, and each property dwells in itself, and yet they are in one another. Herein God's love and anger are understood. They dwell in each other, and the one apprehends not the other, and yet the one is the cure of the other. Understand through imagination, for the eternal is magical. The second form in nature and eternity is the orb with the compunctive bitter essences, for there arises the essence. Understand with the perturbation, for the nothing is still without motion, but the perturbation makes the nothing active. But in the third principle, vis-a-vis in the dominion in the essence, and source of the outward world, the form is called a mercury, which is opposite, odious, and poisonful, and the cause of life and stirring, also the cause of the senses, where one glance may conceive itself in the infinity, and then also immerse itself into it, where out of one only the abyssal, unsearchable, and infinite multiplicity may arise. This form is the unquietness, and yet the seeker of rest. And with its seeking, it causes unquietness. It makes itself its own enemy. Its cure is twofold, for its desire is also twofold vis-a-vis according to the lubit of the liberty, according to the stillness and meekness, and then also in the hunger according to the rising of unquietness and the finding of itself. The root desires only joy with the first will, and yet it cannot obtain it except through the opposite source, for no joy can arise in the still nothing. It must arise only through motion and elevation that the nothing finds itself. Now that which is found desires to enter again into the will of the still nothing, that it may have peace and rest therein, and the nothing is its cure. And the wrath and poison is the remedy of the seeker and finder, that is their life which they find, an example whereof we have in the poisonous gall, whence in the life arises joy and sorrow, wherein we also understand a twofold will vis-a-vis one to the wrathful fire and anxious painful life to the original of nature, and one to the light life vis-a-vis to the joy of nature. This takes its original out of the eternal nothing. The first will's cure is the lubet of the liberty. If it obtains that, then it makes triumphant joy in itself. And the wrath in the hungry desire is the curer and helper of the other will, vis-a-vis the will of nature, and herein God's love and anger are understood, and also how evil and good are in the center of each life, and how no joy could arise without sorrow, and how one is the curer of the other. And here we understand the third will, which takes its original out of both these, vis-a-vis out of such an essence, vis-a-vis out of the mother, vis-a-vis the spirit which has both these properties in it and is a son of the properties and also a lord of the same, for in him consists the power, he may awaken which he pleases. The properties lie in the essence and are as a well-constituted life, or as an instrument with many strings, which stands still, and the spirit, vis-a-vis the egress, is the real life. He may play upon the instrument as he pleases, in evil or good, according to love or anger, and as he plays and as the instrument sounds, so is it received of its contratenor, vis-a-vis of the assimilate. If the tune of love be played vis-a-vis the liberty's desire, Then is the sound received of the same liberty and love lubit, for it is its pleasing relish, and agreeable to its will's desire. One similar lubit takes another. And thus likewise is it to be understood of the enmity and contrary will. If the instrument be struck according to the desire to nature, vis-a-vis in the wrath, anger, and bitter falsehood, then the same contrary sound and wrathful desire receives it, for it is of its property and a satiating of its hunger, wherein we understand the desire of the light and also of the dark world, a twofold source and property. The desire of the liberty is meek, easy, and pleasant, and it is called good. And the desire to nature makes itself in itself dark, dry, hungry, and wrathful, which is called God's anger and the dark world, vis-a-vis the first principle, and the light world is the second principle. And we are to understand that it is no divided essence, but one holds the other hidden or closed up in it, and the one is the beginning and cause of the other, also its healing and cure, that which is awaked and stirred up that gets dominion, and manifests itself externally with its character, and makes a form and signature according to its will in the external after itself, a similitude whereof we see in an enraged man or beast. Though the outward man and beast are not in the inward world, yet the outward nature has even the same forms, for it arises originally from the inward and stands upon the inward root. The third form is the anxiousness which arises in nature from the first and second form, and is the upholder or preserver of the first and second. It is in itself the sharp fiat, and the second form has the verbum, vis-a-vis the property to the word, and it consists in three properties and makes out of herself with the three the fourth, vis-a-vis the fire. In the external birth, vis-a-vis in the third principle, it is called sal, or salt, according to its matter, but in its spirit it has many forms. For it is the fire root, the great anguish. It arises betwixt and out of the astringency and bitterness in the austere attraction. It is the essentiality of that which is attracted, vis-a-vis the corporality or comprehensibility. From sulfur it is of a brimstone nature, and from mercury a blaze or flash. It is in itself painful, vis-a-vis a sharpness of dying, and that from the sharp attraction of the astringency. It has a twofold fire, one cold, another hot. The cold arises from the astringency, from the sharp attraction, and is a dark black fire. And the hot arises from the driving forth the compunction and the anguish and the desire after the liberty, and the liberty is its enkindler, and the raging compunction is the cold's fire's awakener. These three forms are in one another as one, and yet they are but one, but they sever themselves through the original into many forms, and yet they have but one mother vis-a-vis the desiring will to manifestation, which is called the Father of nature and of the being of all beings. Now we are to consider the hunger of the anxiety, or the salt spirit, and then also its satiating, or fulfilling. The anguish has in it two wills, from the original of the first will, out of the liberty to the manifestation of itself. Vis-a-vis the first will is to nature, and the other reconceived will is the son of the first, which goes out of the manifestation again into itself, into the liberty. For it has become an eternal life in nature, and yet possesses not nature essentially, but dwells in itself, and penetrates nature as a transparent shining. And the first will goes outwards, for it is the desire of manifestation. It seeks itself out of itself, and yet amasses the desire in itself. It desires to adduce the internal out of itself. Thus it has two properties. With the seeking in itself, it makes the center of nature, for it is like a poison, a will of dreadful aspiring, like a lightning and thunderclap. For this desire desires only anguish and to be horrible, to find itself in itself, out of the nothing in the something. And the second form proceeds forth as a flagrat, or produces sound out of itself, For it is not the desire of the first will to continue in the horrible death, but only thus to educe itself out of the nothing and to find itself. And we understand by the center in itself, with the aspiring wrathfulness, with the wrathful will to nature, the dark world, and with the egress out of itself to manifestation, the outward world, and with the second will out of the first, which enters again into the liberty, we understand the light world, or the kingdom of joy, or the true deity. The desire of the dark world is after the manifestation, vis-a-vis after the outward world, to attract and draw the same essentiality into it, and thereby to satisfy its wrathful hunger. And the desire of the outward world is after the essence or life, which arises from the pain and anguish. Its desire in itself is the wonder of eternity, a mystery or mirror, or what is comprehended of the first will to nature. The outward world's desire is sulfur, mercury, and sal. For such an essence it is in itself, vis-a-vis a hunger after itself, and is also its own satisfying. For soul desires fur, and fur desires mercury, and both these desire sal. For sal is their sun, which they hatch in their desire, and afterwards becomes their habitation, and also food. Each desire desires only the essentiality of salt according to its property, for salt is diverse. One part is sharpness of cold, and one part sharpness of heat, also one part brimstone, and one part salniter from mercury. These properties are in one another as one, but they sever themselves, each dwelling in itself, for they are of a different essence, and when one enters into another, then there is enmity and a flagrat, a similitude whereof we may apprehend in thunder and lightning, which comes to pass when the great anguish, vis-a-vis the mother of all salts, understand the third form of nature, impresses itself, which comes to pass from the aspect of the sun, which stirs up the hot fire's form, so that it is penetrative as the property of the fire is. And when it reaches the salniter, then it enkindles itself. And the salniter is in itself the great flagrat in mercury, vis-a-vis the flash or compunction which enters into the coldness, so also into the cold sharpness of the salt spirit. This coldness is exceedingly dismayed at the flash of the fire, and in a trice wraps or folds up itself in itself, whence arises the thunderclap, or the tempestuous flash which gives a stroke in the flagrat. And the flagrat goes downwards, for it is heavy by reason of the coldness. And the sal-nitrous spirit is light by reason of the fire, which spirit carries the thunder or sound sideways, as is to be heard in tempests in thunder. Presently thereupon comes the wind or spirit out of all the four forms, one against another, for they are all four enkindled in the penetrating flagrat. Whereupon follows hail and rain. The hail folds itself together in the coldness, in the property of the cold salt spirit, for the wrath attracts to itself and turns the water to ice, and the water arises from the meekness vis-a-vis from the desire of the light, for it is the essentiality of the meekness. This the cold salt spirit congeals into drops and distills it upon the earth, for before the congelation it is only as a mist or steam or as a vapor or damp. Thus we see this ground very exactly and properly in thunder and lightning, for the flash or lightning or ethereal blaze goes always before, for it is the enkindled salniter. Thereupon follows a stroke and the flagrat of the coldness. As you see, as soon as the stroke is given, the astringent chamber is opened, and a cool wind follows, and oftentimes whirling and wheeling, for the forms of nature are awakened and are as a turning wheel, and so they carry their spirit the wind. Chapter 3 of the Grand Mystery of All Beings. Courteous reader, observe the meaning right. We understand not by this description a beginning of the deity, but we show you the manifestation of the deity through nature, for God is without beginning, and has an eternal beginning and an eternal end, which he is himself. And the nature of the inward world is in the like essence from eternity. We give you to understand this of the divine essence. Without nature, God is a mystery. Understand in the nothing, for without nature is the nothing, which is an eye of eternity, an abyssal eye that stands or sees in the nothing, for it is the abyss. And this same eye is a will. Understand a longing after manifestation to find the nothing. But now there is nothing before the will, where it might find something, where it might have a place to rest. Therefore it enters into itself and finds itself through nature. And we understand in the mystery without nature in the first will two forms, one to nature, to the manifestation of the wonder eye, and the second form is produced out of the first, which is a desire after virtue and power, and is the first will's son, its desire of joyfulness. And understand us thus. The desire is aggressive, and that which precedes is the spirit of the will and desire, for it is a moving, and the desire makes a form in the spirit, vis-a-vis formings of the infinity of the mystery. And this form, or likeness, is the eternal wisdom of the deity, and we understand herein the trinity of the only deity whose ground we must not know, how the first will arises in the abyss from eternity, which is called Father. Only we know the eternal birth and distinguish the deity vis-a-vis what purely and merely concerns the deity or the good from nature, and show you the arcanum of the greatest secret mystery, namely, how the abyss or the deity manifests itself with this eternal generation. For God is a spirit, and as subtle as a thought or will, and nature is his corporeal essence. Understand the eternal nature. And the outward nature of this visible, comprehensible world is a manifestation or external birth of the inward spirit in essence in evil and good. That is, a representation, resemblance, and typical similitude of the dark fire and light world. And as we have shown you concerning the original of thunder and lightning with this tempestuous stroke, so likewise the inward nature of the inward world is and stands in the generation. For the outward birth takes its original from the inward. The inward birth is unapprehensible to the creature, but the outward is apprehensible to it. Yet each property apprehends its mother from whence it is brought forth. As the soul comprehends the inward eternal nature and the spirit of the soul, vis-a-vis the precious image according to God, comprehends the birth of the angelical light world, and the sidereal and elemental spirit comprehends the birth and property of the stars and elements. Every eye sees into its mother from whence it was brought forth. Therefore, we will set down the generation of all essences out of all mothers and beginnings, how one generation proceeds from another, and how one is the cause of another, and this we will do from the eyesight of all the three mothers. Let none account it impossible, seeing man is a likeness according to and in God, an image of the being of all beings, and yet it stands not in the power of the creature, but in the might of God. For the sight and science of all essences consist alone in the clearest light. We have made mention before how the external birth vis-a-vis the essence of this world consists in three things, vis-a-vis in sulfur, mercury, and sal. Now we must set down and declare what it is, seeing that all things arise from one original, and then how its inward separation is effected, that out of one beginning many beginnings are produced. This is now to be understood, as is before mentioned, concerning the center of all essences. For sulfur in the eternal beginning consists in two forms, and so also in the outward beginning of this world. Vis-a-vis in the internal the first form, vis-a-vis the soul consists in the eternal liberty. It is the lubid of the eternal abyss vis-a-vis a will or an original to the desire, and the other original is the desire, which is the first motion, vis-a-vis and hunger to the something, and in this same hunger is the eternal beginning to the pregnant nature, and it is called sulfur, vis-a-vis a conception of the liberty, vis-a-vis of the good, and a conception or comprehension of the desire, vis-a-vis of the austere attraction in the desire. Sul in the internal is God, and fur is the nature, for it makes the spirit of the nature of brimstone, as is to be seen externally in the property of brimstone. For its substance is a dry, constringent matter, and is of a painful, anxious, fiery property, forcing itself forth. It attracts eagerly and hardly into itself, and parches up as a dry hunger, and its painful property does eagerly and anxiously force itself forth. The cause and original is this, because it stands in two beginnings, vis-a-vis in the property of the desire, which is an attraction, and in the property of the light or liberty, which is driving forth, or pressing to the manifestation through the desire of nature. The desire, vis-a-vis the attraction, makes hardness, and is the cause of the fire, and the lube is a cause of the luster or light of the fire. Sul is light, and fur makes fire. Yet it cannot be reduced alone in sulfur to fire and light, but in mercury, and at last in sal, which is the real body, but not of the brimstone, but of the essence and water. And so understand that in the first desire which arises in the lubid of the liberty, all things are and are made substantial and essential, from whence the creation of this world is proceeded. And we find herein the property of the earth, so likewise of all metals and stones, and also of the astrum, and the original of the elements, all out of one only mother, which is the lubid and the desire, from whence all things proceeded and still proceed. For mercury is generated in sulfur. It is the severing vis-a-vis of light and darkness from one another, the breaking wheel and cause of the various division or multiplicity. It separates the dark essentiality from the essentiality of the light, vis-a-vis the metals from the gross, astringent, dark, stony, and earthly property. For the property of the desire gives and makes dark essence, and the property of the free lubet makes light essence, vis-a-vis metals, and all of the same kind and resemblance. Mercury has in the beginning of his birth three properties, vis-a-vis the trembling and the austerness, and anguish from the hard impressing of the astringent hard desire, and the expulsion of the multiplicity, vis-a-vis the essential life. For the desire attracts very hard to itself, and the attraction makes the motion, or a sting of trembling, or a horrible compunction. And that which is impressed is the anguish. But if the liberty be therein comprehended, it refuses it, and there arises the original of enmity, and the severing, that one form separates from another, and a twofold will arises. For the lubed of the liberty does again set its desire into the stillness, vis-a-vis into the nothing, and forces again out of the darkness of the desire's austerness into itself, vis-a-vis into the liberty, without the wrath of the enmity. And so it has only sharpened itself in the austere impression in mercury, that it is a moving, feeling life, and that its liberty is sharpened so that it becomes a luster, which is and causes a kingdom of joy in the liberty. And so understand us, that the spirit's dominion, vis-a-vis the spirit and the essence, do thus separate. The essence remains in the impression and becomes material, that is not God, but gold or any other metal according to the property of the first conception in the sulfur, or stone, or earth, out of the desire's own peculiar property, all according to the first Sude or Seething in mercury. For no metal can be generated without sal niter, which is the flagrat in mercury, which also becomes material in the astringent impression, and divides itself in the separation, one part into brimstone, another into sal niter, and a third into a salt sharpness. Whereas yet there cannot be any corporeal essence in all these, but only the spirit of the essence. The essence proceeds wholly out of the death through mortification, which is effected in the great anguish of the impressure, where there is a dying source, which is the mercurial life, where the salnitral flagrat arises as an opening, displaying flash. For the liberty, vis-a-vis the property of the eternal lubet, does there separate itself, and yet the attracted essence out of the lubet of the liberty continues all along in the comprehension of the attraction in this astringent, austere, dark anguish. Now if the wrath enters so vehemently into itself as to raise up the salnitral flagrat, then it apprehends the essentiality of the free lubet in itself, from whence arises the flagrat. for the wrath there apprehends the meekness, which is even as if a water were poured into fire, which gives a flagret. And then the wrath of the great anguish dies, and with the flagret the joy ascends, and the flagret is out of mercury, or out of the anguish of death, and becomes also material, but by reason of the liberty it changes itself into white, which is sal nitre. Now if the fire, vis-a-vis the horrible anxious sharpness, does again come into it, then the sal nitre is dismayed and gives a repulse. For the first property, which was before the death, is again enkindled with the brimstone spirit, a sufficient resemblance of which you have in gunpowder, which is the matter of these properties. Further, we are to know the dying with the enkindling of the fire, all which is done in the flagrat, for it is a flagrat to death and to life. One part immerses itself into the property of death, vis-a-vis into the wrath of the austere desire, and the other part, which is from the lube or love essentiality, arises up in the kingdom of joy. But seeing there happens also a mortifying in the free materia, though it is no mortifying but a redeeming from the wrath, for the materia of the liberty will be free from the wrath. Thereupon this materia falls downwards, which is water, and it is not of the property of the wrath, but the wrath holds it captive in itself. But they are separated from one another in the essence and source. The wrath's essence gives earth and stones, and the essence of the liberty is water, which arises with the enkindling of the fire through the mortification out of the meekness of the light. But seeing this water does also separate itself in the salnitral flagrat, and before the sal nitre was all mutually enwrapped together, thereupon it obtains different properties in the separation, and there is a diversity of water, and this various diversity of properties gives in each property also a bodily or corporeal essence, all according to the first separation of mercury and sulfur, for in the mortification in the salnitral flagrat, two things are effected and come forth, vis-a-vis a life and a body of the life. Understand an essential and a lifeless, senseless body whose materia is mortified in the flagrat. Thus there is a diversity of water, and a diversity of the life, and a diversity of the body, or of the materia. As each body is, so is also its essential spirit. Now we must consider this from the first original, as 1, from the lubit of the liberty, and 2, from the desire to nature, or the manifestation of the abyss. First, in the salnitral flagrat there is produced through the anxious mortification a sulphureous water from the anguish, which affords a brimstone, as we plainly see, and all whatever is of the like sort and resemblance. Secondly, there is generated from the astringent, austere, attractive property which draws into itself a salt water. Its materia is salt. If it be again impressed through the fire or heat, then it turns into salt. And all whatever is sharp and attractive, be it either in herbs or trees, proceeds from thence. For there is as much diversity of brimstone and salt as there is variety of taste and fire to be found in all creatures, herbs, and trees. Also all whatever lives and grows has brimstone and salt. For the saltish property attracts and preserves the body, and the brimstone has in it the oil or light, wherein the free lubit to manifestation consists, whence the growth arises. Thirdly, there is brought forth through the salnitral flagrat out of the property of the bitter compunctive attraction, in the first impression in the spirit, an earthly property of water. Its materia is earth, for the same arises from the dark essentiality, where the darkness impresses itself in the first desire, wherein the darkness arises, as is before mentioned. Thus it begets out of its property in the impression a mist, smoky steam, or vapor, which the flagrat in the sal nitre apprehends, and its essence is dismayed or dies and falls downwards. This is the materia of the earth, though the earth is not of one only sort, but has in it all whatever became corporeal in the flagrat, all which springs through the death of the earth, according as it was wrapped and driven together in the creation into a lump, as we plainly see. Further, we are to consider of the highest arcanum, vis-a-vis of the heavenly essentiality, and then of the precious stones and metals, from whence they all take their rise and original, seeing that all things come out of one mother, which is the lubid and desire of eternity to its own manifestation. Now, concerning the incorruptible essence of corporality. The same arises also in the first desire to nature, yet in the impression of the free lubid, and goes all along through all the forms, even into the highest sharpness, where it retires again into itself, as a life out of the fire. The eternal fire is magical, and a spirit, and dies not. The liberty is its enkindler, but the eternal nature is its sharpness. This same essence loses the wrath's property in the light. It is in the same fire as a dying, yet there is no dying, but an entrance into another source, vis-a-vis out of a painful desire into a love desire. It yields also spirit and essence from the fire spirit, and the essence of meekness from the light, for that which dies to the fire or sinks through death, that is divine essence. And it is effected likewise through the salnitral flagret of the divine joyfulness, where the property trembles in the joy of meekness and immerses itself through the death of the fire, which is called God's anger, and quenches it, so that God dwells in a meek light, and the first property to the enkindling of the light is fire, and wrath of the eternal nature, and makes the dark world. The properties of the first mother in the lubed and desire do also divide themselves in the salnitral flagret of joyfulness into distinct parts, as is to be seen in this outward world. It yields also water, but of a very sovereign essence, and it resembles only a spirit of a pleasant, lovely desire. This is the water of which Christ told us that he would give us to drink, and whosoever should drink the same, it should spring up in him to a fountain of eternal life. It retains also in the flarat of the disclosure the fiery property which is called heaven, in which the wonders of the divine kingdom of joy are known and manifest. And in the watery property it retains the pleasant spring or paradise. For in the fiery property the eternal element arises, and it is the real essence of the divine corporality, wherein consists all whatever may be known in God, as is sufficiently and in order cleared at large in our other writings of the divine revelation, treating of the divine wisdom, and of the divine eternal abyssal birth. And now we will turn us to the essence of the outward world, vis-a-vis to the manifestation of the eternal, vis-a-vis to metals, herbs, and trees, so also to men and beasts. We see that the metals have another manner of body than the living creatures, or are otherwise than the earth and stones are. Now reason asks, how is the original of everything, seeing that in the beginning all arose out of one mother, and yet the eternity has no temporal beginning? Here we must again consider the mother of the first pregnatrix, where and how one essence separates itself from another, vis-a-vis the inchoative from the eternal, time from eternity, and yet they stand mutually in each other, but are severed into two principles, vis-a-vis into the kingdom of God and of this world, and yet all is God's. But seeing Christ calls the devil a prince of this world, and we also are able to declare how far and in what he is a prince, and that this world is not his own, but he is the poorest creature in this world, and also not at all in this world. Now therefore look upon the first ground, upon the mother which has thus generated all creatures. So also as to the earth, stones, and all metals. The earth's property consists in a spiritual sulfur, mercury, and sal, and all whatever has had beginning has arisen in and out of her impression. And inchoatively thereupon it came forth with the first form of the mother vis-a-vis with the astringent attraction, through the fiat into a creatural being, and affords a diversity of essence and spirit according to the first property of the separation. As first, the high spirits which were created out of the free lube and the desire, in the fire's property vis-a-vis out of the center of all essences, had in them the properties of both the eternal worlds. But those which after their corporizing, or being made creaturely, remained with their desire in the property of the free lube, and introduced their will out of the fire into the light, they became angels. And the other, which introduced their desire again into the center, vis-a-vis into the austere properties, became devils, vis-a-vis outcasts from the free lubet out of the light, as is mentioned in other writings. Therefore, the devils have neither the kingdom of God nor the kingdom of this world in possession. For in the beginning of the creation, this world was created out of both the inward properties, whereupon the devil has now only the wrath's part in possession, the other profits him nothing, and thus he is in the world, and also not in the world, for he has but one part thereof in possession. From the other he is cast out. After the creation of the highest spirits, God created this visible world with the stars and elements as an external birth out of the mother of all essences, all which proceeded out of the eternal beginning and took a temporal beginning. For here we are to consider that the eternal pregnatrix moved itself and enkindled its own form, or similitude, where then the one became corporeal in the other. But afterwards God created the earth, which we are thus to consider of. The first desire to nature impresses itself, and introduces itself with the impression into three forms, vis-a-vis into sulfur, mercury, and sal, and in the impression all become rising and moving, which is not in the still nothing, and so forces itself into the highest anguish, even to the salnitral flagrat, where then is the original of the fire. Thus the source whirls in itself, as a boiling of water upon the fire. For the austere desire is attractive, and the fiery is expulsive, which is a sulfur, and the astringent attraction is a wrathful sting, or compunction, vis-a-vis a contrition, and yet it is held by the austereness that it cannot move away, whereupon it is painful, and causes pain, as if it were seething, which yet is only spirit without essence, which comes to pass in Mercury, and is Mercury's own form. And there is the separation of two wills, vis-a-vis, one remains, and is the very anxious essence, seeing it originally arises from the desire. The other, which arises out of the lube of the liberty, retires back again into itself, into the liberty, and yet there is no parting or dividing from one another. But thus it goes one with another all along through the enkindling of the fire, through the salnitral flagrat, where with the enkindling of the fire the death is effected in the wrath of the fire, where the source dies, and yet there is no death, but a likeness of death. And yet the real, eternal, and temporal death is in that manner, even where the liberty apprehends itself in itself, and the death or flagrat falls down into the liberty as impotent, and freely resigns itself. And the spirit, vis-a-vis the source, understand the very sharp, fiery, anxious source, becomes material and retains only an essential working, like to an impotent desire. And in the enkindling of the fire and the salnitral flagrat, each property separates itself in itself, and the whole materia is particularized, vis-a-vis to metals, stones, and earth. The highest metal, as gold, arises from the liberty which is comprised all along in the flagrat in the astringent impression, and it is not free from the materia of the rest, for all is comprised or wrapped up together. But seeing the liberty with the soul, or light's property, is comprised or comprehended therein also, thereupon soul is expulsive to the manifestation of itself, as it is the property of the liberty so to be. Hence it comes that metals grow, and not the gross hard stones, which are too hard comprised in the impression out of the wrathful essentiality, and have too little soul in them. But concerning the precious stones, with their radiant luster and great virtue, the same have their original in the flash of the fire, where life and death separate, as when one part by reason of the dark essentiality descends, and the other by reason of the liberty ascends, and yet all is brought into essence in the flagrat, so that the same flash or glance becomes also material in the flagrat, and therefore they are hard, and of a blinking glance like an eye. For so also is the original of the eye or sight in the womb when the life enkindles, all according to the right of eternity. And therefore they are of so great power, efficacy, and virtue, in that they are so nigh to the deity and bear the incorporated names of the divine power in them, as also gold is nigh to the divine essentiality or heavenly corporality. If man could open or disclose the dead body and reduce it to a flying, moving spirit which only can be effected through the divine motion, then it should be seen what it could be, which no reason believes or understands without divine sight or vision. Further, we are also to consider of the other metals and minerals, which in like manner do thus take their original. But in the cell-neutral flagrate each property is separated, as we see that the property of the fire and light is different, and all from the first impression. Where before the impression, the lubid, and desire of the liberty stand mutually in each other as a chaos, a complexion of great wonders, where all colors, powers, and virtues are contained in this only chaos, or wonder eye, which chaos is God himself, vis-a-vis the being of all beings, who thus manifests himself in particular beings with the eyes of eternity. Each materia is an essence according to the spirit from whence it was generated, and if it be enkindled in the fire, it yields likewise such a light as the spirit is in the essence. And thus also we are to consider of the metals, what kind of spirit each of them has, such a glance and luster it yields, and also such a body it has. As the mind acts and moves the thoughts and senses from the highest to the lowest, and comprehends and commands by the thoughts from the highest to the lowest, so the eternal mind has manifested itself from the highest majesty even to the lowest, meanest, or outermost thing, vis-a-vis to the greatest darkness. And this world, with the sun, stars, and elements, and with every creaturely being, is nothing else but a manifestation of the eternity of the eternal will and mind. And as it was in the beginning, so it still stands in its seething and vegetation, and so it still puts forward to light and darkness, to evil and good. And all things consist in these first three forms, vis-a-vis and sulfur, mercury, and sal, as one degree in order after another. For so likewise are the choirs of the spirits, as also of the stars, trees, herbs, and of all kinds whatever which have been and are. So also are the inward heavenly choirs with their distinction. Chapter 4 of the birth of the stars, and 4 elements in the metalline and creaturely property. As it is before mentioned, all things proceed out of one only mother, and separate themselves into 2 essences, according to the right of eternity, vis-a-vis into a mortal and an immortal, into life and death, into spirit and body. The spirit is the life, and the body is the death, vis-a-vis a house of the spirit, as the Holy Trinity stands in the birth, so also is the external birth. There is likewise essence and spirit in heaven, a figure of which we see in this outward world, where there are 4 elements, and yet there is but one only element which separates itself into 4 properties, vis-a-vis into fire, air, water, and earth, as is above mentioned. For so we are to consider the creation of this world, that the whole essence of eternity has moved itself in the place of this world, and the whole form was enkindled and stirred, and that in the desire to manifestation. And there the generation divided itself in the flagrate of the enkindled fire into 4 parts, vis-a-vis into fire, water, and earth. And the air is its moving aggressive spirit, as is to be considered in sulfur, which consists in these 4 things. In like manner, also the ostrum is thus generated out of the first mother, and all put together is only one body, and it all takes its rise from the inward spirit, as a hand or foot grows forth from the inward center, and has already its form in the center, vis-a-vis in the first operation, and so only grows into a form as the spirit is. The first mother of all things, vis-a-vis the lube with the desire, does especially introduce itself into 7 forms, and yet continues steadfast in 3 only, but manifests itself in 7 forms. The first form is astringent, vis-a-vis an austere attraction, which is a cause of coldness and salt in all corporality. The second form is the compunction, vis-a-vis the drawing or motion, and causes the feeling, also pricking, aching, tormenting, the affection of bitterness, enmity, and friendliness, joy and sorrow. The third form is the great anguish in the impression, which causes two wills, vis-a-vis one to the fire, where the will of the free lubet falls down to the wrath in the fire, and again goes into itself, and makes a luster in the fire's sharpness. Now the fourth form is the fire itself, vis-a-vis the first principle in the life, with which the dark and light world do separate. Also, in this flagrant, all material separations are effected, and the corporality and multiplication begin according to the property of the first eternal mind. Vis-a-vis, according to the essentiality, a mortal ends, and according to the free source, a living ends. The fifth form is now the second desire, which is effected after the separation, and that according to two properties, vis-a-vis, one, according to the lube of the liberty out of the light, which is the highest love desire, and the other according to the fire's lubet, which leads its life of its essence in the love and the light, from whence the joyfulness and every true life arises. The love gives essence, for it is expressive and yielding vis-a-vis itself, for God gives himself to every essence, and the fire is receptive, for it needs essence in its wrathful hunger, else it extinguishes. And then the luster of the light would go out, and the desire of love would cease, for the fire makes the light desiring vis-a-vis of the joyfulness. For if the fire dies, the light waxes dark, and love turns into anguish, as may be conceived of in the devils. The sixth form arises from the turning wheel before the fire, where the multiplication of the essence arises out of the property of Mercurius in the salnitral flagrat. With the enkindling of the fire, one form is introduced into another, and if now the love desire penetrates all the forms, then all the forms grow very desirous the one after the other, for the dear lovely child Venus is in all. Here begin the taste, smell, hearing, seeing, feeling, and speaking. For the light opens another principle of another source and fills all, and here springs up the life in death, vis-a-vis the love in the anger, and the light shines in the darkness. Here the bridegroom embraces his bride, and God himself resists his anger, vis-a-vis the wrath of nature. And in this form all speeches, understanding, and senses arise, and the true real life of all creatures. So also the life in the vegetables, vis-a-vis trees and herbs, in each thing according to its property. The seventh form arises from all the other, and is the body, mansion house, or food of the other, and it is thus effected. When the other forms taste each other in their mutual penetration in the love desire, then in each form there is an hunger or desire after the love, vis-a-vis after the light. Now each hunger or desire is reaching forth after the thing it desires, and eagerly attracts the property of the thing desired. And thus out of two one essence is made, vis-a-vis out of the hunger, and that which the hunger desires. For this hunger does not stand in death. It does not any more enclose itself up in death, unless it be too great, and the imagination in the hunger be too great, and the hunger cannot obtain that same thing. Then it chokes. As many times a child is so choked or smothered in the mother's womb, if this form be enkindled in another form to eat of some external thing, whereupon the mother grows so ardent in longing, and if she cannot get it, the child also cannot get it. Now it chokes in the hunger, or else a member is spoiled, from whence the hunger arose. The first hunger in the center before the fire is a spiritual hunger, which makes the dark world, and the hunger of the free lubet makes the light world, both which are only spirit till they pass both together through the enkindling of the fire, where then they are mortified to the spirit and are a likeness of the first spirit, vis-a-vis a manifestation of the incomprehensible spirit, which is called God in love and anger, in a twofold source. Thus each stands undivided in itself, vis-a-vis God and the time in God, and the one is not the other, but they come from one eternal original. Thus the temporal spirit's hunger gives a temporal body, and the eternal spirit's hunger affords an eternal body, and are both mutually in each other and yet are distinct. The 7 forms make them a body according to their hunger out of their own property. Therefore, all whatever the spirit has in all properties lies in the body. Further, we are to know that there is a separation made in the creation of this world, for this is to be seen in the sun and stars. So likewise in all creatures, also in metals, stones, and earths. For this same is the manifestation of God. We see in the firmament 7 planets, and in the earth 7 metals which are fixed, and also 7 planets only which are fixed in their property. The rest are minerals, and so of the stars. And as the planetary orb has its predominant stamp or influence, so is also the birth of each thing. As the deity vis-a-vis the divine light is the center of all life, so also in the manifestation of God, vis-a-vis in the figure, the sun is the center of all life. In the highest life, the highest things have taken their beginning, and so forward successively one from another to the lowest. In every external thing there are 2 properties, one from time, the other from eternity. The first property of time is manifest, and the other is hidden, yet it sets forth a likeness after itself in each thing. Whatever has its beginning out of the lubid of the liberty stands with the root in an heavenly property and with the body in an earthly. But the eternal stands in time and manifests itself with time. Sulphur is on one part in the internal heavenly, and as to the body earthly, yet puts forth in heavenly likeness according to the eternal out of itself, which is fixed and steadfast. As is to be seen in gold, and is much more to be understood in the human body, if it were not corrupted in the desire and mercury. For the spiritual or heavenly man consists in sulphur, and in mercury the corporeal, vis-a-vis the similitude of the divine man. So also the metalline property in sulphur is the noblest, most excellent, and highest, for it is the highest spirit. Understand it thus. In the heavenly being there is also a property of a seething, when the liberty is apprehended and enkindled in the highest desire, wherein the joyfulness arises. This is effected in the heavenly sulphur, where it is made essential in the heavenly mercury, vis-a-vis in the eternal word, which is a spiritual essence. But if the same spirituality longs to manifest itself in a similitude, both according to the property of the spirit and the essentiality too, according to the trinity of the deity, according to the mortal and immortal essence, then that image is represented in the stars and elements. And lastly, it is set forth in man, who is a lively image of the whole essence according to the divine and outward world. Also the inward and outward worlds are represented with the metals and immortal image as a resemblance and similitude of the living heavenly essentiality. The beginning is in sulphur, for Sul is the lube of the light, or the liberty which longs to manifestation, and it cannot otherwise be effected but through fire. In Fur arises the desire, vis-a-vis an austere attraction, which makes the dark earthly property and the austereness of the spirit, vis-a-vis the fiery essence. In this austereness arises Saturn, which is the thing impressed, and Mercury is the desire of the hunger, and the rager, raver, and breaker, and Mars is the wrath and the hunger, a cause of anger. These 3 are the property of Fur, vis-a-vis of the free lubet's desire. The free lubet's property begets the essence in the 3 forementioned forms, vis-a-vis in Saturn, Mercury, and Mars, for it gives itself into each property, and the property in the hunger of Mercury makes it a corporeal form. But if the free lubet turns also to an hunger in the austere desiring, then it makes also 3 forms according to itself, vis-a-vis Jupiter, who is the understanding of the lubet, and Venus, which is the desire of the lubet, and Luna, which is the body of the Lubet, and according to the property of the light, it makes Sol. All this is spirit. But now in every spirit's hunger there is also an essence, both according to the mortal and immortal ens, a fixed and unfixed, a figure according to the heavenly, and a figure according to the earthly being or property. In the Saturnine property, the desire of the free Lubet makes, according to Saturn's own property, lead, and according to the watery property in Saturn, salt, and according to the mortal and earthly property in Saturn, stones and earth, and all whatever is of that sort and semblance. But according to the liberty, or according to the free desire's own property, in that it yields up itself to Saturn vis-a-vis to the desire, it makes in Saturn gold, according to the desire of the light, where the spirit and body separate. The spirit of its desire is soul, and the body is gold. Understand, the golden body is in Saturn according to the property of the free desire, and not according to Saturn's property. His property in himself is lead, salt, and earth, but he keeps the golden child shut up in himself as a black raven, not in his gray form, but in a darkish cast. He is a great lord, but his dominion, by reason of the golden child which he has in his bowels, stands not in his own power. He is not father of the child, but Mercury is he which forms the child. But he puts his mourning mantle upon it, that he can have no joy with the golden child. He corpuses the fair child, for he is its fiat or creator, and hides and covers it close under his mantle. He cannot give it the body from his own property, for it, understand, the golden body is the essence of the free desire and the highest degree of corporality in the fixed death, where yet there is no death but in enclosing, and in the similitude or representation of the divine heavenly essentiality. Mercurius is the master workman of this child which Saturn hides. When he gets it into his hunger, he casts off his black cloak and rejoices in it. But he is too malignant in his fire wrath, he devours the child and turns it wholly to his own property. When he is most sharply hungry in the fire, then soul must be given him, it is his wife, that his hunger may be appeased. And then when he is satisfied, he labors in the materia of the child with his own hunger or fire, and fills up his sufficed desire out of soul's property, which he before had eaten, and nourishes the child till it gets upon it all the four elements with the constellation, and he grows exceeding pregnant with the child, and then it belongs or is fit for a strange fire, and yet not strange, an earnest fire. And then the father gives it the soul vis-a-vis the fire spirit and its first mother, which Mercury did eat down in its hungers, which was fixed and perfect, gives the soul spirit vis-a-vis the light life. Then the death arises, and the child is born, and becomes afterwards its own, and a child of the liberty, and cares no more for its workmaster. It is better than its father, but not better than its mother, in whose seed it lay, before the father wrought in it. It bruises the head of its father's fiery essence vis-a-vis of the serpent, and passes freely through death in the fire. Dost thou understand nothing here? Then thou art not born to the highest knowledge of the spiderical science. Further, we are to consider of the degrees what the liberty vis-a-vis the eternal Lube gives to the hunger of the other forms in sulfur, in the property of the other planets. The form of the birth is as a turning wheel, which Mercury causes in the sulfur. The birth of the highest degree turns round vis-a-vis the desire. For this world is round, so also the birth. When the liberty has given its highest Lubet as a golden hunger to Saturn and placed Mercury for workmaster, then it betakes itself, into its desire, according to the property of meekness. For the first conception to the golden child is effected according to the property of joyfulness. But this out of goodness and meekness resigns itself to Luna, for it is a pleasant demission by reason of the meekness, which Mercury apprehends and works therein also. This body is silver, and comes from the first impression, where the yellow and white separate in the fire, vis-a-vis the colors of the virtue. Then Luna arises out of the yellow and turns into white by reason of the divine meekness. And because its original is from Soul's color, therefore it has a perpetual hunger after Soul, and receives the sun's luster into it, puts it on, and shines with it. Now, as the superior is, so is likewise the inferior, namely metals. Therefore, silver is the next degree to gold, and as gold is generated, so is also silver. Venus clothes it, which Mercury cannot endure, seeing he is the master worker, and he gives his garment also. But the silver has neither the property of Venus nor Mercury, for it retains the property of its mother, vis-a-vis the meekness and the liberty, and is hatched as the gold by reason of the sun, the moon has an heavenly property. But in reference to its own proper form, from the property of the desire, it is of a very earthly property. It is a cabinet and keeper of the earthly and heavenly essence. In like manner as the outward body of man, which before the fall in Adam was comparable to silver, but when he died in the lubit, then the earthly property only lived in him, and therefore he continually hungers after Saul's glance and glory. He would fain take again his splendor with Luna from the sun, but he gets only an earthly lunar luster, wherein he acts and exercises pride, unless he be born again out of Soul's splendor, that is, out of God's power and the heavenly Mercurius. And so he becomes again the gold and silver child in divine essentiality, only covered and clothed this lifetime with the earthly moon, that is, with earthly flesh. Saturn also is the house of silver. He is likewise the cause of the first conception, but he turns his desire only upon the golden child, and leaves the silver its garment, and takes it into his stony earthly property and lets Mercury hatch it. The desire of the free lubit is fixed and steadfast, as concerning the property of the desire only, which brings its will again from the body into the combat in the senses, and makes Jupiter, that is on the orb, upwards under Saturn, under the Saturnine power. Its metal is tin, and it is the third degree. For the lubit of the liberty in the desire proceeds forth into the desire of the Austrianus, and so it gives itself into the fiat. We must understand it thus. The lubit of the liberty goes forth out of itself, as a plant, and makes one degree after another in order, but Mercury makes the sphere, for he is the workmaster, and as the eternal birth is in itself in the heavenly Mercury, vis-a-vis in the eternal Word in the Father's generation, so likewise with the motion of the Father it came into a creaturely being, and so proceeds in its order, as may be seen in the wheel of the planets, for the order is just so placed as man is in his order. First there is in him the true golden divine man, which is the likeness of God. Next there is in him the man of heavenly essentiality, vis-a-vis the inward holy body, generated from the fire and light in the tincture, which is like to the pure silver if it were not corrupted. Thirdly, there is in him the elemental man from the pure element resembling Jupiter. Fourthly, the mercurial, which is the growing or paradisical man. Fifthly, the martial, from the fire, vis-a-vis the soulish man, according to the Father's property. Sixthly, the venerine man, according to the outward desire and the water's property. Seventhly, the solar, according to the sun's property, vis-a-vis according to the outward world, as a seer and knower of the wonders of God, and yet it is but the one only man, yet is both in the inward and outward world. Thus likewise is the similitude or form of the seven metals, with one property according to the inward world, and with another visible and palpable property according to the outward world. From Jupiter the sphere turns round, and out of the separation Mercury proceeds forth with a broken metal, according to his spirit's property, externally quicksilver, and internally he is a paradisiacal working. He is in his spiritual property the distinguisher, or articulator, of the words, voices, and speeches. It is written, God hath made all things by his word. The heavenly, eternal Mercurius is his word, which the Father expresses in the enkindling of his light, and the expressed is his wisdom, And the Word is the worker, framer, and maker of the formings in the expressed wisdom. Now what the inward Mercurius does internally in God's power, that likewise the outward Mercurius effects in the outward power in the created essence. He is God's instrument wherewith he works extrinsically to death and to life. In each thing, according to its property, he builds and breaks down. According to Saturn's property, he builds, and according to his own property, he distinguishes and dissipates the hardness in Saturn, vis-a-vis the enclosed, and opens it to life. He opens the colors and makes forms and shapes, and carries in him an heavenly and also an earthly property. In the earthly he carries out of the first desire to nature, vis-a-vis out of Saturn, Mars, vis-a-vis the wrathfulness of the impression, for he is his soul wherein Mercury lives. He gives him the fiery essence and stands under Jupiter in the order upwards on the sphere, for he carries the fire spirit and sulfur into all planets, and forms and gives to each thing its source and true spirit of life. Mars in the first impression is the great anguish, and causes the love will of the liberty to separate from him, and that which is separated is called God, and the anguish, or fire source, is called God's anger, vis-a-vis the wrath of the eternal nature, and as internally God's love separates from God's anger, that is, from the wrathful property of the eternal nature, vis-a-vis heaven from hell, God from the devil, so also it is effected in the birth of the outward nature. Love proceeds out of the wrath and is in humility, or submission. Thus likewise it came in the creation into order. Therefore Venus stands in the sphere on the line of Mars under the sun, for so is the separation in nature, and so one proceeds forth from another. Its metal is copper. The on final whereof is this, that the love is a desire, and desires only light and joy. For the materia is made out of the desire's property. But if the love desire shall come to be corporeal in the impression, then it must resign itself to the wrathful fat, vis-a-vis to the desire of Mars in the fire, or in the fiery property, for the Saturnine property takes all into its might and makes it corporeal. Therefore, the metal of Venus is so nearly related to gold by reason of her own property from the liberty, but Mars makes it too wrathful, and because it separates itself out of Mars's fire, it retains a great part of the property of Mars in it. Mars's metal is iron, for he is the wrath in sulfur, in which the fire enkindles and arises. His original with the materia is in the austereness of the desire. Copper separates itself in the generation out of iron, for it arises from the will of Venus, and they differ as body and soul, for Mars is the fire soul of Venus and makes Venus corporeal. Otherwise Venus, as to her own property, gives only water and the mortification in the sal-nitrile flagrat. For her fire is only a pleasant shining smile or love fire, as she is alone void of other mixture, and therefore she cannot produce any corporeal essence from her own power and ability, which is hard and tough. She is only the mother to her child without a creaturely soul. Mars is her soul, and Saturn makes her body. The spirit of Sol may tincture Mars and Venus and change them into the highest metal in perfection, vis-a-vis into gold, which cannot so easily be effected in silver, unless it be reduced into the first materia, where Saturn, Mars, and Mercury are together in the sulfur, and then it can be done. Venus receives its toughness from Saturn and its redness from Mars as the fire. Now the desire of Venus is only eager and longing after Sol, as after her first mother, from whence she springs forth in her birth in the first original. For the love comes forth originally from God, and so it is likewise in the external birth in the figure. The desire of Venus goes into Sol, into the sun, and receives in its desire the property of the sun, and shines from Sol. She has a very peculiar shining and luster above all the planets and stars, which she receives from her mother, and in her mother's power consists her joy. vis-a-vis the pleasant, twinkling, smiling aspect which she has in her. She is in her own property, as she is purely alone without the property of the other planets. A real daughter of the sun, understand in sulfur where all is wrapped together. Therefore she stands next under the sun, as a child of the sun. Not that the sun did generate that star, for he is likewise created with her. But in the sulfur without the creation, merely in the generation, it is so both in the heavenly and earthly being or principle. For God the Father generates the love through his heart. Now the Son, by way of similitude, betokens his heart. For it is a figure in the outward world according to the eternal heart of God, which gives strength and virtue to every life and essence. And understand it right, all things proceed from the Word and heart of God, which is the divine sulfur, in the birth of the Holy Trinity, and manifest themselves in and through the preceded, or egressed essence, which is God's wisdom. And they again do eagerly force and press out of the egress in and towards his heart and power, and vehemently long after it, as Paul saith, all creatures groan and pant with us to be delivered from vanity. So also does the outward essence in the outward birth of metals, planets, stars, and creatures. Each thing longs after its center, vis-a-vis after its first mother, whence it proceeded, vis-a-vis after the sun in sulfur, for it is the tincture of all essences. Whatever the first desire with the impression in Saturn makes evil in the wrath of Mars, that the sun turns again into good, as the divine sun tinctures the anger or wrath of God, so that the wrathful property of God's anger is changed into a joyfulness. So likewise the outward sun tinctures the outward sulfur, vis-a-vis Saturn and Mars, that there is a pleasant temperature, vis-a-vis a growth, springing and blooming in all metals and creatures. Therefore the sun is the center, which reason will not believe, understand, in the planetary orb, and in all vegetables and animals. Chapter 5 of the Sulphurean death, and how the dead body is revived and replaced into its first glory. All life and motion with understanding, reason, and senses, both in animals and vegetables, consist originally in sulfur, vis-a-vis in nature's desire, and in the Lubet's desire of the liberty. In nature's desire arises the death and enclosing, and in the desire of the liberty arises the opening and the life. For the liberty's desire tinctures the desire of the dark nature, so that the wrathful mother forgoes her own right and freely resigns to the liberty's desire. And so the life grows in death, for there is no life without light, but if the light goes out in the essence of the sulfur, then it is an eternal death, which no man can revive, unless God moves himself in the Lubet desire in the same death. For death can receive no life into it, unless the first desire, vis-a-vis the free Lubet's desire, manifests itself in the desire to nature, wherein the enclosing and death are generated. Therefore, when man died in the sulfur, none could have made him alive again, unless the free Lubel, vis-a-vis the desire to the eternal life, did again enter into his fur, vis-a-vis into the birth of the nature of the human property, and moved the enclosed death, vis-a-vis the center of nature, and gave itself again into the center, vis-a-vis into the soul-like property, and into the soul's essentiality and corporality, and this was so brought to pass. We know that the right sulfur is a generation of all spirituality and corporality. So far as concerns its first original, where it is heavenly, it is the generation of the essence of all essences. For all, whatever eternity and time is in itself, has and is able to effect, lies in this birth. But now, as to the kingdom of this world, it is earthly, vis-a-vis a figure of the eternal, for in it the time and creature consist, and all whatever is visible and invisible. Now man, and every life also, as to the kingdom of this world, was created and generated out of the outward sulfur, man out of the inward and outward sulfur, and the outward creature only out of the outward. For man is an image and likeness of God, and the other creatures are as a similitude according to the figuration in the internal generation in God's wisdom. vis-a-vis in the expressed or procreated heavenly essence, according to both eternal principles. But now man was created good and perfect according to and out of all the three worlds as an image of the deity in whom God dwelled. And he was even that essence what God is according to eternity and time in all the three worlds. But he was a creature with a beginning as to the creature, and died through the lubed as to the heavenly and divine essence. For the inward lube, which was generated in the center, vis-a-vis in the fire, wherein stood the life in the divine essentiality, that is, that which enkindled the essence of the divine meekness, wherein the joyfulness, or the angelical form consists, that, I say, turned itself from the inward lubet of the liberty and eternity into the time, vis-a-vis into the external birth, into the planetary property. It departed out of the pure divine element into the four elements. Thus the inward divine essentiality, or inward corporality, did no longer retain any leader or life, and this was the death. For the soul's fire, proceeding from the Father's property, turned itself away from the Son's property, in which alone the divine life consists. Thus the property of the soul remained naked only with its will in the outward sulphur, and the inward disappeared, and continued steadfast in the eternal unchangeableness, as in an eternal nothing, wherein there was no more any affecting or working efficacy to bring to pass. Thus man with his outward body lived barely and merely to the time. The precious gold of the heavenly corporality which tinctured the outward body was disappeared, and so the outward body stood barely and alone in the life of nature's desire, vis-a-vis in the soul's fiery property. Understand in the form and property of Mars, vis-a-vis in the wrath of God, which is the wrath in sulphur, vis-a-vis the property of God's anger and the dark world. But seeing the outward body was created out of the time, therefore the time vis-a-vis the constellation with the four elements presently obtained the dominion in him, and the divine property vis-a-vis the desire of the deity, which ruled and tinctured time, so that there was a holy life in the creature out of the time, was vanished. Its own peculiar love in the divine desire was turned to water, and it became blind and dead in the will and desire of God. And the soul must help itself with the sun's light, but seeing that time has beginning and end, and the will with the desire has given up itself to the temporal leader, therefore the dominion of time destroys its own contrived spirit, and so the body also dies and passes away. And this is that which God said to Adam, that he should not eat of the tree or plant of the knowledge of good and evil, of both properties, lest he died. As it also came to pass, he died in the sulphur, the soul in the kingdom of God, vis-a-vis the lube of the divine liberty, out of which the light of God shines, and in which the divine love, vis-a-vis the love fire, burns, disappeared and withdrew from him. Now there was no remedy for him unless God's desire entered again into his dead sulphur, that is, into his soul, which was dead, vis-a-vis into the dead or mortified essentiality, and again enkindled it with the love fire, which came to pass in Christ. And there the heavenly body, wherein God's light shines, did again arise. But if this must be effected, then the love desire must again enter into the desire of the enkindled anger, and quench and overcome the anger with the love. The divine water must enter again into the soul's burning fire, and quench the wrathful death in the astringent fiat, vis-a-vis in the desire to nature, that the love desire, which desires God, might be again enkindled in the soul. For man's happiness consists in this, that he has in him a true desire after God. For out of the desire springs forth the love, that is, when the desire receives the meekness of God into itself, then the desire immerses itself in the meekness and becomes essential, and this is the heavenly or divine essentiality or corporality. And therein the soul's spirit, which lay shut up in the anger, vis-a-vis in death, does again arise in the love of God, For the love tinctures the death and darkness, that it is again capable of the divine sunshine. And as this is done in man, so likewise it is in the transmutation of metals. The sulfur is shut up in Saturn, vis-a-vis in the death, and yet there is no death but a vegetative life, and the outward mercury is the life thereof. Now if the metalline body shall come to the highest perfection, then it must die into the external dominator, vis-a-vis to the elements, and come again into such a sulfur as it was, when as yet it had not the four elements on it, but lay only in the element in unity. But now none can reduce it into such a body, but he only who has generated. He that has given it the four elements, he alone can take them away. And he that at first made it corporeal, he must bring it to himself and transchange it in himself into another body. And this is the sulfur which has Mercurius as its chief faber in itself. He must again take it out of dark Saturn's bowels in the fiat and introduce it into his own, and with his own fire separate the four elements from it and reduce it into one. As God at the last day will in the enkindling of his own fire separate the essence of the four elements from the pure element, that the eternal corporality in the pure element may arise and spring forth. And as in the death of man the four elements separate from the true man, who is the element of God, and the heavenly body remains only in itself, so it goes in the transmutation of metals. Process. The body lies shut up in a disesteemed form in Saturn, not wholly in Saturn's property, in a dark color, marked with Mercurius its father and Sol its mother, clothed with Saturn, and manifest with the life of Mars. But its mother is not outwardly manifest and known on it, unless its faber be enraged with its own iniquity, which yet cannot be unless an alienate be applied, whereby its propriate is enraged. And then, if his anger be set on a fire or fury, he becomes so very hungry and thirsty, and yet can find no refreshment in itself. Then it seizes on its faber who has made it, and fights against its creator as the earthly wicked man does against God, so long till he devours and consumes himself. As a fiery, pestilent poison consumes the body, unless you remedy, stay, and allay its hunger. Yet there is none that can still this horrible hunger, but God himself who has made him, and if he assist not in due time, then the hunger and the wrath consumes the body, and puts it into the eternal darkness. This hunger desires nothing but the mercy of God, that he might be freed from the anguish of hell. But this he cannot obtain of himself, for he is shut up in the anger of God. And his dear mother, which nursed him in the beginning, is also shut up in death. But if God shows his grace and gives him again of his love, then the anger is dismayed at the love. And this is a flagrat of great joy. For he again tastes the sweetness of his dear mother, and then he knows full well that he has been so vile and wicked, and repents of his iniquity, and will turn and mortify the old Adam and cast it away from him. So the artist takes him presently away with the old Adam from the strange anger, and lays him in a soft bed. For the old Adam is sick and will die. And then his own faber in the old Adam is in the love of God, which destroyed the anger, and will make a young child, and rejoices in the child. And the old Adam grows sick and weak, wholly dark, and swarthish, and dies. And the four elements go out from him with their colors. So the faber gives him even leave to go, and continually labors on the new body which shall arise from death, and none sees his labor, for he works in the dark. But the artist takes no care about the work, but gives the faber his own food, till he sees that a vegetative life appears in the dark death with a new color out of the black. And then, when the new man is ready, the artist comes and brings the soul and gives it the faber, at which the faber is dismayed that another life comes into him. And he puts the soul into the new body, and it goes inwardly in the anger. Thus the new man arises in great power and glory from death, and bruises the head of the old serpent in the anger of God, and passes through the anger, and the anger can do him no harm at all. Whoe'er thou art that to this work art born, a chosen work thou hast, howe'er the world may scorn. Chapter 6. How a water and oil are generated, and of the difference of the water and oil, and of the vegetable life and growth. All life, growth, and instigation consist in two things, vis-a-vis in the lube, and then in the desire. The lube is a free will, and as a nothing in comparison to nature, but the desire is as a hunger. In the desire arises the moving spirit vis-a-vis the natural, and in the lubet the supernatural, which yet is nature's, but not out of its own property, but out of or from the property of the desire. The desire is the instigation of the essence, vis-a-vis and hunger, and the lube is the hunger's essence, which it takes into itself. For the desire is only an hungry will, and it is the natural spirit in its forms, but the lubet is out of the liberty. For God is without desire as concerning his own essence, inasmuch as he is called God. For he needs nothing, all is his, and he himself is all. But he has a lubet will, and he himself is the will to manifest himself in the lubet. Yet in the lubet which is free, without affection, no manifestation can be effected, for it is void of desire. It is as if it were nothing in respect of nature, and yet it is all. But not according to the desire, vis-a-vis according to nature, but according to the satisfying of nature, it is the satisfying of the hungry desire, vis-a-vis of nature. It freely and willingly gives itself into the hunger of nature, for it is a spirit without essence and desire, wholly free as a nothing, but the desire makes it essential or materializes in itself, and that according to two properties, vis-a-vis, one according to the eternal liberty which is free from the source, and the other according to the desire which gives a vegetative life, vis-a-vis a growing or a giving forth of itself. The free essence is and gives an oil, and the desire's property gives a life of the oil. The oil is a light, and the desire's property gives to the light the essence, vis-a-vis the fiery property, so that the light shines, as is to be seen in the fire and light, and the free lube remains yet a free will in itself, but gives its meekness, vis-a-vis a free resignation into the desire, that it comes to essence and luster. Its will is only good. It has no other desire but only to be good, meek, and pleasant. There is also no other possibility therein, for it is as a nothing, wherein no disturbance or source can be, but it is the meekness itself. But seeing it cannot be a nothing, by reason that it is a cause and beginning of the desire, therefore it gives itself freely, as the sunshine freely gives itself into every property. And the desire conceives or takes this free lubet, vis-a-vis the luster or shining of the abyss of eternity into itself, and makes it in itself into essence according to its property. So much property as is in the desire, so much also there is of essence. And we are to consider that when the free lubet gives in itself into the hunger of the desire, that the desire then makes out of the free lubet's property a similitude according to the liberty, which is as if it were nothing and yet is. This is a water and oil, but seeing the desire, that is, the hunger, is filled with the free lubet, it makes its own property in the essence of the liberty also into essence. Its essence is water, and the essence of the free lubet is an oil. Thus a twofold property arises in one only spirit, vis-a-vis a fiery property, according to the property of the desire, and a joyful or lucid property according to the liberty. The fiery gives in its essence, vis-a-vis in its water, a sharpness from the austere desire, which is saltish, or a salt, and from the fiery anguish a brimstone, from whence in the impression and creation of the world are made stones, earth, and metals. So also the elements and stars, all according to the forms in the desire. And the oleous property gives its meekness, vis-a-vis a love bed, wherein the fiery is impressed with the desire and makes corporality. And the oleous gives itself out in its meekness, and makes the vegetable life, vis-a-vis a springing and growing in the fiery impression, whereinto the fire must give its essence and instigation, vis-a-vis the vehement compunction and the attraction of the desire, which is the separator in the corporality, vis-a-vis the distinguisher, carver, and cause of the essence and multiplicity, or variety. Philosophers have called this form Mercurius, from the anxious inciting sphere, which is the cause of all life and motion, and a Faber in the oily and watery property. Thus we are to search and find out the great mystery, how there is an oil, brimstone, and salt in everything, and how they arise. For God has made all things out of nothing, and that same nothing is himself, vis-a-vis a love lube dwelling in itself, wherein there is no affection. But now the love lube would not be manifest if it remained one in the stillness without essence, and there would be no joy or moving therein, but an eternal stillness. But seeing he introduces himself into essence through the desire, his eternal stillness becomes an essence and working power, and that with two properties, vis-a-vis and an oil, in which the working power is a good spirit according to the property of the love lubit, which resists the desire's wrath in the brimstone, salt, and poisonful mercury, and appeases and heals his poisonful hunger with the pleasant meekness, that which mercury destroys with the raging sphere of his own property, that the lubit of the love oil does again heal, and thus there is good and evil in each life, and yet there is no evil in anything unless the good vis-a-vis the love oil famishes in its own lubit, which falls out in the forms of the impression of the hunger of the desire. That is, if the hunger spirit does in its own forms too much impress itself, long or imagine after itself, and too eagerly hunger after its own manifestation, it cannot take the free lubet, which appeases its hunger, into itself. For nature's property must be sincerely bent and inclined to the free lubet's property vis-a-vis to God's lovins, and wholly direct its hunger after love. And then the hunger receives the love into itself, and makes the same essential in itself, and is no longer a famished dark hunger, which rages in itself, and raves as a poisonful mercury. But the hunger becomes a love desire, which is called God's nature, and the hungry fiery desire is called God's anger, and in the outward nature it is called a fire. But in the inward world's property, where the desire does act with energy in the property of the free lubit, this desire is called the divine desire, wherein the fiery love burns, and from whence the joyfulness proceeds. For the free lubed does therefore give itself into the austere desire, that it may bring forth a fiery love vis-a-vis a joyfulness, which could not be in the still lubet. For where there is a stillness, there is no joy or motion. Now the free lubet, vis-a-vis God's property, manifests itself through the fiery property, and the fiery property makes the free lubet's essence, vis-a-vis the oil which arises in the impression of the desire, into a light or luster. For the austere desire gives the anxious darting flash vis-a-vis a sulphureous spirit, and the meekness of the oil gives its love into it and dispels that which was drawn into it, vis-a-vis the darkness, and manifests the eternal liberty vis-a-vis the nothing, and this is now the seeing. For when the fire splendor tastes the sweetness of the light, then the fire's desire reaches after the meekness, and the meekness of the free lubet is as a nothing wholly incomprehensible. Now the hunger of the desire comprehends its own essence and devours it and makes it to nothing. This is the darkness, which is the hunger's essence, which the fiery hunger devours through the property of the light or free lubet. As we see, that as soon as the light shines, it deprives the darkness of its power. Therefore God is a Lord over all beings, for he is the eternal power and light, a similitude whereof we see in the sun that it is Lord of the darkness and of all essences, and rules whatever grows, lives, and moves in this world. Further, we are to consider of the manifold salts, how they take their rise in the original and separate into many properties. In the original of the impression, vis-a-vis in the verbum fiat, a twofold salt does arise. The first is spiritual, and gives the sharpness in the essence of the free lubet. It is a severizing, or a sharpness of the powers. The other salt is the sharpness of the impression, according to the property of the astringent austerity, which is the anguish in the impression, that is, brimstone, and the essential property is water. The water is the senseless mortal property of the salt, and the sulphureous, which is from the anguish, is the property of the quick salt, for it has the sting of motion, vis-a-vis the mercury in it, which makes life's form, and yet the brimstone is not the salt, but it is the anguish in the impression, which also comes to be corporeal. The salt is the sharpness in brimstone as to the astringency. The salt causes the anguish to be corporeal, and so salt dwells in the brimstone, and is the brimstone's sharpness, and preserves the brimstone in the corporeal essence, and also the spirit of the brimstone, that it falls not to dust. The salt impresses the powers of the anguish, and the impressed life is the mercurial life, the same as the life of the anguish, vis-a-vis of the brimstone, and separates the materia according to the forms to nature, and the materia of the free lubed into two essences, vis-a-vis into a watery and oily, and then into a corporeal. The corporeal is twofold, both according to the darkness and the light. According to the property of the austere desire, it makes in the watery property a sand, or stony nature from whence the stones have their original, understand out of the sulphureous, vis-a-vis out of the brimstone's water. The other property, as to the mortification in the salnitral flagrat, is the common running water. The other corporeal water is the metalline body from the free lubit's property in the impressed form, and from the watery property, where the brimstone is in the water. It produces trees, herbs, and all whatever grows in the earthly property, vis-a-vis in the mortified or dead substantiality, which yet has a life without sense, vis-a-vis a vegetative. The oily property is also twofold according to the impression. Vis-a-vis one part forces again into the liberty to be free from the wrath of the impression, which is the good spirit vis-a-vis the light in the oil. The other part yields itself into the anguish of the brimstone, and remains in the corporality, and unites and applies itself in each thing according to the salt property of the thing. As in a fiery salt it is fiery, in a bitter salt it is bitter, in an astringent, thus, etc. And the first property according to the light is sweet in all things, and the other property of the oil is according to the form, vis-a-vis the taste of the thing, let it be either sweet, sour, astringent, sharp, or bitter, or how it will, as it is to be found out and known in herbs. In some it is a bitter poison, and in some again a healing of the poison. But if the poisonful property be broken by mercury in the oil of meekness, then the love of the light inclines itself also into the oil, for the original of both is from one will, but it is altered in the impression. As the devil, when he was an angel, changed himself into a poisonous devilish property, and Adam out of an heavenly into an earthly property. Whatever grows, lives, and moves in this world consists in sulfur, and mercury is the life in sulfur, and the salt is the corporeal being of mercury's hunger, though the body is manifold. According as the property of the brimstone and salt is according to the same property is also the engrafted oil, which springs up all along in the power. For the oil makes the power, or virtual influence, in each thing. In the oil of the impression vis-a-vis and the impressed oil is the other oil vis-a-vis the spiritual, which gives us light, but it has another principle. It receives no other source into it but the lubid of love. It is divine essentiality. Therefore, God's own essence is nigh unto all things, but not essentially in all things. It has another principle, and yet inclines itself to all things. As far as the thing has anything of the divine property in it, it receives virtue from the divine property, be it either a vegetable or animal. For there are herbs and trees and also creatures to be found, in which something of the divine power is couched, with which in the magical cure the false magic, vis-a-vis the corrupt evil oil, can be resisted and changed into a good oil. All sharpness of taste is salt. Let it be whatever it will in this world, nothing excepted. And all smell proceeds from the brimstone, and mercury is the distinguisher in all motion or affection, both in the smell, power, and taste. But I understand by my mercury the sphere of the birth of all essences, as is before mentioned. Not a dead mercury, but a living one, vis-a-vis the strongest, according to the property of the dry poison, etc. Now it behooves the artist and physician to know these things, else he cannot cure any sickness or disease, unless he hits on it by chance, if he knows not wherewith the oil is poisoned in the body, and what kind of hunger mercury has in the sickness, and after what he hungers. For if he may obtain the salt according to the property of his hunger, after which he is desirous, with such an oil as he fain would have, then is the sickness over very soon, for he turns his oil again into the property of the love of the light, whereupon the life begins again to shine bright. For every disease in the body is nothing else but a corruption or poisoning of the oil, from which the life's light burns or shines. For when the light of the life shines or burns clear in the oil, it expels and drives away all poisonful influences and operations, as the day expels the night. For if the oil, out of which the life burns, be infected or inflamed with a poisonful mercury or salt, let it be done either from the constellation or a salt of meat, vis-a-vis from a contrary source, whereby a loathing or nauseous detestation arises in the oil, which the oil would always spew out, which mercury helps. Then mercury eagerly troubles and perplexes itself in the sulphureous fire more and more, and continually labors to drive forth the abominate, but does only inflame itself in this austere endeavor, and more enkindles its inward form, whereupon the oil grows more dark and poisonful, until at last the oil becomes wholly waterish and earthly, and then the light and also the fire extinguishes, and mercury with the sulphureous spirit departs from it, as when a candle is put out. Thus mercury passes out with the sulphureous spirit in death's baneful steam, until he also be famished. For a time he may help himself in the sidereal body which passes along with it. But when mercury in the spirit of the great world is consumed and starved its property, then is the temporal life wholly gone. For as soon as the light of the vital oil extinguishes, the elemental body falls down into putrefaction, vis-a-vis into the fiat from whence it came to be, and then this time ends in the creature, which is the death, dying, or departure. And from thence there is no deliverance or return, unless the heavenly divine mercury does once more move itself in him, which yet cannot be, except there has been a good property of the oil in him, vis-a-vis from the divine essentiality. In this property, which is capable of the divine essentiality, the light does only enkindle itself again. For the divine essentiality, or this heavenly mercury, changes the dead oil again into his and becomes its life. For the outward mercury, which has ruled the life, returns not again. It has only been for a time a mirror of the eternal, but he is changed into another source. For being suffocated, he passes again into the mystery, from whence he at first proceeded in the creation of the world, and the body also goes into the same mystery. Thus it remains, and belongs yet to another motion of the deity, vis-a-vis to a separating, where the evil wherein the death was shall be separated from the good, and the verbum fiat shall restore and bring forth that which has fallen into it in death. The physician is to know that in the strongest mercury, which is most poisonful, the highest tincture lies, but not in mercury's own property, which must be broken. For his own property, even from the center, is the anxious poisonful life. But he has another property in him, vis-a-vis an oil from the light, whereby he is so strong and potent, which is his food and preservation. If this may be separated from him, it becomes a tincturing and mighty enkindling of all obscured lives, vis-a-vis of all diseases and sicknesses. For in this oil lies the joyful life, and it is in hunger after life, vis-a-vis that it might enkindle the weak and lift it up on high in a toad, viper, or adder, or the like poisonful beasts, worms, or insects. The highest tincture is to be found if they are reduced into an oily substance, and the wrath of mercury separated from them. For all life, both external and internal, consists in poison and light, as we understand that the wrath and anger fire of God is a cause of the divine joyfulness. The like also we are to know is externally. For all life that is void of the poisonful mercury is mort, and an abominate, and accounted as dead. Now mercury is an enkindler of the fire, and every moving life consists in the fire. And though some creatures dwell in the water, yet fire is their life, vis-a-vis the poison gall wherein mercury manages the life. But the water in the gall is a poison, wherein an oil is hid, in which the life in mercury does burn and shine, of which thou hast a similitude. If in a creature there be a strong poisonful mercury of a dry quality, that creature is strong, bold, courageous, and potent, which has also a clear oil in it. For the fiery property of the mercury consumes the waterish, but if its fat be enkindled, it yields a clear light. Much more would it be if the watery property were separated from the oleous. Chapter 7. How Adam in Paradise, and how Lucifer was a fair angel, and how they were corrupted and spoiled through imagination and pride. Process. We will give an occasion of consideration to the earnest searcher and seeker, and if he apprehends our meaning, he shall indeed be able to find the noble philosopher's stone, but so that he be chosen thereto by God, and his life also stands in the heavenly mercury. Otherwise we are a mystery to him, and we will represent it to him in similitudes in the most manifest and yet mystical manner. When Adam was created in paradise, the heavenly mercury did then lead him. His life burned in a pure oil. Therefore his eyes were heavenly, and his understanding did excel nature, for his light shined in the oil of the divine essentiality. The external waterish property was not manifest in his oil. He was illustric, that is, angelical, and became in the fall cogastrish, that is, the watery nature in the mortal property was manifest in his oil and penetrated, so that the mercury in him became an anxious poison, which before in his oil was an exaltation of joyfulness. For the salnetroflagrat in the impression and the coldness, vis-a-vis according to the saturnine property, was thereby elevated, and got the dominion, as a cold poison, which arises in the impression of death, from whence the darkness was generated in the oil, and Adam died to the divine light, to which the devil persuaded him by the serpent, that is, by the essence and property of the serpent. For the kingdom of wrath, and also the outward kingdom, was manifest in the serpent, for it was more subtle than any beast of the field, and this subtlety Eve desired. For the serpent persuaded her that her eyes should be opened, and she should be as God and know good and evil, which also was the will of the devil, that he would know evil, and in the enkindling to the knowledge in mercury he became corrupt and dark. For he entered with the imagination according to his condition, knowledge and desire, into the fiery abyss. And Adam, according to his knowledge and desire, went into the cold abyss, into the impression, into the procreated watery property in the salniter, where both kingdoms stand separated. He desired to prove and taste the watery mercury, in which is the mortal poison. And Lucifer desired the fiery mercury, which gives strength and might, from whence his pride arose, vis-a-vis out of the fiery mercury. But both, vis-a-vis Lucifer and also Adam, lost the oil of the meekness of the divine essentiality. Now we are to consider of the serpent, which deceived Adam with its craft, how it was, and what its subtlety was, after which Adam and Eve did imagine. Why they did eat of the forbidden tree, which was evil and good, and how they did eat death thereby, and what their salvation and restoration is naturally and properly, what evil and good are, what the property of the eternal life, and then the property of eternal death is, what the cure is whereby the sickness introduced by Adam and its death may be healed and restored both to the temporal and eternal life. Let the reader attend to the sense and meaning, For we have not the ability to give this into his hands, that only belongs to God, but the gates shall stand open for him, if he will enter in. If not, flattery avails him not. The devil was a fair angel, and the serpent the subtle beast, and man the likeness of the deity. Now all three were corrupted by imagination and pride, and got the curse of God for their false lust or cunning. All whatever is eternal proceeds originally from one ground, as angels and souls. But the serpent is not out of the eternal ground, but out of the beginning, as we have before given you to understand, how with the enkindling of the fire and the salnitral flagrat 2 kingdoms separate, vis-a-vis eternity and time, and how the eternity dwells in the time, but yet only in itself, but yet so nigh to the time as fire and light which are in one another, and yet make 2 kingdoms, or as darkness and light dwell in each other, and the one is not the other. The like we are to consider of the inchoative poisonful mercury in the devil, and in man, and in the serpent also. How an oil corrupts, and yet the essence or being of God is not hereby at all corrupted, but enters into itself, vis-a-vis into the nothing, and the creaturely mercury which arises or is begotten with the beginning of the creature, and the creature goes out of itself, that is, out of the eternal into time, vis-a-vis into the beginning of the creature. It desires its own self, that is, the beginning, and will be its own or of a selfish property, and forsakes the eternity into which it should be wholly confined and resigned with its desire, and bring its hunger thereinto. And then its poison source would not be manifest. For whatever hungers after the eternal nothing, vis-a-vis after the quiet meek liberty of God, that is not manifest to itself, but it is manifest in the still liberty, vis-a-vis in God. For as the hunger is, such is also the essence in the hunger. Each hunger or desire makes itself an essence according to the property of the hunger or desire. Thus the devil makes or causes in himself his darkness. For he went with his desire into himself, into the property of the center to the desire, and forsook the eternity, vis-a-vis the nothing, that is, the lubid of love, so that he enkindled himself in his poisonful mercury, that is, in the forms to life in himself, and became an anxious fire source in the darkness, as wood that is burnt to a coal which only glows and has no more any true light in it, also no oil or water. So it went with him. Now in his own property, vis-a-vis in his life's forms, there springs forth nothing but a stinging, envious property, where one form hates and annoys the other, and yet they so beget each other. And so was the serpent likewise, yet not by its own aspiring haughtiness. But when God said, "Let all sorts of beasts come forth, each according to his property or kind," then came forth beasts out of every property of nature, as it was manifest in the separation, when God moved himself to the creation. For the devil would domineer over the love and meekness of God, and put his desire also into the anger, that is, into the austere might, where the poison life arises, vis-a-vis into the fiat of the wrathful property, out of which form are proceeded vipers, serpents, toads, and other venomous worms. Not that the devil has made them, that he cannot. Only as the desire was in the impression of the fiat, such also was the creature in the evil and good. For in the impression of the fiat, in the original of the outward mercury, vis-a-vis of the life, which is manifest to itself internally, was the separation, where God and the world separate, vis-a-vis God inwardly, the world outwardly, as a similitude of the abyss or a looking-glass of eternity. Even there the inward wrath, from whence God is called an angry, zealous God and a consuming fire, manifested itself externally in figures, as in a similitude of the inward birth in the center, like as the eternal lubet, which he is himself, stirs up, awakens, and causes the desire to the nature of the eternal manifestation, and gives in itself into the desire, and turns the wrath of the desire into joyfulness. Thus it is also with the serpent's craft. and the highest mercury is the highest, sharpest proof of all things. The more poisonful a thing is, the more sharply it proves a thing, for the sharpest taste and smell consists in the great poison, vis-a-vis in a dying source. And the eternal light is generated out of the Father's sharpness, that it attains the shining, and goes forth with its own source through the sharpness out of the anguish source again into the liberty, vis-a-vis into the nothing, where the light, by reason of the fire's source and property, becomes also a desire, which is the desire of the divine love and joyfulness, in which desire Mercurius, the eternal word, or the understanding of eternity or deity, is rightly considered and named. And this efflux from the fire, understand from the eternal magical spiritual fire, is a procreation vis-a-vis of the word of the power, colors, and virtue. And this desire of the same Mercury, or word, does also modelize the power into its own desire and makes it essential, which is the meekness and the love which quenches the wrath of the eternal Father, vis-a-vis of the eternal nature's desire with love, and changes it into joyfulness, where the name of God has its original from eternity. This amassed essentiality causes two properties, vis-a-vis one, oleus, which is heavenly essence, a cause of the shining of the light, and also a powerful property, from the motion of the eternal impression, or desire of the Father after the birth of the Son, from whence the divine air, as the power through the shining of the light, proceeds forth out of this love fire, which is the Spirit of God. In like manner, know this, that the eternal love, understand the essence, vis-a-vis the heavenly essentiality, has given itself forth into the creation with the verbum fiat, to set the Father's anger, vis-a-vis the form of the eternal nature, into the highest joyfulness, and to set forth the likeness of the eternal generation. And where the nature of the wrath was most elevated through the fiat, there also the desire did most incline itself towards the liberty, to be free from the wrath and to bring it into the kingdom of joy, from whence the great and deep knowledge is arisen, and also the most precious and highest tincture. Understand the desire of the wrathful hunger received that into itself after which it hungered, vis-a-vis the liberty. For all things were created good in the beginning. Also the devil was good while he was an angel. So also the serpent was good in its creation before the curse. But seeing the devil went into the highest fire's desire, God departed from him, as a light that is put out or extinguished in a candle, and afterwards he lived according to his own desire. But seeing he knew that there was such a tincture in the serpent, and the serpent being created out of the beginning of time, therefore he insinuated with his desire into the serpent, and took possession of the serpent's tincture, and wrought forth his desire through the serpent against man, to introduce him to long after the serpent's property. For the serpent's tincture was from both originals, vis-a-vis out of the deadly mercury from the dying in the fire, vis-a-vis from the coldness in the impression, and then also from the wrathful, fiery property in the impression. The cold impression is earthly, which arises from the wrath, vis-a-vis from the dying in the wrath in the impression, and the fiery impression arises from the quick poison of mercury, in which property the spirit's life consists. Thus Adam and Eve were infected with the devil's desire through the serpent, vis-a-vis through the earthly deadly property of the serpent, and also through the wrathful, poisonful, living property of God's wrath according to the devil's own property, and was inflamed in his divine oil, that is, in the heavenly essentiality. Even then the divine light which shined out of the divine body of the heavenly essentiality was extinct to him, for the curse seized upon the soul. Now God's cursing is a withdrawing, vis-a-vis the divine power which was in the body, departed into its own principle, and his holy oil, wherein the power of God dwelt, and had made a kingdom of joy, vis-a-vis the paradise, became a poison. For the earthly part, according to the mortifying of the water, vis-a-vis the cogastric property, was manifest, and forthwith Mercury, vis-a-vis the coldness in the death's property, got the dominion, whereas before he was, as it were, swallowed up in the divine power. Thus Adam died unto God and lived to death. Here it was necessary that God should regenerate him, and therefore the serpent was cursed, because it had served and willingly obeyed the devil. Thus we understand what lies hid in the greatest anguish, vis-a-vis in the strongest mercury, vis-a-vis an oil which cures and tinctures all diseases. But the cold poison, vis-a-vis the death's source, must be done away and put into a fiery property which is desirous of the light. For God created all things good in the beginning, but through his cursing or withdrawing the evil came in. For when God's love desire dwelt in the outward world's source and penetrated it, as the sun the water, or the fire and iron, then the outward world was a paradise, and the divine essence sprang forth and budded through the earthly, the eternal life through the mortal. But when God cursed it for man's sake, the mortal life was manifest in man, and also in the fruit of which man should eat, which property before was only manifest in the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, on which Adam and his wife were tempted, whether the desire would enter into the eternity, vis-a-vis into God's essence, or into the essence of time, into the living or mortal oil, in which source the soul's spirit would live, that is, burn. Thus, by God's curse or withdrawing, the heavenly body was shut up and the anger source set open, and so the heavenly body lies still shut up. But seeing man by the eternal Mercury, that is, by the word of divine power, was in one part formed out of eternity into body and soul, none could disclose the poison death and destroy the mortal Mercury and change it again into the light source, vis-a-vis into the source of the divine joyfulness, but only the very divine Mercury, vis-a-vis the power and the word of life itself. For the serpent's poisonful earthly property was manifest and stirred up in man. Therefore, when God's word did pity the corruption of man and did again embrace him, he said, "The seed of the woman shall bruise the serpent's head, and thou, understand the serpent's poison or fire, shalt sting him in the heel." Herein now lies the philosopher's stone, to know how the seed of the woman bruises the serpent's head, which is done in the spirit and essence temporally and eternally. The sting of the serpent is God's anger fire, and the woman's seed is God's love fire, which must be again awakened and illustrate the anger and deprive the wrath of its might, and put it into the divine joyfulness. And then the dead soul, which lay immersed in God's curse, does arise. When the poisonful Mercury, which resembles God's anger, is tinctured with love, then the death's anguish in Mercury is changed into the highest joyfulness and desire of love, which does again make a love essence in itself, vis-a-vis an heavenly body out of the earthly. When Mercury is changed into an heavenly source, it desires no longer or more the earthly mortal life. It desires not the four elements, but only the one, wherein the four are contained, as it were swallowed up. As the light holds the darkness swallowed up in itself, and yet the darkness is in it, but not manifest in the light. As God dwells in time, and the time comprehends him not, unless it be translated and wrapped up into eternity, that the divine light does again shine in its source, and then the time is manifest with its wonders in the eternity. In this manner also is the process of the wise men with the precious stone. There is no nearer consideration of the same than to consider and know how the eternal word, vis-a-vis the heavenly divine Mercury and the divine power, is become man and has slain death, and the anger in man, vis-a-vis, changed the Mercury into the divine joyfulness, whereby the human Mercury, which before lay shut up in God's anger, vis-a-vis in the source of death, does with its new enkindled desire, which now is called faith in the Holy Ghost, attract divine essentiality, vis-a-vis Christ's body to itself, and sets itself in divine power and light above the anger of God and the poison of the serpent, and bruise the head of the anger, vis-a-vis the poison of death with the life of divine joyfulness. that is, the anger was master, but in the light it became a servant, which now must be a cause of the joyfulness, as it is most plain, clear, and manifestly made known and shown to us in the mercurial life. Now observe the process and meditate on it, ye dear children of wisdom, and then you shall have enough temporally and eternally. Do not as Babel does, which amuses and comforts itself with the philosopher's stone, and boasts of it, but keeps only a gross mason's stone shut up in poison and death, instead of the precious philosopher's stone. What is it for Babel to have the stone, when it lies wholly shut up in Babel? It is as if a lord bestowed a country upon me, which indeed was mine, but I could not take possession of it, and remained still a poor man notwithstanding, and yet I boasted of the dominion, and so had the name, and not the power. Even thus it goes with Babel about the precious stone of the new birth in Christ Jesus. In the sweet name Jesus Christ, the whole process is contained, what and how the new birth is out of death into life, which is very clearly understood in the language of nature. For the name Jesus is the property of the free libet of eternity, which yields itself into the pregnant center, vis-a-vis into the Father's property, and figures itself in the center in the Father's property, vis-a-vis in the Father's fire, to a word of eternal power. Understand the Father, vis-a-vis the Father's fiery forms, do figure shape this divine voice, essentially in itself in the lubet of the liberty. That is, the Father's fiery property makes itself in the divine essence of the eternal love to a mercury of joyfulness. For the Father's property is the fire source, and the Son's, vis-a-vis the eternal lubet's property, is the love source. And yet also there would be no desire of love if the Father's fire did not enkindle it and make it movable vis-a-vis desirous. From the fire arises the desire. The Father of all essences begets this holy desire through his fire source, which is now his heart of love, which gives in his fire the shining luster and splendor. Even there the wrath in the fire's property dies from eternity to eternity and is changed into a love desire. Thus observe it. The free lubet's property is here in the fire's property called Christ, which signifies in the language of nature a potent champion, depriving the wrath of its power, a shining of the light in the darkness, a transmutation, where the love lubet rules over the fire lubet, vis-a-vis over the wrath, the light over the darkness. Here the seed of the woman, understand of the free lubet in which there is no source, bruises the head of the wrath of the eternal nature vis-a-vis of the eternal desire. For the fire's property is rightly called the head, for it is the cause of the eternal life. And the liberty vis-a-vis the free lubet, or the nothing, is rightly called the woman, for in the nothing, vis-a-vis in the liberty of all source, consists the birth of the Holy Trinity of the Deity. Now the fire gives life, and the free lubet gives essence into the life, and in the essence is the birth, where the Father, vis-a-vis the eternal ground, begets his essence, vis-a-vis his heart out of the abyss in himself, that is, out of the abyss in himself into abyss. The Son is the Father's bis. Thus the Father remains in himself, as touching his own property only, the bis of the eternal nature, and the Son remains in the Father, the bis of the power and kingdom of joy, a resemblance whereof you see in the fire and light. And thus the Son tinctures the Father with the liberty, vis-a-vis with the nothing, and the Father tinctures the Son the nothing, that there is an eternal life therein, and no more a nothing, but a sound or voice of the manifestation of the eternity. Thus, dear philosophers, observe here the ground how you should tincture. Seek not the Son without the Father to tincture therewith. It must be one body. The serpent bruiser lies therein beforehand, for the seed of the woman has not bruised the serpent's head without the humanity, but in the humanity. The source of the divine lubet, understand of the love, manifested itself through a resurrection in the human essence, and became manifest in the human life. and tinctured the wrath of death with the blood of the divine tincture. And there the wrath of death was changed into a source of divine love and joyfulness. Thus the love bruised the head of the anger and the oleous poison in mercury, and deprived the wrath of its dominion, and sublimed the wrath into the highest joyfulness. Even there the anger and the astringent cold death were made open show of in a fiery love. Then it was said, Death, where is thy sting? Hell, where is thy victory? God be thanked who has given us victory. Now it behooves the wise seeker to consider the whole process with the humanity of Christ, from his opening in the womb of his mother Mary, even to his resurrection and ascension, and so he may well find the feast of Pentecost with the joyful spirit, wherewith he may tincture, cure, and heal whatever is broken and destroyed. We declare it in the ground of truth as we have highly known it. For the rose in the time of the lily shall blossom in May when the winter is past, for blindness to the wicked, and for light to the seeing. God be forever praised, who has granted us eyes to see through the poisonful heart of the basilisk, and see the day of restitution of all whatever Adam lost. Now we will come to the process of Christ, and go with him out of eternity into time, and out of time into eternity, and bring again the wonders of time into eternity, and openly set forth the pearl, for honor unto Christ, and scorn to the devil. He that sleeps is blind, but he that wakes sees what the May brings. Christ said, Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. You know that Christ signifies in a parable concerning the wounded Samaritan that he fell among murderers, who beat him and wounded him and pulled off his clothes and went away and left him half dead, till the Samaritan came and took pity on him, dressed him and poured oil into his wounds and brought him into the inn. This is a manifest and lively representation of the corruption of man in paradise, and also of the corruption of the earth in the curse of God, when paradise departed from it. Now wilt thou be a magus? Then thou must become the Samaritan, otherwise thou canst not heal the wounded and decayed. For the body which thou must heal is half dead and sorely wounded. Also its right garment is torn off, so that it is very hard for thee to know the man whom thou wilt heal, unless thou hast the eyes and will of the Samaritan, and seekest nothing else thereby, but to restore the loss of the wounded. Now consider. The eternal Word manifested itself in Adam with divine living essentiality, with the heavenly mercury. But when the soul's fire in Adam, by the infection of the devil, poisoned the will spirit in Adam and introduced it through the property of the serpent into earthly deadly lust, then the heavenly mercury of the heavenly essence withdrew, that is, the soul's will departed from it with its desire, and introduced its hunger into the earthly mortal essence. Vis-a-vis into the property of the cold mercury, which had made stones and earth. Adam's spirit would prove this mercury, and have the knowledge in evil and good. And so, this mercury of the four elements immediately drew him into its poison, and effectually wrought in him, and robbed him of the divine property, stung and wounded him with heat and cold, and made him half dead, and stripped him of his angelical raiment, vis-a-vis the garment in the pure element, where the heavenly source penetrates the four elements and tinctured them in Adam's body. And he needed no other garment, for heat and cold were, as it were, swallowed up in him. As the day holds, the night swallowed up in itself, and yet the night dwells in the day, but it is not manifest. Thus it went with man when the property and source of the night seized on him. Then it domineered in him, and thus it went also with the earth when God cursed it. Now wilt thou be a magus? Then thou must understand how to change the night again into the day. For the source of the night, vis-a-vis of the darkness, is the anguish source of death. And the source of the day, vis-a-vis of the light, is the life, and the luster in the life. Now Christ has again enkindled this shining in the humanity, and quickened man again in himself. Now if thou wilt tincture, then thou must change that which is shut up and closed in the death of the night again into the day, for the day is the tincture, and yet the day and night lie in each other as one essence. Now, says reason, how may I begin to do it? Look upon the process, how God began with the humanity when he would tincture the same. Christ came into this world in the shut-up human form, and brought into the enclosed fortress of death the tincture of life, vis-a-vis the deity. He came into the world as a pilgrim in our poor form. He became ours, that he might tincture us in himself. But what did he do? Did he live in joy? Did he behave and carry himself as a lord? No. He entered into death and died and put away the night source in him through us. But how did he do it? He assumed the essence of our soul and body unto the divine essence and quickened our essence with the divine. That our essence entered again with its will and desire into the divine essence, and then the heavenly fiat was moved again in the humanity, for the humanity inclined itself again into the liberty vis-a-vis into the free lubit of the deity. This being done, the man Christ was tempted 40 days, so Iona as the first Adam was alone in paradise, and was tempted. And the outward earthly food was taken from him, and the humanity must eat with its desire of God's essence. There was represented unto him all whatever the first Adam had amused himself in, and wherein he imagined, and wherein he was captivated, as in the death of the night. This the devil, being a prince of this world, now represented unto him in the property of death, as he had represented it to Adam through the serpent, whereon Adam and his wife did amuse themselves, and entered thereinto with the imagination. Now behold, what did Christ do when he was to undergo the combat of this trial, when the human essence was to enter again with its desire into the deity and eat of God's bread, that is, of the divine essentiality? He went to Jordan and was baptized of John. With what? With the water in Jordan and with the water in the word of life, vis-a-vis the divine essence, which must tincture our mortal essence in the outward humanity of Christ, from whence the divine hunger arose in the human essence, that he desired to eat of God's bread. Therefore the Spirit of God took him and carried him into the wilderness, and there the Father's property in the wrath did oppose him through the prince in the wrath. And there God's bread, and also the bread of God's anger, according to the death's desire, was tendered to him. Now it was tried whether the soul which was generated and created out of the Father's property would after this tincturation of baptism enter again into the love desire, vis-a-vis into the nothing out of all source. What is hereby intimated to the Magus, a mystery is hinted to him. If he will do wonders with Christ and tincture the corrupt body to the new birth, he must first be baptized. And then he gets an hunger after God's bread, and this hunger has in it the verbum fiat, vis-a-vis the archaeus to the new generation, that is, the Mercury. But I do not speak here of a priest's baptism. The artist must understand it magically. God and man must first come together ere thou baptizest, as it came to pass in Christ. The deity first entered into the humanity, but the humanity could not presently comprehend it, till it was quickened through baptism, and the hunger, vis-a-vis the dead Mercury in the human essence, was again stirred up in the heavenly part. And here began again the human eating, vis-a-vis the Mercury received again divine property and will, and then the inward Mercury, understand man's property, did eat in the taste of the divine word of God's essence. And the four elemental properties did eat of the night's property so long till the human Mercury sublimed its life, and changed the four elements into one, and the life tinctured death which was done on the cross. Then the four elements departed from him, that is, he died to time, vis-a-vis to the night, that is, to the four elements, and arose in the pure element, and lived to eternity. The Magus must keep and observe this process also with his alchemy. Dost thou ask how? I will not put it into thy mouth by reason of the wicked, who is not worthy of it. Observe only the baptism that thou baptizest the dead Mercury, which lies in the heavenly essentiality, enclosed and shut up in impotency with its own baptism, and mark of what essence he is in a thing. But thou must have this divine water, and also the earthly. For the earthly Mercury cannot else receive the divine being, except the divine Mercury receives of its powers, whereupon it stirs and hungers. Then the heavenly Mercury seeks, but yet finds not divine essence about it for its food. Thereupon it brings its will through the desire of death into itself, vis-a-vis into the verbum fiat, which has made and produced it, and sets its hunger upon the same. Whereupon the divine essence inclines itself to it, and will become joyfulness in him. Even then arises the beginning of the new body out of the divine essentiality, which the desire nourishes and brings up. And when the new life is born, vis-a-vis the day, then the four elements die. And then the new body is shut up in the dark death. And on the third day it rises again from death. For the night is swallowed up in the grave, and the morning rises. If thou didst understand this, then hadst thou the pearl. But my intent and purpose is otherwise. I will show thee Christ along with it, and also this pearl. Therefore none shall find it but he that loves Christ. Thou sayest, Tell me the baptism? And I have already told it thee. Every hunger is a desire after its property. Now if thou givest again the property of death to the hunger of death, then death increases. But if thou givest him heavenly property, then death receives it not, for hell is against heaven. Therefore thou must give death and the anger of God to death. And in this anger give him heavenly essence, vis-a-vis the baptism. And so the baptism will swallow up the death into itself. And then the anger dies in the death through the baptism, but not presently. Thou must first keep the process of Christ, and suffer the baptized to preach, that is, appear in his divine form and colors. Exceedingly persecute and plague him, and give him no rest. For so the right Mercury becomes working and active. And when he has shown all his wonders through the old Adam, then thou must cast the old and new man into God's great anger, and slay the old man, ventilate him, and hang him naked on the cross. And again take him thence, and lay him into the putrefaction vis-a-vis into the grave. And then Christ will arise from death and appear, but only his own know him. He walks about in heavenly form, and sometimes in his own form, which he had here, until the feast of Pentecost, for now here is tried in him the highest perfection, whether he will persist in the angel's form, and eat only of the divine essence. And then comes the Holy Ghost, and proceeds with his power out of the whole corpus, vis-a-vis out of the body and soul, which then tinctures the dead and broken being, as it may be seen in the day of Pentecost, where St. Peter tinctured 3,000 souls at once with his heavenly Mercury, and delivered them out of death. Dear seekers, herein lies the pearl. Had you the universal, then you could also tincture as St. Peter did, but your covetous death withholds you and shuts you up, for you seek only covetousness and temporal honor and the pleasure of the flesh to generate yourselves in the night's property. Therefore the pearl hides itself from you, yet the day shall again appear when the wrathful anger of God is fulfilled, satisfied and appeased in the blood of the saints, and turned to a love life, and the time is near. Process. Every creature keeps in its generation and propagation to its own kind, the male to the female, and the female to the male. Now God said to Adam and Eve after the fall, The seed of the woman shall bruise the serpent's head. He said not. The seed of the man, herein lies the baptism of nature. The male has the fire spirit, and the female the water spirit to the tincture. Now the Mercury is a fire life, and makes himself a body according to his hunger and desire. Now the chief of the work is in the beginning to give the fire hunger a love virgin out of its kind for its consort, that so his wrathful hunger may be changed into a love, and then they sleep together in their own marriage bed. Now the devil is an enemy of this wedlock, who soon comes with a strange desire, and tempts these married people, but dares not lay an hand of violence on them, but only afflicts and plagues them with a false, strange desire. Now if they yield their desire to his will, and his desire overcomes them, then they become enemies to one another and bring forth a false child. For Christ said, "An evil tree bringeth forth evil fruits, and a good tree good fruits." Therefore, the artist must beware and keep himself from such anger, and yet must prepare a cross for this married couple, for he is their foe and friend, that so they both in their marriage bed of love might lift up their desire to God, and so with their desire God's essence may be pregnant in their desire, and then in their copulation. They shall beget such a child, which they, understand the mother, vis-a-vis the female, shall nourish in their belly, till it be ripe. In the meantime, let the mother take heed she bear no love to any other besides her consort, and also not imagine after strange things, else she will imprint a spot or mark on the child. She must continue simply in one love till the child be perfect as to its body, which comes to pass in the 4th month. Yet according as the parents are of one or other property, so strife and contrariety will arise in the essence in the child when the child is to receive its soul's life. But when the essence is in its resting combat, the artist must assist the soulish vis-a-vis the fiery property till the soul's spirit attains its life. Then he appears in the woman's form and luster. Now the artist supposes that he has the child that is born, but there belongs a further time to it till the soul grows strong, and then it appears and shows itself in its red and white coat. But there is yet a wonderful process behind. When the soul's life is born, then the new soul casts away the vegetable life of the parents, which is propagated and inherited to the body from the parents' vegeta, wherein the body of the child congealed and grew till the time of the soul. And the life of the 4 elements dies, and the life in the one element arises. The child is hidden in the dark death, and the artist supposes it to be dead, but he must have patience till the child be born. The peculiar process in the shaping of the magical child. The course of Christ upon the earth is a real type how the new child is nourished in the mother's womb after its conception, as is before mentioned, and attains a vegetable life, and grows up to the time of its right soul's and spirit's life, and how the child arises from the parent's essence, and how in the enkindling of its right, vis-a-vis of its own life, it casts away the parent's vegeta and working, and how a new plant, vis-a-vis a new peculiar operation, does now arise according to the new enkindled spirit's property, whereby the child is more noble than its parents, understand, as to its outward life. But perhaps some rude clownish sophister might meet with this treatise and draw a strange understanding from it, in that I write of a soul in the vegetative life. But let him know that we do not understand the image of God, which was formed into a likeness according to God, to be in metals, stones, and herbs. But we understand the magical soul, how the eternity, vis-a-vis the deity, imprints and portrays itself into its likeness according to the model of its wisdom in all things, and how God fills all in all. We understand the summum bonum, the good treasure which lies hidden in the outward world's essence as a paradise. When Christ in his childhood grew up in human and divine property till he was 12 years old, he went with his mother Mary to the feast at Jerusalem, and went into the temple among the scribes, asked them, and hearkened to them, and gave answer to the questions of the teachers. But when his parents returned home, supposing him to be among the company, he remained purposely behind among the doctors, and followed not the intent of his parents, but the divine will, till they came back again and sought him. And then his mother said to him, "My son, why hast thou dealt so with us? Lo, thy father and I have been seeking thee sorrowing." Then he said unto them, "How is it that you have sought me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business?" and he went home with them, and was subject unto them. In this figure we have the type of the wills of the inward and outward world, how they are in one another, and against one another, and yet are but one. Even as in Christ there were two kingdoms manifest, one which was wrought unto God's will, and broke the outward world's will of its parents, in that Christ tarried behind, contrary to the will of his parents, at which they were troubled, which the divine will in Christ knew well enough. And the other kingdom, vis-a-vis of his parents' will, broke the divine will, that he went home with them, and was obedient to them according to their will. This figure shows the Magus that he shall find two wills in his purpose, which he thinks to carry on. One will not be obedient and subject unto him vis-a-vis the divine will, and yet if its own peculiar external will shall rightly apply itself thereunto, and only seek the dear child Jesus with Mary, with desire and earnest sorrow, and not earthly pleasure of the flesh, then the divine will be obedient to him, and go home with him and be used according to his good pleasure. Secondly, it shows him the twofold working and will in all things. And if he will be a Magus, and according to his will turn the will and essence of the good property out of the inward into the outward, then he must be first capable of the inward, vis-a-vis of the divine will. Otherwise he cannot change the inward will into the outward, as Christ was not obedient to the external will of his mother, till she sought him with grief and sorrow of heart, and turned her will into God's will, and wrestled in his compassion with God's will, as Jacob the whole night, till the Lord blessed him, and God said unto him, Thou hast wrestled with God and man, and hast overcome, or got the victory. Also let the Magus know that he need not go about to implant the right will to perfection from without into his purpose. It is already in all things, only he must introduce a divine desirous will according to the thing's property into that thing which he takes in hand, which wrestles with the divine will as Jacob, and blesses the will introduced to God's will, that the divine will yields itself freely into the hunger, or inclines itself to the desire, and makes the imperfect will, which earnestly presses into his compassion, perfect. And then it is rightly said, Thou hast wrestled with God and hast overcome, then thy purpose obtains a transformed body which is heavenly and earthly. Observe it, it is the first beginning to baptism, and so you are fit and prepared to the baptism, and not otherwise. Else you baptize only with the water of the outward world, but the true Magus baptizes with the outward and inward water. If he has a right divine desire in him, then God's will in his baptism is the first glimmering tinder in mercury, so that the life enkindles death, vis-a-vis the mercury shut up in death, and he gets divine desire. Even then Mercury begins to hunger after divine essence, and does his first miracle, and turns the water into wine, as Christ did after his baptism. This is the first tincturation in the dead corpus in the power of baptism. That the Vijitsa, or working energetical life, obtains another property vis-a-vis and hunger of love, wherewith she embraces her bridegroom vis-a-vis the fire source, that he is enkindled in her love, and changes his cold, deadly wrath and will into a fiery love will. Then the mortal water turns into wine, a sharpness of a fire and water taste, out of which at last comes an oil to another baptism after the manner and disposition of the artist, vis-a-vis according as he intends and begins. After the Magus has joined the virgin and young man together, then Christ, vis-a-vis the bridegroom, is led with his bride into the desert and tempted of the devil. Here is the trial whereby the artist is proved by God what he seeks with his baptism, for here is the proof in paradise to try whether the bridegroom be not too bad. For the virgin casts her love upon him and invites him. If he receives it with desire and gives his will thereunto, then she gives him her heart and will wholly. This is the heavenly tincture which gives itself into the enkindled anger of God. vis-a-vis into the curse of the earth when God cursed it, that is, into the Mercury enclosed in death, which is the bridegroom, for the seed of the woman, vis-a-vis the heavenly tincture, must bruise the head of the serpent, vis-a-vis the poisonful Mercury and the property of death, and change his poison into wine, and then the virgin receives the seed of the bridegroom, and not before. The desert is the earthly outward body where Mercury is tempted. When the devil appears to Mercury and plagues him and assaults him in his fiery essence, then must the virgin come to help him and give him her love. Now if the Mercury eats of the virgin-like love, that is, of God's bread, then he may stand before the devil. And at last the angels come to him and serve him. The illuminated Magus will well understand what is meant by the devil. Hereby let the Magus in the temptation, seeing to the whole marriage stands in the devil's temptation, have a careful eye upon his purpose. And if the angels do not appear in 40 days' space, then is his purpose in vain. Therefore let him look that he suffer not too fierce a devil to tempt, and also not too weak, lest Mercury become light and desire to continue in his own poisonful death's property and devour the baptism as a wolf, and the old one remains. As soon as he espies the forms of angels, let him bring Christ out of the desert, and let the bridegroom eat again his own food, and dismiss the devil, that he may no longer plague him. And then Christ will do many wonders and signs, at which the artist will wonder and rejoice. Then he has nothing to do. The bride is in the bridegroom. They are already married. He need only make their bed ready. They will warm it well enough themselves. The bridegroom embraces the bride, and the bride the bridegroom. And this is their food and pastime till they beget a child. But if the artist will needs be so diligent as to warm the married couple's bed, then let him have a care he do not anger and enrage them in their love. What he begins, he must go on with. Only the bridegroom is wonderful. He has continually two wills, vis-a-vis an earthly hunger after God's anger and an hunger after his bride. Therefore he must always have his own earthly food given him, but not into his belly, but magically, that so he may satisfy only his own will's hunger. His food is his mother that begets him, as it is before mentioned. In brief, the whole work which men speak so much and wonderfully of consists in two things, in an heavenly and in an earthly. The heavenly must make the earthly in it to an heavenly. The eternity must make time in it to eternity. The artist seeks paradise. If he finds it, he has the great treasure upon the earth, but one dead man does not raise another. The artist must be living if he will say to the mountain, "Arise, and cast thyself into the sea." When the incarnation of the child begins, then first of all Saturn takes it, and then it is dark and disesteemed, and is contemned and derided, that such a mystery should lie hid in such a mean form. There Christ walks in a poor simple form upon the earth as a pilgrim, and has not so much room and propriety in Saturn as to lay his head. He goes as a stranger, as if he were not there at home. After this the moon takes it, and then the heavenly and earthly properties are mixed, and the vegetative life arises, and then the artist rejoices, but he is yet in danger. After the moon, Jupiter takes it, who makes an understanding in Mercury, vis-a-vis a pleasant habitation, and gives him its good will, and in Jupiter his enclosed life, vis-a-vis Mercury is quickened, who takes it with its orb and forces it into the highest anguish. And then Mars apprehends it, and gives the fire soul to Mercury, and in the flagrat of Mars the highest life enkindles itself, and separates itself into two essences, vis-a-vis out of the love into a body, and out of the fire into a spirit. Then the life of love in the fiery flagrat sinks downwards and appears beautiful, but it is Venus, a woman. Then the artist supposes that he has the treasure, but the hungry Mercury devours Venus, and the child turns to a black raven. Then Mars afflicts Mercury and himself till he grows faint and yields himself to death. Then the four elements depart from him, and the sun receives the child into its property and sets it forth in a virgin-like body in the pure element. For in the property of Mars the light is enkindled, and the right life is born, and stands in the pure element. No anger nor death can destroy it. It seems strange in the eyes of reason that God has kept such a process with the restoring of man in Christ, that he appeared in such a poor, disesteemed form in the human property and was reviled, mocked, scorned, scourged, crucified, and slain, and that he was buried and rose again out of the grave and walked 40 days upon the earth before he entered into his invisible kingdom. Reason is so blind that it understands nothing of the eternal birth. It knows nothing of paradise, how Adam was in paradise and how he fell, and what the curse of the earth is. If it understood this, the whole process were manifest to it. As the eternal birth is in itself, so is also the process with the restoration after the fall, and so likewise is the process of the wise men with their philosopher's stone. There is not the least tittle of difference betwixt them. For all things originally arise out of the eternal birth, and all must have one restoration in one and the same manner. Therefore, if the Magus will seek paradise in the curse of the earth and find it, then must he first walk in the person of Christ. God must be manifest in him, understand in the internal man, that he may have the magical sight. He must deal with his purpose as the world did with Christ, and then he may find paradise, wherein is no death. But if he be not in this birth of restoration, and walks not himself in the way wherein Christ walked upon the earth, if he steps not forth into the will and spirit of Christ, then let him give over and leave off his seeking. He finds nothing but death and the curse of God. I tell him plainly and faithfully, for the pearl of which I write is paradisical, which God does not cast before swine, but gives it to his children for their play and delight. And though much might be mentioned here, that even reason might obtain open eyes, yet it is not to be done. For the wicked would grow worse, and more full of pride. Therefore, seeing he is not worthy of paradise, and also cannot enter therein too, no heavenly jewel shall be given him. And therefore God hides it, and permits him to whom he reveals it, to speak of it no otherwise than magically. Therefore no one attains it, unless he himself be a Magus in Christ, unless paradise be manifest in his internal man, and then he may find, if he be born to it, and chosen by God. Chapter 8. Of the fiery sulphureous seething of the earth, and how the growth is in the earth. Also of the separation of the several kinds of creatures, an open gate for the wise seekers. Let the reader but consider what before is written concerning the center of the generation of all essences, and then he may easily proceed here. All whatever is corporeal, let it be either spirit or body, consists in a sulphureous property. The spirit in such a spiritual property, and the body out of the spirit in such a corporeal property. For all things are risen from the eternal Spirit as a likeness of the eternal. The invisible essence, which is God and the eternity, has in its own desire introduced itself into a visible essence, and manifested itself in a time, so that he is as a life in the time, and the time is in him as it were dead, as a master that makes his work with an instrument, and the instrument is mute to the master, and yet it is the making. The master only guides it. Even so are all things confined into limit, measure, and weight, according to the eternal generation. And they run on in their operation and generation according to the right and property of eternity. And God has appointed over this great work only one master and protector, which can alone manage the work, which is his officer, vis-a-vis the soul of the great world wherein all things lie. And he has appointed a type of its likeness as the reason over this officer, which represents to the officer what he is to do and make. And this is the understanding vis-a-vis God's own dominion wherewith he rules the officer. Now the understanding shows to the officer what the property of each thing is, how the separation and degrees proceed from each other. For all things are contained in the sulphureous body, and mercury is sulphur's life, and the salt is the impression that preserves the body from falling to ashes, so that the spirit is known in a palpable essence. The property of mercury is in sulphur, as the boiling of a water. Sulfur is the water wherein mercury seethes, and produces continually two forms out of the water, vis-a-vis one oleus, living from the liberty of the divine power's property, and one mortal from the dissolution in the fire in the salnitroflagrat. The oily is in stones and metals, herbs, trees, beasts, and men, and the mortal property is in the earth, in the water, in the fire and air. Likewise, the oleous property is in these four forms, vis-a-vis in the earth, water, fire, and air, as a spirit or life, and these four properties are as a dead body, in which the oil is a light or life, from whence the desire, vis-a-vis the growth, arises as a springing out of the dead property which is the vegetative life, a springing, budding, and growing out of death. But now the oily property could not be a life, if it were not in the anguish of death. The anguish makes it to pullulate or move, in that its will is to fly from, and press out of the anguish, and forces itself eagerly forwards from whence the growth arises. Thus must death be a cause of the life, that the life may be stirring or active, and therefore mercury is the true moving life. In the mortal property he is evil, and is called the life of death, of hell, and the anger of God. And in the oily property he is good, from the efficacy of the meekness and liberty of God, and he is the officer's favor, whereby the officer distinguishes the degrees in the vegetative life, separating the living being from the mortal, the heavenly essentiality from the dead or earthly, and appoints it into two kingdoms, vis-a-vis the good in the oleous property into a heavenly being, vis-a-vis into a light, and the mortal part into the darkness. These two kingdoms are in continual combat one with another, and there is an incessant wrestling in them, as water boiling on the fire. Each boils in its property, vis-a-vis the oily in joy and meekness, and the mortal in the anguish of darkness. And yet one is the cause of the other. The light is the death and deadly destruction of the darkness, vis-a-vis of the anguish. For in the light the anguish has no strength, but it changes it into the exaltation of joyfulness and the cause of joy. Else there would be no joy. For the meekness is like a stillness, but the source of anguish sublimes it, and turns into a pleasant laughter. So also, the anguish, vis-a-vis the darkness, is the death and destruction of the oily property. For if it gets the upper hand in the oleous property, it takes possession of the corpus, and turns the oil into a poisonful source, vis-a-vis into a dark spirit or body wholly earthly, as Adam was when he imagined into the evil. And yet we do not acknowledge that the oleous property takes any poison source into itself, but mercury, vis-a-vis the fire life, insinuates itself into the anguish, and poisons the essence of time, which the outward mercury itself makes in its own desire. That is, he departs from the inward oleous essence, and then the internal being remains immovable in itself, and the essence and spirit of time do separate from the essence and spirit of eternity, and yet there is no parting or dividing, but both principles remain in one essence. Whereas there are two essences, but the one comprehends not the other, as eternity does not comprehend time. For thus also Adam and Eve died. The soul's mercury departed with its imagination from the essence of eternity into the essence of time, vis-a-vis into the anguish source, and then the essence of eternity lost its leader, which Christ restored again by the divine word, or mercury, so that the essence of eternity, which in Adam was forsaken by the soul's mercury, obtained the life again. And thus we know that the essence of eternity lies hid in the anxious mercury, as in the fortress of death. And our writing and teaching are to shew how a man may bring the poisonful mercury with its desire so far as to enter with its desire again into the essence of eternity, vis-a-vis into the enclosed, and reassume the essence of eternity for a body, and with the same tincture the essence of time, and reconcile them in one, that the whole corpus of the inward and outward world may be only one, that so there may be only one will in the spirit vis-a-vis a love hunger, and this hunger does then make to itself only one essence, and then every spirit eats of its own essence or body, so that afterwards no evil can arise any more therein. Thus we understand that joy and sorrow, love and enmity do originally arise through imagination and longing, for in the inclination, or earnest desire towards God, vis-a-vis the free love, the kingdom of joy arises in the midst of the anguish of death. And if the desire departs out of the free love into the anguish of death, vis-a-vis into the source of darkness, then is the desire filled with the source of death, and so Mercury works effectually in the source of death. Thus we declare with a true ground that there is nothing so bad, but there lies a good therein, but the badness is not capable of the good. Also there lies in the most poisonful Mercury, the greatest pearl and jewel. If his poisonful will may be introduced into the same, then he himself manifests the pearl, for he changes himself, as is to be seen in the earth, where Mercury seeks its pearl and turns it in the ore to gold and to other metals according as the sulfur is in each place. For there is a continual combat in the earth. The eternity travels with longing through time to be free from vanity. And in its longing it gives itself to Mercury as to its life and favor. And when Mercury obtains it in his hunger, he becomes joyful, and makes this free lubit corporeal in him, and there arises gold and silver together with other metals and good herbs, all according to the powerful efficacy of each place. As the boiling is in each place, so likewise is the metal, all according to the property of the 7 forms of nature. That form which is chief in a place, according to the same property, grows a metal, also herbs and trees. Here the physicians must observe that they learn distinctly to know what kind of property is the strongest in each thing with which they would cure. If they do not know it, they will oftentimes give their patients death. Also they must know that they are to understand and very exactly know the property of the patient, which of the properties among the 7 forms of nature is the mercury and sulfur, for such a salt he also makes. Now if the physician gives him a contrary salt, mercury is only thereby the more vehemently enraged and made more venomous. But if he may obtain his own salt according to his own property, after which he hungers, then he rejoices, and readily quits the poison source in the fire of Mars. But the right physician has another cure. He first brings his mercury, with which he will cure out of death's anguish into the liberty. He may well cure. The other is dangerous and uncertain. If he happens to cure, it is by chance and very inconstant, and cannot cure any disease fundamentally. For the outward mercury is shut up, it can reach no further than into the 4 elements, into the mortal essence. It is able to do nothing in the sidereal body. But if it be turned and introduced into the love, as is before mentioned, then it touches the very root and ground, and renews it even to the divine power and the second principle. We have an excellent resemblance of this in the blooming earth on the herbs. For in the earth mercury is earthly and venomous. But when the sun tinctures him, then he reaches after the sun's power, after its light, and brings it into his hungry, fiery Mars desire, into his salt, vis-a-vis into his corporeal essence, vis-a-vis into sulfur, which is his mother, and wheels it about with its rotation in the essence as if he also boiled. And then the liberty, vis-a-vis the highest power, reaches after its property, vis-a-vis after the solar property, and apprehends mercury also along with it. Now when mercury tastes the heavenly being in itself, it grows exceeding desirous after the power of love, and draws the same into its desire, whereupon it changes itself, and its salt, so also its mother, the sulfur, into a pleasant source. And now if the liberty be so introduced into a moving life with mercury, then it is very full of joy, and springs up in its joy, as a light from the fire, and puts forth through the sulfur spirit in the salt. Thus is the growing of the root, and from thence the root gets such a pleasant smell and taste. For in the original the salt sharpness in the first impression from Saturn is a sharpness of death's anguish, and here it is turned to a pleasant power, for all taste in herbs is salt. And thus understand us further about the root in the earth, when the inward power of the liberty and Mercury's property, which now is changed, does thus force itself forth to the manifestation of the deity. Then the sun's power does eagerly press towards the divine power, and inclines itself with great desire to the highest heavenly tincture, and draws it with its desire to it, vis-a-vis out of the earthly body into a solar. Thus the sun draws the power out of the root in the earth, and the joyful Mercury ascends up along with it, and continually draws the sun's power from above into itself, and from beneath it draws its mother vis-a-vis the sulphur to itself. And here all the 7 forms of nature arise in joyfulness in the combat. Each will be uppermost, for so it is in the taste vis-a-vis in the generation of nature. And what form in nature gets to be the chiefest, according to the same taste as the salt and sulphur? And such an herb grows out of the earth, let it be what it will. Though now everything springs from its mother, yet all things have so taken their original, and do still take it, for just so is the right of eternity. Now we are to consider of the stalk. When the herb or sprig looks out of the earth, it comes up at first below with a white form, then furthermore upwards with a brownish color, and above with a green color. This is now its signature, showing what kind of form is internally in the essence in the source. The white color of the branch is from the liberty of the love lupet, and the brown is the earthly property from Saturn's impression and from the wrath of Mars. And the green, which opens itself above, is Mercury's in the form of Jupiter and Venus. For Jupiter is power and Venus is love desire, which hasten towards the sun as towards their likeness, and the heaven, which is created out of the midst of the water, puts upon them its blue and green-colored garment according to the stars' might, for the spirit of the stars receives the new child also, and gives him its spirit and body, and rejoices therein. Now the forms are in contest, and Mercury is the fiber and separator, Saturn impresses, and Jupiter is the pleasant power and sulphur. Mars is the fire source, vis-a-vis the might and sulphur. Venus is the water, vis-a-vis the sweet desire. Mercury is the life, Luna the body, and Sol the heart, vis-a-vis the center to which all forms tend and press. Thus the outward sun presses into the sun in the herb, and the inward sun presses into the outward, and there is a mere pleasing relish and delight of one essence in another. Saturn makes 4, Jupiter makes a pleasant taste, Mars makes bitter, by reason of his anxious nature, Venus makes sweet, Mercury distinguishes the taste, Luna takes it into her sack and hatches it. For she is of an earthly and heavenly property, and she gives it the menstruum wherein the tincture lies. Thus there is an instigation in the taste. Each form hastens to the sweet water and the sun. Jupiter is pleasant, and ascends up aloft with the love desire in the sweet source water wherein Mars rages, and thinks himself to be master in the house, seeing that he rules the fire spirit in sulphur, at which Mercury is dismayed, that Mars does so disquiet him, and Saturn makes the phlegrat corporeal according to his austere impression, and these are the knots upon the stalk. And the phlegrat is salnitral, according to the third form of nature and the first impression to the spirit life, vis-a-vis in the anguish form, from whence the sulphur takes its original, and in the phlegrat Mercury goes up in the salniter on the sides, and takes Venus also into it, vis-a-vis the love desire, from whence grow twigs and branches on the stalk, trunk, or body, be they either herbs, trees, or shrubs, and each branch or sprig is then like to the whole plant. But the sun continually by little and little deprives Mars of his force, whereupon the salniter extinguishes, and Mars loses his bitter property. Then Jupiter and Venus wholly yield themselves to the sun and the moon's cabinet, and the outward sun takes full possession of the inward. Understand the inward sun is a sulphur in Mercury, and is of the divine power's property, from the liberty of God, which imprints itself on all things, and gives life and power to all things. Now when that is done, that Jupiter and Venus have given themselves to the power of the sun, then Jupiter forces no more upwards, but Mars and Mercury do continually more and more wind up the stalk from the earth on high. Jupiter stays still above in the inward and outward sun's power, and there is the pleasant conjunction with time and eternity. There the eternity beholds itself in an image in the time, and paradise springs up or opens, for the sulfur and the salt in the sulfur are here transmuted in the paradise, and the paradisical joy puts itself forth in the smell and taste. This is now the head or knob of the blossoms, wherein the corn grows. The lovely smell is in one part paradisical, vis-a-vis from the divine power, from the liberty, and on the other part earthly, according to the outward sun and the outward world. The heavenly property sets forth its signature with fair colors of the leaves on the blossoms, and the earthly represents its signature by the green leaves or sprigs about the blossom. But seeing this kingdom of the outward world is only a time in which the curse is, and Adam could not stand in paradise. The paradisical property soon passes away with its signature, and changes itself into the corn which grows in the blossom. Therein the property of the inward and outward sun, vis-a-vis of the inward and outward power, is couched, each property in its principle. For God has cursed the earth, and therefore let none think that the outward is divine. Only the divine power penetrates and tinctures the outward being. For God said, "The seed of the woman shall bruise the serpent's head." This is now effected after the curse in all things which approach near the deity, wherein Mercury is a poison. There God bruises its head with the inward and outward sun, and takes away the poisonful might in the anger. Oh, that you would but learn to understand, dear sirs and brethren, wherewith you are to cure. Not with the angry Mercury, which in many an herb is an evil poison source, but with the inward Mercury. If you would be called doctors and masters, then you ought also to know how you may change the outward Mercury and the sulfur into love, that he may be delivered from the anguish source, and brought into a joyfulness, vis-a-vis, that the earthly being be turned into an heavenly, the death into life. This is your doctorship in the right meaning, and not by the officer of reason only. God has placed man above the officer and ordained him in the understanding to his own dominion. He has ability to change nature and to turn the evil into good, provided that first he has changed himself. Otherwise he cannot. So long as he is dead in the understanding, so long he is the servant and slave of the officer. But when he is made alive in God, then the officer is his servant. Ye haughty caps, let it be told you, pride and your own honor and the earthly lust of the flesh lies in your way, so that you are not masters in the mysteries, but blind children. You will not lay your hands upon the coals, but you take money from the poor and distressed, and give that to many an one, which had been far better he had never bought, for which you must give a severe and strict account. Thus it is likewise with the Sulphurean seething in the earth with the metals. The power is stronger in metals than in the herbs. The tincture is more heavenly than earthly. If the artist affords it his help, then it changes itself, vis-a-vis the earthly into an heavenly, which notwithstanding comes to pass in many places without the artist's ingenuity. As we see how Mercury and sulfur apprehends the heavenly tincture in its boiling, whereby he changes his made essence, which he makes in the sulfur, into gold and silver by the power and efficacy of the tincture. Understand, by that part of the heavenly property. For out of the earth, or out of the mortified property in the sal niter, no gold can be made, for there is no fixedness therein. Now we are thus to consider of this process of the boiling in the sulfur in the earth, Where the earth is in any place, sulphureous in the Saturnine property, wherein the sun bears chief rule, there is such a boiling. The outward sun hungers after the inward, which dwells in its own principle in the center in sulfur and sets its desire upon time. For the time, vis-a-vis the creature, longs after eternity, vis-a-vis after the liberty to be freed from vanity. As the scripture says that all creatures do earnestly long with us to be freed from vanity. Even here the liberty gives itself into the solar property, into the time, and when Mercury tastes it, he becomes joyful and turns his wheel in the joy. Then Saturn impresses the meekness, and Mars, which arises in the mercurial wheel in the impression, gives the fire soul therein too, so that there is a driving forth and growth. For the liberty puts itself forth in Mercury's property, and Mercury continually separates Saturn and Mars from it, for he will have a fair and pure child to his joy. He suffers Venus to remain on the child, for she is in property akin to the child. Copper is nighest to gold by reason of the materia. It wants only the tincture. Mars holds him too hard in possession. If he may be got out, then it is gold, which the artist does well understand. After Venus, Mars is akin to gold, for he has swallowed up Venus in his wrath and uses her for his body, else in his own peculiar property he has no corporeal essence, for he is only wrath which consumes. He makes him a body out of the water of Venus, which he devours, and Saturn makes it corporeal to him. Therefore, he does so defile his iron with rust, and that is his property, vis-a-vis to be a devourer of his body. But Venus is pleasant and makes a growing in him. He devours again whatever Venus's property makes in him, for Venus is the food of Mars in the Saturnine property. Therefore, the artist is to consider what lies in Mars. If he has only the solar tincture, he needs nothing else thereto, that he may but deprive Mars of his force, for Mars has his toughness from Venus. Mars in his own peculiar property is only spalt and causes hardness, as the fire does, but Saturn is the impressor of all things. Venus needs only the tincture, and then she is perfect. But the artist must rightly understand where the possibility lies, vis-a-vis in sulfur, where Saturn has the sulfur in his belly and Mercury shows its color. There he is in the will, but cannot, for Saturn holds him too fast imprisoned. But if the artist gives him his helping hand, that he may but advance his wheel, and give him his mother's food which she has hid in the center, then he grows strong and casts Saturn away, and manifests the child. For so it is also in the earth, where Mercury is quick in his mother, vis-a-vis in the sulfur, that he is not withheld, that he may only reach Venus in his hunger for food. The sun will soon shine forth, for she beams forth in Venus's meekness. He dresses, or seethes, his food with his own fire. He needs no artist thereto, which the artist must well observe, for he has his Mars in himself. Now, as the boiling is in the earth, so also it is above the earth. When the fruit grows out of the earth, it is first sharp, astringent, and bitter, also sour and unpleasant, as the apple upon the tree is so. For Saturn has at first the dominion, he attracts it together, and Mercury forms it, and Mars gives the fire to Mercury, which Saturn receives into his cold property. Venus gives the sap, and Luna takes all into her body, for she is mother, and receives the seed of all the planets into her menstruum, and hatches it. Jupiter gives power therein too, and Sol is king therein. But at the first Sol is weak, for the materia is too earthly and cold. Now the whole essence in its boiling lies in the body of sulfur, and in the sulfur the salnitral flagrat makes a salt in Mars's wheel according to each property. For the sulfur turns into salt, that is, into taste. And in the same taste there is an oil hid in the center in the sulphureous property, which oil arises from the free lublubat vis-a-vis out of eternity, and manifests itself with an external essence in the time, which is the manifestation of God. Now in the same oil as it is the hunger or love desire after the essence of time, vis-a-vis after the manifestation of the deity. This desire reaches in the essence of time after its property, vis-a-vis after the sun, and the sun's property reaches after the oil in the center of the fruit, and fervently longs after it, and gives itself freely into the fruit, and sucks the virtue into itself, and gives it forth in its joy into the austere property of the fruit, and meekens and sweetens all with the love, which it receives in the center in the oil of the liberty. Thus a fruit which at first is sour and sharp becomes very pleasant and sweet, that a man may eat it. And even thus is the ripening of all fruits. Now by the signature in the external you may see the inward form, for the forms in the salt, vis-a-vis in the power, show themselves externally. There are commonly 4 colors, as white, yellow, red, and green. Now according to what color the fruit, as an apple, is most signed, accordingly is the taste also in the salt. As white with a clear thin skin somewhat inclining to dark gives sweetness, which is a Venus property. If the sweet taste be strong and powerful, then Jupiter is potent therein. But if it be weak and fulsome, then the moon is strong therein. But if it be hard and of a brownish color, then Mars is strong therein. But if the white color be of a grayish brown, then Saturn is strong therein. Venus makes a white color, Mars red and bitter in the taste. Mars makes Venus's color light. Mercury gives a mixed color and opens the green in Mars. Jupiter inclines to blue, Saturn to black, almost gray. The sun makes the yellow color and gives the right sweetness in the salt, and casts forth the pleasant smell which takes its rise from sulfur. Saturn makes astringent, sharp, and sour, and each property represents itself externally, as it is internally in the dominion, so also by the form or signature of the leaf or branches. Every root, as it is in the earth, may be known by the signature for what it is good or profitable. Even such a form also has the earth, and it is discerned in the leaves and stalks, which planet is lord in the property, much more in the flower. For of what taste the herb and root is, even such an hunger is in it, and such a cure lies therein, for it has such a salt. The physician must know what kind of sickness is risen in the body, and in what salt the loathing is risen in mercury, that so he may not administer a further loathing and nausea to his patient. For if he gives him the herb in whose property mercury has before received a loathing, then he ministers poison to him, so that the poison in the loathing of the body does exceedingly inflame itself in mercury, unless he burns that herb to ashes and gives it him. Then the poison of the loathing loses its might, for these ashes are a death to the poison of the living mercury. This we find very effectually in the magic. This also the physician must know, that all sicknesses arise from the loathing in the form of nature, as when one form in the life is superior, if then a contrary thing quite opposite to its property be by force introduced into it, let it be either from the stars, or from the elements, or from the 7 forms of life, then it deprives this superior or chiefest form, which is the leader and ruler of the life, of its strength and power in its salt. Then the mercury of this superior form begins effectually to work, that is, to hunger and loathe. And if he gets not his own peculiar property, understand the bodily form, which is chief in the body among the 7 properties or forms, then he enkindles himself in his own poison source according to his vital property, and does so forcibly strive so long till he becomes fiery. And then he awakes his own Mars and his own Saturn, which impress him, and consume the flesh of the body in the poison fire, and wholly consume the oil of light. Even then the life's light goes out, and it is past recovery. But if the form of life, wherein mercury is inflamed in the loathing and the anguish and poison source, may obtain that property into its hunger, of which the spirit and body is chief, then he obtains his own natural food, of which he lives, and does again rejoice, and puts away the nauseate, and then the nauseate dissipates or dissolves and is spewed out. But the physician must have a care whether or no that thing which he will administer to his patient be in its property strong also in the same essence, from whence the nauseate is risen in the body. As for example, A jovial man receives a nauseate or loathing from the lunar property. Now, if the physician knew that he had so gotten his nauseate, and prepared him a jovial cure according to the hunger of his own spirit or Mercury, this now would be right. But if the moon's property be strong in the salt which he would administer for the nauseate, then he gives him a nauseate. But if the jovial cure be free from the moon, then the jovial Mercury receives its own food with great desire and quits the nauseate. And thus it is likewise with diseases which arise in the cell niter, vis-a-vis from fear or frightening. Thereto belongs also such a phlegrat as the first was, and then there is a present cure, or such an herb, wherein the sal niter lies in such a property as it lies in that man. I know, and it is shown me, that the sophister will cavil at me, because I write, that the divine power is in the fruit, that God's power does appropriate itself into the generation of nature. But here, my dear friend, become seeing, I ask thee, how was paradise in this world? Was it also manifest in nature? Was it also in the fruit? Was it in the world or without the world? Did paradise stand in God's power or in the elements? Was the power of God manifest in the world or hidden? Or what is the curse of the earth and the putting of Adam and Eve out of paradise? And tell me, does not God dwell also in time? Is not God all in all? It is written, Am not I he who filleth all things? Also, thine is the kingdom, the power and glory, from eternity to eternity. Here consider thyself, and leave me uncensured. I do not say that the nature is God, much less the fruit proceeding from the earth, but I say, God gives power to every life, be it good or bad, to each thing according to its desire. For he himself is all. And yet he is not called God according to every being, but according to the light wherewith he dwells in himself and shines with his power through all his beings. He gives in his power to all his beings and works, and each thing receives his power according to its property. One takes darkness, the other light. Each hunger desires its property, and yet the whole essence or being is all God's, be it evil or good, for from him and through him are all things. What is not of his love, that is of his anger. Paradise is yet in the world, but man is not therein, unless he be born again of God. Then as to that new regeneration he is therein, and not with the atom of the four elements. Oh, that we would but once learn to know ourselves, and even understand it by the created essence, or being. Lo, in Saturn there lies gold shut up in a very disesteemed and contemptible form and manner, which indeed resembles no metal. And though it be cast into the fire and melted, yet a man shall have nothing but a contemptible matter, void of any form of virtue, till the artist takes it in hand and uses the right process about it. And then it is manifest what was therein. So likewise God dwells in all things, and the thing knows nothing of God. He likewise is not manifest to the thing, and yet it receives power from him, but it receives the power according to its property from him, either from his love or from his wrath, and from which it receives, so it has its signature externally, and the good is also in it, but as it were wholly shut up or hidden to the iniquity or evil, an example of which you have in bushes, and other thorny and pricking briars, out of which notwithstanding a fair, well-smelling blossom grows. And there lie two properties therein, vis-a-vis a pleasant and unpleasant, which overcomes, that shapes, forms, or marks the fruit. Thus also it is with man. He was created a fair blossom and fruit of paradise, but the devil raised up in him his thorny property by the serpent. Understand the center, the property of the wrathful nature, which in his paradisical source was not manifest in him. But when his hunger entered into the thorny false property of the serpent, vis-a-vis into death, then the property of death, and the false serpent in the devil's desire, pressed into his hunger and filled soul and body, so that the hunger of the false serpent began effectually to work in him, and death awaked in him, and then paradise hid itself in him. For paradise entered into itself, and the poison of the serpent in death's property dwelt also in itself. Here was now the enmity. Then said God to him, The seed of the woman shall bruise the serpent's head, and thou shalt sting the heel with death's poison. Understand the paradisical image which is shut up and captivated in the wrathful death, in which the word of the deity, vis-a-vis the divine Mercury, ruled and wrought, did disappear. As the gold is disappeared in Saturn, so that nothing is seen but a contemptible matter till the right artist sets upon it, and again awakens the Mercury in the enclosed gold, and then the dead enclosed body of the gold does again revive in Saturn, for Mercury is its life, who must be introduced into it again. And then the dead body of the gold appears, and overcomes the gross Saturn wherein it lay shut up, and changes its mean, contemptible old body into a fair, glorious golden body. Thus likewise it is with man. He lies now shut up after his fall in a gross, deformed, bestial, dead image. He is not like an angel, much less like unto paradise. He is as the gross ore in Saturn, wherein the gold is couched and shut up. His paradisical image is in him as if it were not, and it is also not manifest. The outward body is a stinking carcass, while it yet lives in the poison. He is a bad thorny bush, from whence notwithstanding fair rosebuds may bloom forth and grow out of the thorns, and manifest that which lies hidden and shut up in the wrathful, poisonful Mercury, till the artist who has made him takes him in hand and brings the living Mercury into his gold or paradisical image disappeared and shut up in death, so that the enclosed image, which was created out of the divine meekness and love essentiality, may again bud and spring forth in the divine Mercury, vis-a-vis in the word of the deity, which entered into the humanity shut up, enclosed in the death and curse. And then the divine Mercury changes the wrathful Mercury into its property, and Christ is born, who bruises the head of the serpent vis-a-vis of the poison and death in the anger of God. Understand the might of wrathful death. And a new man arises in holiness and righteousness, which lives before God. And his divine image appears and puts forth its luster as the hidden gold out of the earthly property. And hereby it is clearly signified to the artist chosen of God how he shall seek, no otherwise than as he has sought and found himself in the property of the pure gold. And so likewise is this process, and not a whit otherwise. For man and the earth with its secrets lie shut up in the like or same curse and death, and need one and the same restitution. But we tell the seeker and sincerely and faithfully warn him as he loves his temporal and eternal welfare, that he do not first set upon this way to try the earth and restore that which is shut up in death, unless he himself be before born again through the divine Mercury out of the curse and death, and has the full knowledge of the divine regeneration, else all that he does is to no purpose, no learning or studying avails. For that which he seeks lies shut in the curse, in death, in the anger of God. If he will make it alive and bring it into its first life, then that life must be before manifest in him, and then he may say to the mountain, Get thee hence and be cast into the sea, and to the fig tree, No fruit grow on thee henceforth, and it shall come to pass. For if the divine Mercury lives and is manifest in the spirit, then when the spirit of the soul's will imagines into anything, Mercury also goes along with it in the imagination, and enkindles the Mercury fast apprehended in death, vis-a-vis the similitude of God, or the manifestation with which the living God has made himself manifest. I know and see that the mocker in the devil's vizard will yet bring my writing into a misapprehension, and make me more dark and doubtful, because I write of the inward and outward Mercury, and understand by the inward the word of God, or the divine voice, vis-a-vis the manifestation of the eternity of the abyss. And by the outward Mercury I understand the officer in nature, vis-a-vis the instrument which the inward, living, powerful word, or divine voice uses, wherewith it forms and works. Now the sophister will falsely interpret it, and say that I mix them both together, making no difference, and hold nature for God, as Babel has already done to me. But I bid him view my words well, and learn to understand them right. For I speak sometimes from the heavenly Mercury, and see that only, and then presently I name the instrument of the heavenly. Therefore let him have regard to the sense. I write not heathenishly, but theosophically, from a higher ground than the outward Faber is, and then also from the same. Chapter 9. Of the signature, showing how the internal signs the external. The whole outward visible world with all its being is a signature, or figure of the inward spiritual world. Whatever is internally, and however its operation is, so likewise it has its character externally. Like as the spirit of each creature sets forth and manifests the internal form of its birth by its body, so does the eternal being also. The being of all beings is a wrestling power, for the kingdom of God consists in power and also the outward world, and it stands especially in 7 properties or forms, where the one causes and makes the other, and none of them is the first or last, but it is the eternal band. Therefore God has appointed 6 days for man to work, and the 7th day is the perfection wherein the 6 do rest. It is the center to which the desire of the 6 days tend. Therefore God calls it the Sabbath or resting day, for therein the 6 forms of the working power rest. It is the divine sound in the power, or the kingdom of joy, wherein all the other forms are manifest. For it is the formed world, or divine corporality, by which all things are generated and come forth to a being. This formed world has manifested itself with the motion of all forms with this visible world, as with a visible likeness, so that the spiritual being might be manifest in a corporeal comprehensive essence, as the desire of the inward forms has made itself external, and the internal being is in the external. The internal holds the external before it as a glass, wherein it beholds itself in the property of the generation of all forms. The external is its signature. Thus everything which is generated out of the internal has its signature. The superior form, which is chief in the spirit of the working and the power, does most especially sign the body, and the other forms hang to it, as it is to be seen in all living creatures, in the shape and form of the body, and in the behavior and deportment, also in the sound, voice, and speech, and likewise in trees and herbs, and stones and metals. All according as the wrestling is in the power of the spirit, so is the figure of the body represented, and so likewise is its will, so long as it so boils in the life spirit. But if the artist takes it in hand with the true Mercury, then he may turn the weakest form to be uppermost and the strongest undermost. And then the spirit obtains another will, according to the most superior form. That which before must be servant becomes now Lord and Master in the 7 forms. As Christ said to the sick, "Arise, thy faith hath made thee whole," and they arose. And thus likewise it is here. Each form hungers after the center, and the center is the voice of life, vis-a-vis the Mercury. The same is the Faber or former of the power. If this voice gives itself into the hunger of the meanest form in the strong combat, then it lifts up its property, understand the property of that form, and thus its desire or faith has saved it. For in the desire Mercury lifts up or sublimes itself, and thus it was in Christ's patience. Sickness had taken possession of them, and the poison of death had gotten the upper hand in Mercury. But now the form of life in the center did set its hunger as a famished and mean property after the liberty to be freed from the abomination, but seeing the Mercury was revived in Christ, the divine property, therefore the weak hunger entered into Christ's strong hunger after the salvation of man. And so the weak hunger received the strong and the power. And then the divine voice in Christ said, "Arise, lift up thyself, thy faith," that is, thy desire which thou hast introduced into me, hath saved thee. Thus the life prevails over the death, the good over evil, and on the contrary, the evil over the good, as came to pass in Lucifer and Adam, and still daily comes to pass. and thus everything is signed. That form, which is chief, receives the taste and also the sound in Mercury and figures the body after its property. The other forms hang to it as co-helpers and also give their signature thereto, but very weakly. There are especially 7 forms in nature, both in the eternal and external nature, for the external proceed from the eternal. The ancient philosophers have given names to the 7 planets according to the 7 forms of nature, but they have understood thereby another thing, not only the 7 stars, but the 7-fold properties in the generation of all essences. There is not anything in the being of all beings, but it has the 7 properties in it, for they are the wheel of the center, the cause of sulfur, in which Mercury makes the boiling and the anguish source. The 7 forms are these, vis-a-vis the desire of the impression is called Saturn, into which the free lubed of eternity gives itself. This in the impression is called Jupiter, by reason of its pleasant, commendable virtue, for the Saturnine power encloses and makes hard, cold, and dark, and causes the sulfur vis-a-vis the vital spirit, understand the moving vital spirit vis-a-vis the natural, and the free lubid makes the impression to long to be freed from the dark astringent hardness. And it is very rightly called Jupiter, being a desire of the understanding which opens the darkness, and manifests another will therein. In these 2 properties is portrayed and exactly deciphered God's kingdom, vis-a-vis the original and also the kingdom of God's anger, vis-a-vis the dark abyss, which is a cause of the motion in Saturn, vis-a-vis in the impression. The impression vis-a-vis Saturn makes the nothing vis-a-vis the free lubid movable and sensible, and also opposite, for it causes it to be essence. And Jupiter is the sensible power proceeding from the free lubid to manifestation out of the nothing into something in the impression of Saturn, and they are 2 properties in the manifestation of God according to love and anger, vis-a-vis a model of the eternal form, and are as a wrestling combat vis-a-vis an opposite desire against each other. One makes good, the other evil, and yet it is all good. Only if we will speak of the anguish source, and then also of the joyful source, then we must distinguish that the cause of each source may be understood. The 3rd form is called Mars, which is the fiery property in the impression of Saturn, where the impression introduces itself into great anguish, vis-a-vis into a great hunger. It is the painfulness, or the cause of feeling, also the cause of the fire and consuming, also of enmity and malignity. But in Jupiter, vis-a-vis in the free lube in the nothing, it causes the fiery love desire. That the liberty vis-a-vis the nothing is desirous and introduces itself into sensibility vis-a-vis into the kingdom of joy. In the darkness it is a devil vis-a-vis God's wrath, and in the light it is an angel of joy. Understand such a property. For when the source became dark in Lucifer, he was called a devil, but while he was in the light he was an angel, and thus also it is to be understood in man. The 4th property or form is called Sol, vis-a-vis the light of nature, which has its original in the liberty vis-a-vis in the nothing but without splendor, and gives itself in with the lubid into the desire of the impression of Saturn, even to the wrathful or fiery property of Mars. And there the free lubid, which has sharpened itself in the impression in the property of Mars in the consuming anguish and in the hardness of Saturn, displays, or powerfully puts itself forth in Jupiter, as a sharpness of the liberty, and an original of the nothing, and also of the sense, and the effluence from the heat and anguish of Mars, and from Saturn's hardness is the shining of the light in nature, which gives the understanding in Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, vis-a-vis a spirit which knows what itself is in its properties, which hinders or prevails against the wrath and brings it out of the anguish out of the property of Mars into Jupiter's vis-a-vis out of the anguish into a love desire. In these 4 forms, the spirit's birth consists, vis-a-vis the true spirit both in the inward and outward being, vis-a-vis the spirit of power in the essence. And the essence or corporality of this spirit is sulfur, ye rabbis and masters, that you could but understand how faithfully that is given and revealed to you, which your predecessors have intended and aimed at, wherein you have been a long time blind, the cause of which is your pride. This God, the most high understanding, sets before you by mean and heretofore ungrounded instruments which he himself has grounded, if you would yet once see and escape the tormenting source. The fifth form is Venus, the beginning of all corporality, vis-a-vis of the water, which arises in the desire of Jupiter and Mars, vis-a-vis in the love desire, out of the liberty and out of nature, vis-a-vis out of the impressions desire in Saturn, in Mars, in the great anguish to be freed from the anguish, and it carries two forms in the desire of its property, vis-a-vis a fiery from Mars and a watery property from Jupiter, understand in heavenly and earthly desire. The heavenly arises from the heavenly impression of the union or free effluence of the deity in nature to its own manifestation, and the earthly arises from the impression of the darkness in Mars, vis-a-vis in the wrathful fire's property. Therefore, the essence of this desire consists in two things, vis-a-vis in the water from the original of the liberty, and in sulfur from the original of nature according to the impression. The outward similitude of the heavenly being is water and oil. Understand, according to the sun it is water, and according to Jupiter it is oil, and according to the hard impression of Saturn after the heavenly being according to Mars it is copper, and according to Sol gold, and according to the earthly impression according to the property of the darkness it is in sulfur grit, gravel, and sand, according to the property of Mars a cause of all stones. For all stones are sulfur from the powerful predominance of Saturn and Mars and the property of Venus according to the dark impression, understand according to the earthly part. O ye dear wise men, if you did but know what lies in Venus, you would not so sumptuously adorn your roofs. The potentate often loses his life for the servant's sake, and he puts the master upon his roof. Therefore he is blind. This his false Venus desire causes in him that he forms it in Saturn and Mars and brings it forth in Sol. If he formed his Venus desire in Jupiter, then he might rule over the fiery Mars which lies in Venus and has put his coat upon Venus in sulfur. Thus Mars clothes all his servants which love him and Saturn with his garment, that they only find the copper of Venus and not its gold in the copper. The spirit of the seeker enters into Sol, vis-a-vis into pride, and supposes that he has Venus, but he has Saturn, vis-a-vis covetousness. If he went forth in the water, vis-a-vis in the resigned humility of Venus, the stone of the wise men would be revealed to him. The sixth form is Mercury, vis-a-vis the life and separation, or the form in the love and in the anguish. In Saturn and Mars, on the one part he is earthly according to the hard impression, where his motion and hunger is a pricking, adverse, and according to the fire, a bitter pain and woe, and according to the water and the earthly sulfur, vis-a-vis in the mortification, a poison source. And according to the other part, according to the lubid of the liberty, he is the pleasant property of joy in Jupiter and Venus, also of springing and growing, and according to the impression of the heavenly Saturn, and according to Mars in the love desire, he is the sound in the spirit, understand, the separator of the sound, vis-a-vis of the tone, also of all pronunciations of speeches, and all the several cries and notes, all whatever sounds is distinguished by his might. Venus and Saturn carry his lute, and he is the lutenist. He strikes upon Venus and Saturn, and Mars gives him the sound from the fire, and thus Jupiter rejoices in Sol. Here lies the pearl, dear brethren. Mercury makes the understanding in Jupiter, for he separates the thoughts and makes them act and move. He takes the infinity of the thoughts into his desire and makes them essential. This he does in sulfur, and his essence is the manifold power of the smell and taste, and Saturn gives his sharpness thereinto, so that it is salt. But I understand here the virtual salt in the vegetable life. Saturn makes the common salt in the water, He is an heavenly and an earthly laborer, and labors in each form according to the property of the form. As it is written, with the holy thou art holy, and with the perverse thou art perverse. In the holy angels the heavenly Mercury is holy and divine, and in the devils he is the poison and wrath of the eternal nature according to the dark impression's property, and so on through all things, as the property of each thing is, so is its Mercury, vis-a-vis its life. In the angels he is the hymn of God's praise, and in the devils he is the cursing and awakening of the opposite will of the bitter poisonful enmity. Thus likewise it is to be understood in men and all creatures, in all whatever lives and moves. For the outward Mercury is the outward word in the outward world. He is the outward verbum, and Saturn with the impression is his fiat, which makes his word corporeal. And in the inward kingdom of the divine power he is the eternal word of the Father, whereby he has made all things in the outward principle, understand, with the instrument of the outward Mercury. The outward Mercury is the temporal word, the expressed word, and the inward Mercury is the eternal word, the speaking word. The inward word dwells in the outward, and makes through the outward all outward things, and with the inward things. The inward Mercury is the life of the deity and all divine creatures, and the outward Mercury is the life of the outward world, and all external corporality in men and beasts, in vegetables and animals, and makes a peculiar principle, vis-a-vis a likeness of the divine world, and this is the manifestation of the divine wisdom. The seventh form is called Luna, the amassed essence. What Mercury has comprised in sulfur, that is a corporeal or substantial hunger of all forms. The property of all the six forms lies therein, and it is as a corporeal being of all the rest. This property is as a wife of all the other forms, for the other forms do all cast their desire through Sol into Luna, for in soul they are spiritual, and in Luna corporeal. Therefore the moon assumes to it the sunshine, and shines from the sun. Whatever the sun is, and makes in the spirit life in itself, the same Luna is, and makes corporeal in itself. It is heavenly and earthly, and rules the vegetative life. It has the menstruum, vis-a-vis the matrix of Venus in it. All whatever is corporeal does congeal in its property. Saturn is its fiat, and Mercury is its husband, which impregnates it, and Mars is its vegetable soul, and the sun is its center in the hunger, and yet not wholly in the property. For it receives only the white color from the sun, not the yellow or the red, vis-a-vis the majestic. Therefore, in its property lies silver in metals, and in the property of Sol gold. But seeing Sol is a spirit without essence, thereupon Saturn holds the sun's corporeal essence in himself to lodge in, for he is the fiat of the sun. He keeps it shut up in his dark cabinet, and does only preserve and keep it, for it is not his own essence until the sun sends him his Faber Mercury, to whom he gives it, and to none else. Observe this, ye wise men, it is no fiction or fallacy. Let the artist but understand us right. He must bring the jewel shut up in Saturn into the mother of generation, vis-a-vis into sulfur, and take the Faber and divide all forms, and separate the variety of hungers which the Faber himself does. When the artist brings the work into the first mother, vis-a-vis into sulfur, but he must first baptize the froward child with the philosophical baptism, lest he makes a bastard of Sol, and then let him lead him into the desert and try whether Mercury will eat manna in the desert after the baptism, or whether he will make bread of stones, or whether he will aspire aloft as an haughty spirit and precipitate himself from the temple, or whether he will worship Saturn, in whom the devil sits hidden. This the artist must observe, whether Mercury, the wicked poisonful child, receives the baptism, whether he can feed of God's bread or no. If he now does eat and stands out in the temptation, then will the angels appear to him after 40 days, and then let him go out of the desert and eat his own food. And so the artist is ready and fit for his work. If not, then let him by all means leave it, and as yet account himself unworthy of it. He must have the understanding of the generation of nature, else all his labor and pains are to no purpose, except the grace of the Most High has bestowed upon him some particular, that so he is able to tincture Venus and Mars, which is the shortest and most ready way, if God choose him such an herb wherein the tincture lies. The lunar body of metals lies in the seething of the earth in sulfur and mercury, covered internally with the coat of Venus, and clothed externally with the cloak of Saturn, as we see plainly, and is a degree more external than the solar body. Next after Luna, Jupiter's body is also a degree more external, but Venus is a sly bird. She has also the inward solar body. She takes the coat of Mars upon her and hides herself in Saturn's cabinet, but she is manifest and not hidden. Next, Venus-Mars is likewise a degree more external and nearer to earthliness. And next, Mars-Mercury's body is a particular of all the rest, on one part most nigh to the earthly corporality, and on the other part nearest the heavenly. And next, Mercury-Luna is on the earthly part wholly earthly, and on the heavenly part wholly heavenly. It carries an earthly and heavenly face towards all things. To the evil it is evil, and to the good it is good. To a pleasant creature it gives its best in the taste, and to a bad creature it gives the curse of the corrupted earth. Now in all this, as the property of each thing is internally, so it has externally its signature, both in animals and vegetables. And this you shall see in an herb, so likewise in trees and beasts, and in men also. If the Saturnine property be predominant and chief in a thing, then it is of a black grayish color, hard and spare, sharp, sour, or salt in taste. It gets a long lean body, gray in the eyes, of a dark blue, of a very slender body, but of a hard touch, though the property of Saturn is very seldom alone master in a thing, for he soon awakens Mars with his hard impression, who makes his property bending and crooked, full of knots, and hinders the body from growing high, but is full of branches and rugged, as is to be seen in oak shrubs and the like trees. But if Venus be next to Saturn in any place in the Sude or seething of the earth, then the Sude and the sulfur of Saturn causes a tall, strong body, for it gives its sweetness into Saturn's impression, whereby Saturn becomes strong and lusty. And if Venus be not hindered by Mars, it grows a great, tall, slender tree, herb, beast, or man, or whatever it be. But if Jupiter be next to him in the property of Venus, so that Jupiter is stronger in Saturn than Venus, and Mars under Venus, then it falls out to be a very excellent fair body, full of virtue and power, also of a good taste. Its eyes are blue and somewhat whitish, of a meek property, but very potent. If it falls out that Mercury is between Venus and Jupiter, and Mars undermost, then is this property in Saturn graduated in the highest degree with all power and virtue, in words and works, with great understanding. If it be in herbs, then they are long, of a middle-sized stature or stalk, of a very curious form, fair blossoms, white or blue. But if the sun also casts the influence of his property into it, then does its color by reason of the sun incline to yellow, and if Mars hinders not, then is the universal very sovereign in the thing, be it either a man or other creature or an herb of the earth. This let the Magus well observe. It withstands all malignity and false influences and assaults from the spirits, whatever they be, so far as a man himself is not false and wicked, and inclines not his desire to the devil as Adam did, in whom also the universal was wholly complete. With these herbs a man may cure and heal without any art of the artist, but they are rarely and seldom found. Yea, not one among many sees them, for they are nigh to paradise. The curse of God hides the eyesight of the wicked, that it does not see, although they should stand before his eyes. Yet in such a conjunction of the planets they are manifest and may not be hidden. Therefore, there lies a great secret in many an herb and beast, if the artist knew it and had the true skill to use it. The whole magia lies therein. But I am bidden to be silent by reason of the wicked who is not worthy of it, and is justly plagued with the plague with which he plagues other honest people, and tumbles himself in the mire. But if Mars in his property be next Saturn, and Mercury casts an opposite aspect, and the power of Venus be under Mars, and Jupiter under the property of Venus, then out of this property all is corrupted and poisoned. A poisonful herb, tree, beast, or whatever it be. If it falls into the corrupt human property, then it is fitted and prone to evil, but if the moon brings its powerful influence therein too, then is the false Magi ready in the lunar menstruum. And witchcraft is manifest, of which I must here also be silent, and will only show the signature. In an herb, if the blossom be somewhat reddish and wreathed, or streaked and inclined to white by the red, then is the power of Venus there, which makes resistance therein. But if it be only reddish and of dark rifts or streaks, with a rough peel or skin on the stalk, branch, and leaf, then does the basilisk lodge there. For Mars makes it rugged, and Mercury is poisonful therein, which gives a streaked color, and Mars the red, and Saturn the dark, which is a pestilence in the lunar menstruum. But to the artist it is an herb against the pestilence. If he takes the poison from Mercury and gives him Venus and Jupiter for food, then Mars brings forth the vegetable soul in Sol, and turns his wrathful fire into a love fire, which the artist must know if he'll be called a doctor. This property likewise signs the living creatures both in their voice and visage. It gives a gross, dull sound, somewhat inclining to a shrill voice by reason of Mars, soothing, flattering, and very false. Lying, commonly red pimples, or streams in the eyes, or blinking and rolling unsteady eyes. In herbs this property likewise yields a taste very loathsome, from whence in man's life, vis-a-vis in Mercury, if it takes it down, a stirring, boiling poison arises, which darkens and obscures the life. The physician must have a care of the herbs of this property. They are not to be taken into the body, but they are poisonful, of what name soever they be. For there often happens such a conjunction of the planets, which sometimes so prepares an herb, which is good if it be subject to Saturn and Mars. So likewise it falls out sometimes that an evil herb, by reason of a good conjunction, if in its beginning it stands in the menstruum, may be freed from the malignity, which is to be known by the signature. Therefore the physician who understands the signature may best of all gather the herbs himself. But if Mars be next Saturn, and Mercury very weak, and Jupiter also under Mars in the property, and Venus casts an opposite aspect or descent with its desire, then it is good. For Jupiter and Venus change the wrath of Mars into joy, which produces hot, wholesome, sovereign herbs, which are to be used in all hot diseases and hurts. The herb is rough and somewhat prickly, the leaves on the branches. So likewise the stalk is fine and thin, according to the nature of Venus. But the virtue and power is of Mars and Jupiter, well mixed and tempered, commonly with brownish blossoms forcing forth in the property, and that because Mars is strong therein with his wrath, but seeing his wrath is changed by Jupiter and Venus into a pleasant property, the wrath becomes a desire of joy. The physician must not give Saturn without Mars in hot diseases, not cold without heat, else he enkindles Mars in the wrath, and stirs up Mercury in the hard impression in the property of death. Mars belongs to the cure of every Mars-like sickness, which is of heat and pricking pangs. But let the physician know that he must first correct and qualify Mars, which he intends to administer with Jupiter and Venus, that the wrath of Mars may be changed into joy, and then he will also change the sickness in the body into joy. Cold is quite contrary to it. If the physician administers Saturn only, and by itself to a martial disease or hurt, then Mars is dismayed with death, and falls down with his force and strength into death's property. And now, seeing he is the fire in the body, the life's fire becomes thereupon deadly in the elemental property, for he soon awakens Mercury in the property of cold. But yet the physician must have a care that he administers not in an hot disease the raw, undigested hot Mars, in which Mercury is wholly inflamed and burning, for he enkindles the fire more vehemently in the body. He must first mollify Mars and Mercury and put them into joy, and then it is right and good. The hotter an herb is, the better it is hereunto. Yet its wrathful fire must be changed into love, and then he can also change the wrath in the body into joy, all according as the property of the disease is, that the disease be able to bear it. For to a weak fire in the body, which is tired and languished by reason of the heat, and rather inclines to cold vis-a-vis to the poison of Mercury, where the life is in danger, there belongs a cure with a fine subtle heat, wherein Venus is strong and Mars very tender and mild by reason of the power of Venus. Jupiter need not be strong there, lest he make Mars and Mercury too strong, so that the weak life, before it is quickened and refreshed, is overwhelmed and brought into the mercurial poison. An herb in this aforesaid property grows not high. It is somewhat rough in the touch. The rougher it is, the stronger is Mars therein. It is better to be used outwardly to wounds and sores than inwardly. The fine and subtle part is to be taken into the body and is expulsive. The more subtle it is, the nigher it is to the life in the body, which the physician may very well know by its salt. For no rough wild property is to be taken into the body unless the body be inflamed with a sudden poison, where the life also is fresh and strong. Then a vehement resistance must be used. Yet Mercury and Mars must not be administered in the wrath, but in their strongest power, Mars in the greatest heat, but before changed into joy. And then he also changes Mercury according to himself. Jupiter belongs to the transmutation of wrathful Mars, but he must be first introduced into Sol's property, and then he is rightly fit for it. Every living creature, according to its kind in the foregoing property, is friendly and pleasant, if you deal friendly and gently with it. But if it be dealt roughly with, then Mercury is stirred up in the poison property, for Mars soon boils up and gets aloft in the bitter property, and then the anger springs forth, for the ground of all malignity lies therein. But if it be not stirred up, then it is not manifest, as a great sickness which lies in the body, but while the same is hid and not enkindled, it is not manifest and apparent. But if Mercury be next Saturn in the property, and next him the moon, and Venus and Jupiter beneath, and also weak, then let Mars stand where he will, yet all is earthly. For Mercury is held in the austere impression in the cold property, vis-a-vis in death's form, and his sulphur is earthly. If Mars comes near to it, then it is poisonful also. But if Venus makes an opposition therein, then the poison is resisted, yet it is but earthly. It gives a greenish color from the power of Venus. But if Venus be next Saturn in the property, and the moon not opposed by Mars, and Jupiter likewise goes in his own power, then all is pleasant and lovely under that property or constellation. The herbs are slender, single, and soft in touch, of white blossoms, unless Mercury brings in a mixed color from the power of the sun, vis-a-vis from Mars half red, and from Jupiter bluish, and it is weak in the property, and of little use in physic, yet not hurtful. In the creature it gives a pleasant, courteous, humble life, with no deep reason, reach, or capacity. But if Mars comes thereunto, the creature is small or thin, of a white, weak, and effeminate nature. There are 3 special salts which may be used to cure, which belong to the vegetable life, vis-a-vis Jupiter, Mars, and Mercury. These are the working life, in which the sun is the right spirit which makes these salts operative. The salt or power of Jupiter is of a pleasant good smell and taste from the inward original of the property of the liberty of the divine essence, and from the external principle or original of the property of the sun and Venus. But yet it is not alone of itself of sufficient power in nature, for the outward nature consists in fire and anguish, vis-a-vis in poison, and Jupiter's power is opposed to the fiery poison life, which makes a temperature in the poisonful nature, vis-a-vis a desire of meekness out of the enmity. The salt of Mars is fiery, bitter, and austere, and the mercurial salt is anxious and raging, like a poison, inclined both to heat and cold. For it is the life in sulfur and unites or assimilates itself, according to each thing's property. For if it comes into Jupiter's salt, it causes joy and great power. But if it comes into Mars's salt, it makes bitter pangs, stitches, achings, and woe. But if it comes into Saturn's earthly salt, it makes swellings, anguish, and death, if it be not hindered by Jupiter and Venus. Venus and Jupiter are opposite to Mars and Mercury, that so they might temper them both. And without the power of Mars and Mercury there would be no life in Jupiter, Venus, and Sol, but only a stillness. Therefore the worst is as profitable as the best, and the one is the cause of the other. But the physician is to heed and mind what he takes in hand, lest he inflame the mercurial poison more and more in his patient, or introduce it into another adverse source. He ought indeed to use the martial and mercurial salt for his cure, but he must first reconcile Mars and Mercury with Venus and Jupiter, that so both these angry adversaries may resign their will into Jupiter's will, so that Jupiter, Mars, and Mercury may all three obtain one will and the power, and then the cure is right, and the sun of life will again enkindle itself in this union and agreement, and also temper the nauseate of the disease and the contrariety and the salt of the disease, and turn Mercury's poison and the bitter fire of Mars into a pleasant Jupiter. This is now to be understood only concerning the vegetable soul, vis-a-vis concerning the outward man, which lives in the four elements, and concerning the sensible and feeling property. Reason likewise is to be cured with its likeness. For as reason may be brought by words into a sensible sickness and disease, so that reason may vex, fret, and torment itself, and at last fall into an heavy sad sickness and death, so also it may be cured with the application of the same thing with its own assimilate. As for example, an honest man falls into great debts, care, trouble, and distress, which does even afflict him nigh to death. But if a good friend comes and pays his debt for him, then is the cure soon effected with its likeness. Even thus it is in all things, from whence the disease is risen. Even such a like cure is requisite for the restoring its health, and thus it is likewise in the mental soul. The soul of the poor sinner is poisoned in the anger of God, and the Mercury, understand the eternal Mercury and the eternal nature, is inflamed in the soul's property in the fiery Mars of God's anger, which does now burn in the eternal Saturn, vis-a-vis in the horrible impression of darkness, and feels the sting of the poisonful, angry Mars. His Venus is imprisoned in the house of misery. His water is dried up. His Jupiter of understanding is brought into the greatest folly. His sun is quenched, and his moon turned to dark night. Now he cannot be cured and remedied any other way. But with the likeness, he must again appease the mental Mercury. He must take Venus, understand the love of God, and introduce it into his poisonful Mercury and Mars, and tincture the Mercury in the soul again with love, and then his sun will again shine in the soul, and his Jupiter will rejoice. Now if thou sayest that thou canst not, and that thou art too strongly captivated, I say also that I cannot. For it lies not in my willing, or running, and toiling, but it lies in the compassion of God. For I cannot by my own strength and ability overcome the wrathful anger of God which is enkindled in me. But seeing his dear heart has freely given itself again out of love and in love into the humanity, vis-a-vis into the poisonful enkindled Mercury in the soul, and tinctured the soul vis-a-vis the poison source of the eternal nature and the eternal Father's nature's property. Therefore, I will cast my will into his tincture, and I will go with my will out of the enkindled poison source, out of the evil Mercury in God's anger into his death, and with my corrupted will I will die with him in his death, and become a nothing in him, and then he must be my life. For if my will is a nothing, then he is in me what he pleases, and then I know not myself any more, but him. And if he will that I shall be something, then let him effect it. But if he wills it not, then I am dead in him, and he lives in me as he pleases. And so then, if I be a nothing, then I am at the end. in the essence out of which my father, Adam, was created. For out of nothing God has created all things. The nothing is the highest good, for there is no turba therein, and so nothing can touch or annoy my soul. For I am a nothing to myself, but I am God's, who knows what I am. I know it not, neither shall or ought I to know it. And thus is the cure of my soul's sickness. He that will adventure it with me shall find by experience what God will make of him. As, for example, I hear right, and I also do not do it. For I, as I know nothing, and have also not learned or studied it, so then I do it not. But God does it in me as he pleases. I am not known to myself, but I know to him what and how he pleases. Thus I live not to myself, but to him, and thus we are in Christ only one, as a tree in many boughs and branches, and he begets and brings forth the fruit in every branch as he pleases. And thus I have brought his life into mine, so that I am atoned with him in his love. For his will in Christ is entered into the humanity in me. And now my will in me enters into his humanity, and thus his living mercury, that is, his word, vis-a-vis the speaking mercury, tinctures my wrathful evil mercury and transforms it into his. And thus my Mars is become a love fire of God, and his mercury speaks through mine, as through his instrument what he pleases. And thus my Jupiter lives in the divine joy, and I know it not. The true sun shines to me, and I see it not. For I live not to myself. I see not to myself, and I know not to myself. I am a thing, and I know not what, for God knows what I am. And so, now I tend and run to and fro as a thing in which the Spirit drives or actuates me as he pleases, and thus I live according to my inward will, which yet is not mine. But yet I find in me another life, which I am, not according to the resignation or self-denial, but according to the creature of this world, vis-a-vis according to the similitude of eternity. This life does yet stand in poison and strife, and shall yet be turned to nothing, and then I am wholly perfect. Now in this same life, wherein yet I find my selfhood, is sin and death, and these likewise shall be brought to nothing. In that life which God is in me, I hate sin and death. And according to that life which yet is in my selfhood, I hate the nothing vis-a-vis the deity. Thus one life fights against the other, and there is a continual contest in me. But seeing Christ is born again in me, and lives in my nothingness, therefore Christ will, according to his promise made in paradise, bruise the head of the serpent vis-a-vis of my selfhood, and mortify the evil man in myself, so that he himself may truly live in me. But what shall Christ do with the evil man? Shall he cast him away? No, for he is in heaven, and does thereby accomplish and effect his wonders in this world, which stands in the curse. Now each labors in its own vineyard. The outward man labors in the cursed world, which is evil and good in the wonders of God, vis-a-vis in the mirror of glory, which yet shall be revealed in him. And the inward man is not its own, but God's instrument, with whom God makes what he pleases, till the outward with its wonders in the mirror shall also be manifest in God. And even then is God all in all, and he alone in his wisdom and deeds of wonder, and nothing else besides. And this is the beginning and the end, eternity and time. Now understand it right. To the outward man there belongs a cure from the outward, vis-a-vis from the outward will of God, who has made himself external with this visible world. And for the inward man there is a cure from the inward world, in which God is all in all, only one, not many, one in all, and all in one. But if the inward penetrates the outward and illustrates it with its sunshine, and the outward receives the sunshine of the inward, then it is tinctured, cured, and healed by the inward, and the inward illustrates it as the sun shines through the water, or as the fire sets the iron quite through of a light glee. Here now needs no other cure. But seeing the devil in the wrath of the eternal nature opposes the soul as an enemy of the soul, and continually casts his poisonful imagination at the soul to tempt and try it, and the anger or wrath of the eternal nature is manifest in the outward man, which Adam awakened and stirred up. Thereupon this wrath is oftentimes stirred up by the devil and his servants, that it effectually works and burns in the outward body, and even then the inward love fire goes out in the outward man, as a red-hot iron is quenched in the water. Yet not so soon in the internal, but in the external man, Mikol, unless the outward man continues lying in the mire of sin, so that the soul which had given itself into the nothing, vis-a-vis into the liberty, into the life of God, does enter again with its desire into the outward sinful man. Then it loses the inward sun, for it goes again out of the nothing into the something, vis-a-vis into the source. Thus the outward body must then have an outward cure, and though the inward man yet lives in God, yet whereas the soul has imagined into the outward wrath, so that the divine tincturation is no longer in the outward man, the outward Mercury, vis-a-vis the expressed word, must have a tincturation from the outward expressed love and light, unless the will spirit of the soul does wholly re-enter into the inward hidden man and be again transmuted. And then the cure may be again introduced into the outward man, being the thorough shining love of God in the light, which is exceeding precious. But now this herb is rarely to be found upon the earth, for men eat only of the forbidden tree. Therefore the poison of the serpent does so spring up in them in the wrath of the eternal and external nature, so that they must also have an external cure for their serpent's poison in the outward Mercury. It is indeed possible for a man to live without sickness, but he must bring the divine tincturation from the inward man through the outward, which is very difficult to do in the world. For the outward man lives among the thorns of God's wrath, which gall and sting him on every side, and blow up the wrath of God, so that it burns in the outward man. And then the tincturation of God's love may not continue there. It is indeed in here, but not in the outward enkindled abominations, but it dwells in itself, like as the light dwells in the darkness, and the darkness comprehends it. Not also knows nothing of it. But when the light is manifest in the darkness, then is the night changed into day. Thus it is likewise with man. Of what light man lives, of that also comes his cure. If he lives in the outward world, then the outward goodness and love, vis-a-vis the outward Jupiter and Venus with the sun, must be his cure. Or he remains in the angry Mars, and in the poisonful Mercury, and the earthly moon captivated in the impression of Saturn, vis-a-vis in the earthly sulfur, which however is made manifest and awakened in the outward man by Adam, for whose sake the outward man must die, putrefy, and so enter again into the nothing, vis-a-vis into the end, or as I might better say and signify it, into the beginning of the creation, into the essence, out of which it went and departed with Adam. Chapter 10 of the Inward and Outward Cure of Man. Let the lover of God understand us right. We do not go upon a historical heathenish conjecture, nor only upon the light of the outward nature. Both suns shine to us. Understand us right, and see how God has cured man when the poison of the serpent and devil held him imprisoned in death, and how he yet still cures the poor soul captivated in God's anger. The like process also must the physician keep in curing the outward body. The divine light and love were extinguished in Adam because he imagined into the serpent's property vis-a-vis into evil and good, so that the poison of death began effectually to work in Mercury, and the source of anger was inflamed in the eternal Mars, and the dark impression of the eternal nature's property took possession of him. His body became earth in the dark impression and the poison of the enkindled Mercury, and was an enmity against God. He was utterly undone, and there was no remedy for him by any creature, neither in heaven nor in this world. The wrathful death captivated him in soul and body. Now how did God do to cure him and tincture him again? Did he take a strange thing thereunto? No, he took the likeness and cured him with that which was corrupted in him, vis-a-vis with the divine Mercury, and with the divine Venus, and with the divine Jupiter. Understand. In man was the expressed word, which I call the eternal Mercury in man, for it is the true ruling, acting life. It was inspired or inspoken into man's image, which God created out of his essence into an image according to God, as into a creaturely image, which was the soul with the property of all the three worlds, vis-a-vis with the world of light and understanding, which is God, and with the fire world, which is the eternal nature of the Father of all beings, and with the light love world, which is heavenly corporality, for in the love desire is the essence, vis-a-vis the corporality. The desire of love is spirit and is the heart of God, vis-a-vis the right divine understanding. In the love essence, Mercury is God's word, and in the fiery nature he is the wrath of God, the original of all mobility and enmity, also of strength and omnipotence. The fiery property makes the light, vis-a-vis the liberty, desirous, so that the nothing is a desire, and this desire is the love of God which Adam extinguished in him, for he imagined after evil and good, that is, after earthliness. The earthliness came forth into a being both out of the wrath and out of the love being, and that through God's motion, that the wonders of the abyss and bias might be made manifest, that good and evil might be made known and manifest. And this Adam, being the image of God, should not do, for God had created him to his image. He should have tinctured the fire world and outward world with the word of love, that so none of them should be manifest in him, like as the day holds the night swallowed up in itself. But by false imagination he has awakened and manifested the dark and poisonful mercurial fire world in him, so that his bodily essence of the dark impression is fallen to the evil part in the poisonful mercurial property, and the soul is become manifest in the eternal nature in the Father's fire property, vis-a-vis in the poisonful, hateful Mercury, according to which God calls him an angry and zealous God, and a consuming fire. Now, to help and restore this again, vis-a-vis the image of God, God must take the right cure, and even the same which man was in his innocence. But how did he effect it? Behold, O man, behold and see, open thy understanding, thou art called. He introduced the holy Mercury in the flame, vis-a-vis in the fiery love with the desire of the divine essentiality, or after the divine essentiality again, which desire makes divine corporality in itself, into the expressed word, vis-a-vis into the mercurial fire soul, understand, into the soul's essence in the womb of Mary, and became again that same image of God. He tinctured the poison, vis-a-vis the wrath of the Father of all essences, with the love fire. He took only that same Mercury which he had breathed into Adam for an image and formed into a creature. He took only that same property, yet not in the fire's property, but in the burning love. He did with the love introduce again the light of the eternal sun into the human property, that he might tincture the wrath of the enkindled Mercury in the human property and inflame it with love, that the human Jupiter, vis-a-vis the divine understanding, might again appear and be manifest. Ye physicians, if you here understand nothing, then you are captivated in the poison of the devil. Behold, I pray, the right cure with which the enkindled Mercury in man's life is to be remedied. It must be a Mercury again, but first enkindled in Venus and Jupiter. It must have the sun's property which it attains to by Jupiter and Venus. As God deals with us poor men, so must the outward poisonful, sick Mercury be tinctured with such an external cure, not with the dark impression of Saturn with cold, unless it be first sweetly appeased and qualified with Jupiter and Venus, that the sun does again shine in Saturn, but with meek love. This is his right physic, whereby the death is changed into life. Yet this is only a common manual cure, which the vulgar may learn. But it behooves the doctor, if he will be called a doctor, to study the whole process, how God has restored the universal in man, which is fully clear and manifest in the person of Christ, from his entrance into the humanity, even to his ascension and sending of the Holy Ghost. Let him follow this entire process, and then he may find the universal, provided he be born again of God, but the selfish pleasure, worldly glory, covetousness, and pride lie in the way. Dear doctors, I must tell you the coals are too black, you defile your white hands therewith. The true, unfeigned, self-denying humility before God and man does not relish with you. Therefore you are blind. I do not tell you this, but the spirit of wonders in its manifestation. But we will give direction to the desirous seeker, who would fain see if he knew the way fitly to attain his intent. For the time is at hand, where Moses is called from the sheep to be a shepherd of the Lord, which shall shortly be manifest, notwithstanding all the raging and raving of the devil. Let not the dear and worthy Christendom think, seeing now it seems as if she should go to rack and ruin, that it is utterly undone. No, the Spirit of the Lord of hosts has out of his love planted a new branch in the human property, which shall root out the thorns of the devil and make known his child Jesus to all nations, tongues, and speeches, and that in the morning of the eternal day. Dear brethren, behold, I pray, the right cure. What did God with us when we lay sick in death? Did he quite cast away the created image, understand the outward part, vis-a-vis the outward corrupt man, and make holy another new man? No, he did it not. For though he introduced divine property into our humanity, yet he did not therefore cast away our humanity, but brought it into the way or process to the new birth. What did he? He suffered the outward humanity, vis-a-vis the outward water, understand the essentiality of Venus, which was shut up in the wrath of death, to be baptized with the water of the eternal essence, and with the Holy Ghost, that the incentive of the outward essentiality shut up in death might again glow as a fire that falls into tinder. Afterwards he withdrew his outward food from the outward body and brought it into the desert and let it hunger. And then the spark enkindled from the fire of God must imagine into God and eat manna of divine essentiality 40 days, of which Israel was a type in the wilderness of Sinai with their manna. The essence of eternity must overcome the essence of time. Therefore, it is called a temptation of the devil, for the devil as a prince in the wrath of God did there tempt the outward humanity and represented all that to it wherein Adam fell and became disobedient to God. There now it was tried whether the image of God would stand, seeing internally there was God's love fire, and externally the baptism of the water of eternal life. Here the soul was tempted, whether it would be a king and an angelical throne instead of the fallen angel and possess the elected throne of God in the royal office world from which Lucifer was taken and thrust into the darkness, vis-a-vis into the throne of poison and death. But seeing he stood in that the soul did resign and submit its will alone into God's love fire, and desired no earthly food, nor the earthly kingdom good and evil for outward dominion, the process to the universal vis-a-vis to the restoration of all that which Adam had lost did further proceed and go on. He turned water into wine. Ye physicians, observe this. It concerns you in your process. You must also go the same way to work. He healed the sick. So you must likewise make the form in your poisonful mercury whole and sound by the power of the philosophical baptism. He made the dead alive again, the dumb to speak, the deaf to hear, the blind to see, and cleansed the lepers. All this must go before, that all the forms in mercury may be pure, sound, and living, which Mercury himself does make after the baptism and temptation, as the living speaking Mercury did this in the person of Christ. The artist cannot do it, only there must be faith. For Christ also testifies that he could not do many wonders at Capernaum, only heal a few diseased, for the faith of those at Capernaum would not enter into the divine mercury of Christ. So that we see there that the person of Christ, vis-a-vis the creature, could not work the wonders in its own power, but the mercury, vis-a-vis the living, speaking word in him. For the person did cry and call unto God, vis-a-vis into the speaking word, and set its desire thereinto, as we may see in the Mount of Olives where he prayed, that he sweat drops of blood. And by Lazarus, when he would raise him up, he said, Father, hear me, but I know that thou always hearest me. Yet because of those that stand by, I say it, that they may believe that thou workest by me. Thus the artist must not arrogate anything to himself. The mercury does itself, after the philosophical baptism, work these wonders before it manifests the universal. For all the 7 forms of nature must be crystallized and purified, if the universal shall be revealed. And each form carries a peculiar process when it is to be brought out of the property of the wrath and entered into the pure and clear life. And it must transmute itself into the crystalline sea which stands before the throne of the Ancient in the Revelation, and change itself into paradise. For the universal is paradisical, and Christ also came for that reason into our humanity, that he might again open or make manifest the universal vis-a-vis the paradise. Again in man, the speaking word in Christ wrought wonders through all the 7 properties or forms, through the expressed word in the humanity, before the whole universal was manifest in the body of the human property and the body glorified. Even thus it is in the philosophical work, when the mercury shut up in death receives into it the baptism of its refreshment in love. Then all the 7 forms manifest themselves in this property, as it came to pass in the process of Christ in his miracles. But as yet they are not perfect in the operation of the manifestation of their properties. The universal is not yet there, till all 7 give their will into one, and forsake their property in the wrath, and depart from it with their will, and take into them the love's property. They must take in the will of the nothing, that there will be a nothing, and then it can subsist in the wrath of the fire, and there is no further turba therein. For so long as the desire of the wrath is in the form, it is adverse and opposite to the second form, and inflames the second form with its wrathful property, that is, it strikes the signature of the second, and awakens it in the wrath. And then the voice or sound of the second enkindles the first form's property in mercury, and so no form can attain to any perfection that it might enter into love. Therefore the artist can effect nothing unless he gives a meat to the forms which they all desire and love to eat, wherein there is no turba. Now the properties cannot eat, seeing their mouth is frozen up in the impression of Saturn. The artist must first open their mouth and make them alive in their zeal, that all the forms may be hungry. And then if there be manna, they all eat together of it, and so the precious grain of mustard seed is sown. Now, when Mercury does thus awake from the death of the impression of Saturn, and gets manna into the mouth of his property of the poisonful death source, then arises the flagret of the kingdom of joy, for it is as a light which is enkindled in the darkness. For the joy or love springs up in the midst of the anger. Now if Mercury apprehends the glimpse or aspect of the love in Mars, then the love dismays the wrath, and it is as a transmutation, but it is not fixed and steadfast. And as soon as this comes to pass, the angelical properties appear in view. The process in the temptation. Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, and the devil came to him and tempted him. When the soul of Christ did hunger, the devil said to Jesus, "Open the center in the stones," that is, the impressed mercury, "and make thee bread, eat the substance of the soul's property. What, wilt thou eat of nothing vis-a-vis of the speaking word? Eat of the expressed word vis-a-vis of the property of good and evil, and then thou art Lord in both. This also was Adam's bit, wherein he did eat death. Then said Christ Jesus, Man liveth not by bread alone, but by every word which proceedeth from the mouth of God. Mark, whence had the person of Christ the will, that he would not eat with the soul's hunger of the bread which could have been made of stones, which he could well have performed? Or how had it been, if the hunger of the human property had after the unction of baptism eaten in the temptation of the mercury and the impression of death, vis-a-vis of the sulphur of the expressed word, in which was the anger, and from whence the love was fled, as it is so in the earthly property? Observe, the will and desire to eat of the speaking word came into the soul's property from the motion of the deity. When the same had moved itself in the soulish essence, shut up in death in Mary, his mother in her essence or seed, and introduced the aspect of the eye of God and the love into the dead soul's essence, and had manifested the love in death, then one divine property desired the other. And the desire of the bodily hunger to eat of God's bread or essence came from the baptism, when the water of the body, which in the impression of the substance was enclosed in death, did taste the water of eternal life in the Holy Spirit, vis-a-vis the Holy Spirit's corporality or essentiality in the baptism. Then the incentive of the divine hunger of the ardent desire after God's essence did arise in the flesh as a divine hunger, a glimmering or shining incentive of divine property. Now the man Christ must hereupon be tempted in body and soul, of which he would eat. On one part, the expressed word of love and anger was represented before body and soul, in which the devil would be Lord and Master, and rule therein omnipotently. And on the other part, the speaking word and the love property was only represented to the soul and body. Here now began the combat which Adam should have undergone in paradise. For on one side, God's love desire, which had manifested itself in the soul, did eagerly attempt the soulish and bodily property, and introduced its desire into the soul's property that the soul should eat of it, and give the body manna thereof. And on the other side, the devil in God's wrathful property did assault in the soul's property, and brought his imagination into the property of the first principle, vis-a-vis into the center of the dark world, which is the soul's fire life. Here was the contest about the image of God, whether it would live in God's love or anger, in the fire or light. For the property of the soul, as to its fire life, was the Father's according to the fire world. And seeing the soul in Adam had quenched the light world was again incorporated with the name Jesus, which came to pass in the conception of Mary. Now it was here tried in the temptation of which property man would live, whether of the Father's in the fire, or of the Son's in the light of love. Here the whole property of Christ's person was tempted. The devil said, as he had also said to Adam, "Eat of the evil and good. Hast thou not bread? Then make bread of stones. Why dost thou hunger so long in thy own property?" And said the divine desire, "Man liveth not of bread alone, but of every word of God." Thus the property of the fiery soul resigned itself with its desire into the love, vis-a-vis into the speaking word's property, and the fiery desire did eat manna in the love desire. O ye philosophers, observe it well. When this was done, the love transmuted the fiery property into its love property. Here the Father gave the fire soul to the Son. Understand the fiery property of the expressed mercury to the speaking mercury in the light, for Christ also said so afterwards. Father, the men were thine, and thou hast given them me, and I give unto them eternal life. Here God's love gave the eternal love life to the corrupted humanity. The love did wholly give itself in unto the fire wrath, and transmuted the wrath of the soul into a triumphant joyful love. But if the soul's and body's property had obeyed the devil in God's wrath, and made bread of the enclosed mercury, and eaten thereof, then had the will entered again into its selfhood, and could not have been transmuted. But seeing it entered into resignation, into the speaking word of God, and was willing to be and do whatever that pleased, then the will went from its selfhood, through the wrathful death of God's anger, vis-a-vis from the expressed word, which the devil had poisoned with his imagination, quite through the property of the wrath, and sprang forth afresh with a new love desire in God. Here the will was paradise, vis-a-vis a divine love budding in death. Thus now the love will being set in opposition to the poisonful mercury of the soul's property in the anger of God. Then came the devil, and said, Thou art the king, who hast overcome. Come and show thyself in thy miracles and deeds of wonder. And he brought him upon the pinnacle of the temple, and said, Fall down, that men may see it. For it is written, He hath given his angels charge over thee, that they should bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Here the devil would fain that he should use again the fire's might, vis-a-vis the soul's selfhood in its own fiery property, and depart out of the resignation into an arrogation of self in its own fire will, as he had done. And also Adam, when he went with the desire in his own might into evil and good, and would have his eyes open in evil and good, as Moses writes thereof, that the serpent did persuade them to it. Here came the fine adorned beast again, and tempted the second Adam also. For God gave him leave, seeing he said the fire's matrix had drawn him, he could not stand. Here now that should be tried. For he was an angel also, as well as the human soul, which he had seduced. But the human property in body and soul in the person of Christ had once cast itself into the resignation out of its selfhood into God's mercy, and stood still in the resignation, vis-a-vis in the divine will, and would not cast himself down or do anything but what God alone did by it, and said to the devil, "It is written, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God," which is as much as if he had said, "A creature of God shall will nor do nothing but what God wills and does by it." There must be no other God besides the only one to rule and will. The creature must go and do as the will spirit of God leads it. It must be God's instrument with which he works and does only what he pleases. In this proof, Adam did not stand, for he went from the resignation into an arrogation of self, into an own self-will, and would try evil and good, love and anger, and prove how evil and good tasted. Here, dear man, was the trying state before the tree of temptation in paradise, and that was fulfilled which the first Adam could not, and would not do in divine obedience in resignation. When the devil saw that in this also he had no success, that the humanity would not give way to depart out of the resignation, out of God's will, he carried the humanity upon a high mountain and showed it all the riches of the world, all whatever does live and move in the expressed word, all the dominions and might in the outward nature, over which he calls himself a prince, but has only the one part in the wrath of death in possession, and said to it, understand, to the human property, if thou fallest down and worshipest me, I will give thee all this. The humanity should again depart out of resignation into a desire of propriety, and desire to possess something of its own in arrogation of self in the cursed property, evil and good. This had been a dainty dish and delight to the devil. Then had he remained king, and his lies had been truth. In this Adam also was corrupted, and entered into selfish propriety, and desired worldly dominion and covetousness, which may be seen in Cain, which is the heart of the poisonful mercury, vis-a-vis its hunger's desire, which makes itself essence according to the property of its hunger, not mana, but earth, as we may see in the wild earth what he has made in the enkindling, or motion of the Father in his fire's property, in which inflammation, vis-a-vis in the poisonful wrath of the expressed mercury. The devil thought to be a prince, and is so in the same property in the wicked, and also in the government of the world in the wrath. But God holds him captive with the water and light of the third principle, so that he is not prince in the dominion of the expressed word, but the judge's executioner. He must look where turba magna is enkindled in the wrath, and there he is busy as far as turba magna goes in the wrath. Further, his courage is cooled. He would give the humanity of Christ this whole dominion to rule in, and above all in the essence of all things, as a mighty God, which notwithstanding he only possesses in the part of the turba in the wrath of God, and has it not in his full dominion. He should but set his desire therein too, and introduce his will into him, and he would bring his mercury of the creature into the greatest omnipotence, that he should be a lord over good and evil, and have all things at command, to do therewith as he pleased, for so Adam had fooled it. His mercury went with the desire into the impression whence cold and heat arise, and imagined therein too, and so the property of the cold and hot fire did presently boil up in the mercury of the creature, And so also the outward heat and cold did soon pierce into the enkindled mercury of the human property, so that the body now suffers pain from the heat and cold, which property before, when it stood in the free will of God and the resignation, was not manifest, and thus evil and good did rule and domineer in Adam. For the center of wrath, vis-a-vis the dark world's property, was manifest in him, in a poisonful death's property, as the mercury in man is yet to this day so poisonful and of a venomous source. Whereas indeed he is changed in the vital light into a solar property, but yet the poison and property of death hangs to it, and it is his root, as we plainly see that as soon as the ready instrument of his martial fiery property signature or form is a little struck or played upon, that his evil poisonful fiery property comes forth and shows itself and inflames the body, that it even trembles and shakes for the very poison of wrath, and will ever enter into the enkindled poison sourcey in him who has awakened and enkindled the same, and assimilate in his malice with the malignant fomenter's malice, and wrestle in the poisonful property's right. And then must the body set to its strength as a servant, and accomplish the poison's will, and wrangle and contest with his adversary, and beat him or be beaten by him. Let it be either by hand blows or words. It is all in this property and desire of this poisonful mercury. From hence arises all war and contention, namely from the dominion of God's anger in the corrupt and enkindled mercury of the expressed word, which does so act its delight and sport in the poisonful wraths and dark world's property in man. Therefore the warrior is a servant of God's anger. He is the axe wherewith the angry husbandman cuts up his thorns and briars from off his ground. He is the chief worker and accomplisher of the wrathful anger of God. God's anger according to his fire's property will have it so, and not his love. And he that suffers himself to be made use of thereunto, he serves the anger of God according to the dark and fire world's desire and property, which in the heavy fall of Adam has manifested itself in the human property and brought man, vis-a-vis the angelical image, into an half-devilish vizard and likeness, in which property and image of his will and the expressed creaturely mercury or vital word he cannot inherit God's kingdom, but must be born anew in his mercury and will, with and in Christ in God's love, vis-a-vis in the holy speaking mercury and word of life, that a new obedient will wholly resigned into God's love may proceed from his creaturely mercury, which neither wills or acts anything but what the will of the speaking divine mercury wills, who in his selfhood and selfish arrogation in his own will is as dead that he may be the instrument of the great God, whereby he should act, work, and do how and what he pleases. And then is God all in him, his will indeed. And he is a branch in the great tree which draws sap, power, and life from the tree of God, and grows and lives in him, and brings forth his fruit. Then is the mercury of the human life a procreated or expressed fruit, which grows upon the paradise tree of God, and gives forth its note and sound, and strikes the signature in the speaking word of God, vis-a-vis God's harp and lute, in his praise, for which end man is created, not that he should necessarily play upon the instrument of anger and death according to the devil's will. The devil has given himself to be such a lutenist, who contrives and helps to act and drive on the play and the wrath vis-a-vis in the darkness. He is the instrument and actor in the wrath of the eternal nature, which has its effects and achievements with him and in him as its instrument. The like also must the wicked man do, as St. Paul speaks thereof. The holy man is unto God a sweet savour unto life, and the wicked a sweet savour unto death. All whatever does live and move must enter into the glory of God. One works in his love, the other in his anger. All is generated and created in the infinite being to the manifestation of the infinite great God. Out of all the properties of evil and good, creatures were brought forth by the will of the speaking word. For the property of the darkness and the fire was as well in the speaking as the property of the light. And therefore there are evil and good creatures, but the angels and men were spoken forth in the image of God's love. They ought not to speak and incline their will into the fire and dark world, and introduce their desire thereinto. Also not at all will to be their own, but continue steadfast in the resignation and the speaking will of God as a form of the speaking will, and bear no inclination to anything but only to the speaking, in which figure they stand as an image or platform of the expressing, as a spoken word wherewith the speaking word beholds itself in its own likeness, whereby it there manifests the eternal knowledge of the eternal mind, and sets the Spirit's will into a form, and plays therewith, as a limner that portrays his own image, and does thereby behold what he is, and how his form and features are. Or as a musician composes a curious lesson or song, and so plays and melodizes with his life and will of life vis-a-vis with the sound of his own life's mercury, in the tune of the song, or upon some musical instrument as it is agreeable to his life's mercury, wherewith his vital mercury does rejoice and delight itself. Thus likewise God created us to his love consort, to his joy and glory, whereby he exalts his speaking eternal word, or plays in the same with us as with his instrument. Therefore, when this melodious instrument was broken in its sound by the wrathful might of his anger, that is, when man's image would play in its own might, both in evil and good, in love and anger, vis-a-vis in its own self-will, and would not yield itself to be used to what the speaking word had created it, and departed out of resignation into an arrogation of self, and would play as itself pleased, now good, then bad, then this instrument was against the love of God, in which no voice, breath, or smallest degree of anger is manifest or can be, as in the light of the fire no pain of the fire is manifest. For the will of the human mercury went out from the will of the divine speaking word into its own self-will. Thus it fell into the center of the pregnatress of all essences, vis-a-vis into the anguish, poison, and death, where God's anger, vis-a-vis the speaking and the wrath, took possession of it. Here now was our distress. We were forlorn, oppressed in wrathful death and woeful scorn. If God had not restored us again, we should have still been rowling in death's plain. Thus, dear reader, it is clearly set before you wherein Christ was tempted, namely, whether the soul and the whole man vis-a-vis the image of the speaking word, after that God had introduced the spark of his love again into the human property and freely given itself again with the love into it, would now again enter into its first place and be God's melodious instrument in his love, or not, or whether it would be a selfish arrogator in its own will, and do what its own speaking would bring forth in the enkindled mercury of its life, whether it would suffer God's will to strike the signature upon its instrument, or the anger of God to strike it, as before came to pass vis-a-vis in the first Adam. Here it was tried. Therefore, said the devil, vis-a-vis the organist in God's anger to Christ, that he should fall down and worship him, and then he would give him all dominion, power, and glory. He should and might do what he pleased. He should live and delight in his own self-will. He should only give the devil his will and forego resignation and depart out of God's mercy and love-will. And if this had come to pass, then had the fair instrument been once again broken, and the human melody in God's love and deeds of wonder had ended. But Christ said, Get thee hence, Satan. It is written, Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God and serve him only. Then the devil left him, and the angels came and ministered unto him. The magical process. Herein, as it is already mentioned at large, the magus must well consider his purpose and intent, not desiring with the covetousness of the devil to possess the earthly kingdom, also not to fly or cast himself down from the temple, much less to work out his intent from the stones. He must think that he is God's minister and servant, not a selfish lord of whom becomes a fool. If he will help the poor captive shut up in the anger of God out of the bands of darkness, wherein he is swallowed up in the curse of the earth, and deliver him from the anger of God, then he must think and well observe how God with his entrance, vis-a-vis into the humanity, hath redeemed him. He must very exactly and intimately consider the temptation of Christ, not blindly grope after it with outward manual art, and think with himself, I have a dead stone before me. It neither knows or feels anything. I must by force set upon it, that I may compel it, and take its jewel which it has hidden in it. He that does so is a fool, and goes on in his own self-will, and is altogether unfit for the work. Let him not meddle with it. We desire faithfully to admonish him, that if he will seek aright, then let him consider the process of Christ, how God has again regenerated the universal shut up in death in the human property. For God did not take man as he lay closed up in death, and cast him into a furnace, and melted him in the wrath as the false Magus does, but he gave his love first into his human essence, and baptized the humanity. Afterwards he brought him into the wilderness, and set the devil opposite to him, not into him. He let him first fast and hunger 40 days, and gave no outward food to the humanity. He must eat of his life's mercury, that God might see whether the humanity would bring its desire into God. And when the humanity introduced its desire into the deity, and received the manna, then he let the devil set upon the humanity, who introduced all his subtlety and desires into the humanity, and tempted him. Dost thou not understand anything here? What shall I say more to thee? If thou art a beast, then I give thee not my pearl. It belongs to God's children. God must become man. Man must become God. Heaven must become one thing with the earth. The earth must be turned to heaven. If you will make heaven out of the earth, then give the earth the heaven's food, that the earth may obtain the will of heaven, that the will of the wrathful Mercury may give itself in unto the will of the heavenly Mercury. But what wilt thou do? Wilt thou introduce the poisonful Mercury, which has only a death's will in itself, into the temptation, as the false Magus does? Will you send one devil to another, and make an angel of him? Indeed and in truth I must needs laugh at such folly. If thou wilt keep a corrupt black devil, how dost thou think to turn the earth by the devil to heaven? Is not God the creator of all beings? Thou must eat of God's bread if thou wilt transmute thy body out of the earthly property into the heavenly. Christ said, He that eateth not the flesh of the Son of Man hath no part in him. And he says further, He that shall drink of the water that I shall give, it shall spring up in him to a fountain of eternal life. Here lies the pearl of the new birth. It is not enough to play the sophister. The grain of wheat brings forth no fruit unless it falls into the earth. All whatever will bring forth fruit must enter into its mother, from whence it came first to be. The mother of all beings is sulphur. Mercury is her life, Mars her sense, Venus her love, Jupiter her understanding, Luna her corporeal essence, Saturn her husband. You must reconcile or lovingly betroth the man with the woman, for the man is angry, yet give him his dear spouse into his arms. But see that the spouse be a virgin, wholly chaste and pure, for the woman's seed shall break the serpent's head, vis-a-vis the man's anger. The virgin must be in real love, without any falsehood or unfaithfulness, a virgin which never touched any man in anger according to his manhood. For the pure deity does so espouse itself in clear love with the humanity, even as Mary said, Be it unto me as thou hast spoken, for I am the Lord's handmaid. And so the humanity assumed the deity, and also the deity the humanity. The chaste virgin signifies in the philosophic work the clear deity. The humanity is mercury, sulphur, and salt, both heavenly and earthly. The heavenly property has disappeared, and as a nothing, the deadly property in the wrath is stirred up and lives to the anger, and in the properties of the anger. The humanity, both in Adam and in Christ, was tempted. Dost thou ask wherewith? With the like opposite in the wrath, even with such a devil as had all these properties in him, as a potent prince in all the properties of the anger. The properties in sulphur were tempted with the likeness of the sulphur. In the sulphur, or from the sulphureous property, the temptation did come and arise, and its forms are three, as one in the impression which the philosophers call Saturn, which the human spirit or will should open in the property of Venus, and therewith satiate or feed its hunger, vis-a-vis the fire. The other property was that he should live in his own awakened and open Venus out of Saturn's property and aspire in self-will. The third property was he should introduce his will through the awakened love desire again into the center, vis-a-vis into the Sulphurean mother which arises in the impression and the anguish. And this he would not do, but the first Adam did it. And therefore God, when he would help him, tempted him in the sulfur, vis-a-vis in the first mother to the humanity, and suffered a wrathful devil which was enkindled in the sulfur, to tempt him with his enkindled malignity and malice in the sulfur. Dost thou not understand this? What then shall I say more to thee? Sulfur is the womb whereinto we must enter if we would be newborn. Nicodemus said well, how can one being old enter into his mother's womb and be born again? But Christ said, except you be converted and become as children, you cannot see the kingdom of heaven. The self-will must enter again into the first mother which brought it forth, vis-a-vis into the sulfur by the will understand Mercury. But now who will persuade it to do so? For it has become a selfish thing and must enter again into the mother and become nothing. This seemed a strange and wonderful thing to Nicodemus, but the Lord said to him, the wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but thou knowest not from whence it cometh, or whither it goeth. Even so is every one that is born of God. Behold, who persuaded the will of Christ in his humanity to enter again with the will into the filiation or adoption as it were in the mother's womb, and eat nothing 40 days, and would also eat nothing, but remained in full steadfast resignation in the mother? Did not the deity do it, which was entered into the humanity? Thus likewise it goes in the philosophic work. Therefore let the artist well observe and rightly understand us. He must seek the evil stubborn child, which is fled from the mother and entered into the center and would be a selfish thing, in Saturn. For the wrath of God has shut him up with its impression in the chamber of death. Not that he has made him to Saturn, but he holds him shut up in the Saturnine death. The same he must again take and bring into the mother's womb, and then send the angel with a message to Mary, and tell her, she shall bring forth a son, whose name shall be called Jesus. And if the mother shall yield her consent thereunto, and receive the name Jesus, then the new humanity shall begin in the mother, with the new child and the old apostate captivated in the anger of God. And the name Jesus will first give in itself to the dead child which lay captivated in Saturn, and eagerly draw the will of the evil dead child to itself. This is the fair bride, which shows her crown of pearl to her apostate bridegroom. He should but again receive her, and she would again give him her love. Now if the apostate youth shut up in death does again receive her, then is the artist well prepared and counted worthy by God to finish his purpose. Now will the bride love the bridegroom, and a virgin bring forth a son, at which all the world will wonder. The virgin shall embrace the man, but he is a man and not a woman, and has the virgin's heart. Now he must be tempted. Whether or no he will live in virgin-like chastity, and in full resignation of his will to God, for he must be a valiant champion, and destroy the devil's fortress of prey, which he has in his mother, in 7 kingdoms. Then let the devil set his mother's house on fire with his wrath and tempt him. He will now well enough defend himself with Christ against the devil. This being done, the young man with his virgin-like heart will wholly give himself up to the mother when the tempter comes and assaults him, and the mother will wholly swallow him up into herself through the devil's wrath. He gives himself forth wholly out of his own will into the nothing. Now thinks the artist with himself, I have lost all, for he thinks that he has lost heaven. For he seeks nothing and does not consider that a virgin has now brought forth, but let him have patience. That which is impossible to the artist, that is possible to nature, After the night it is day. When the tempter has finished all his temptations, then comes the sign or appearance of the angels, then the devil which has tempted him must depart. Let the artist well observe this, and pack away the devil, and suffer the young man with his virgin-like heart to lie in his bed, and eat his former food. For he has now become a physician of his sisters in his mother's house. He will do great wonders in all the 7 kingdoms of his mother, which are the 7 forms of life, as Christ has done. In Saturn he will raise the dead, understand. He will awaken the dead essence which held him captive in his former prison. For he shall turn or make the earth to heaven. Even as the Virgin has raised up his will out of the anger and the love and made him a wonder worker, so must he also awaken with his will, which is united to the Virgin's heart, the form or signature in his mother's womb, whence she has brought forth him and all her children, and enkindle it with the Virgin's and his love desire. This is effected and done in the sulphur of Saturn in the young man's own personal property and in his mother. For before the espousing of the Virgin, the heavenly essence of the young man lies shut up in death. For when God cursed the earth, then the heavenly paradisical body disappeared, and the impression of Saturn took it in possession, till the restitution where God shall restore that which is hidden, that paradise does again spring forth afresh in the expressed word, or that the artist does open the same in a part by God's permission. In the 2nd kingdom of the mother, vis-a-vis in Luna, he shall also do wonders. For Jesus fed with 5 barley loaves 5,000 people. This is the working in the essentiality or corporality. He turned water to wine. These and the like do all belong to the lunar property, where the champion with his Virgin opens paradise and feeds the body, where nothing is, where the outward Mercury has not labored and wrought. Thus the forms in the lunar property open themselves as if they are paradisical. Even then the artist thinks, I am nigh unto it, but he is yet far off from the end. In the 3rd kingdom of the mother, vis-a-vis in Jupiter, Christ did make the babes and ignorant of a very weak and mean capacity, knowing and understanding vis-a-vis of poor fishermen, carpenters, and the like mechanics. He made apostles, and the most understanding men of all, and also of poor, disrespected, vilified people, as of women and simple ones. He made faithful, devout, dear, godly children who apprehended in themselves the universal without any art. Thus likewise it goes in the philosophic work. The essentiality which lies disappeared in death, where the Mercury is wholly earthly, cold and impotent, does now arise in power as if the whole being and essence were become a new life, at which the artist wonders and marvels what it is or how it happens, and yet does also exceedingly rejoice that he sees the divine power to spring forth before his eyes in a half-dead essence, and that in the curse of God. He sees all the 4 elements, each apart, and sees how the wisdom of God represents itself therein, as an harmony of joy, and sees all colors, and the rainbow upon which Christ sits in judgment in the expressed Mercury. The nature of the splendor arises out of the impression of Saturn. The good Jupiter gives himself forth to be seen in such a manner as God will change the world and transform it again into paradise. For this is the understanding in the expressed word. Even as Christ has made the foolish, rude, ignorant people truly wise and knowing and divine, real heavenly, jovial understanding and knowledge. In the 4th kingdom of the mother of all beings, which is the mercurial in the wheel of the nature of life, Christ made the deaf to hear, the dumb to speak, and cleansed the lepers from the poison of Mercury. All apoplexies, the French or poisonful pox and sores, arise from the Saturnine water in Mercury, which water is called phlegma, all which Christ healed in the form or signature of the young man and virgin. For the eternal virginity had espoused itself with a young man, vis-a-vis with the humanity. This comes to pass also in the philosophic work. The artist will see how the heaven separates itself from the earth, and how the heaven does again sink into the earth, and changes the earth into a heavenly color. He will see how Mercury purifies the matter, and how the purified colors will appear in antimony in their property, and how the wonder proceeds. In the fifth kingdom of the Mother of all beings, Christ expelled the devils out of the possessed, and healed the deaf in this form and property. This likewise the artist will see in the philosophic work, how Jupiter and Mercury will drive up a black twinkling fiery vapor out of the matter which sticks on like soot. For it is a hunger of the poison in Mercury, and is very rightly compared to the devil, for it is of his property. In the sixth kingdom of the Mother of all beings, vis-a-vis in the wheel of life called Venus, Christ loved his brethren and sisters according to the humanity, and washed his disciples' feet, and loved them even to the deepest exinanition, and gave his life into the wrath's property, even to death for them, and manifested himself among them that he was Christ. And when they perceived that the king was come, that should deprive self-will of its might and dominion and destroy the devil's kingdom, then they cried out and said, "We have no king but Caesar." They took him in the dark night into their power, bound him, and brought him before the council, mocked him, whipped him, and beat him, stripped him of clothes, and hung him on the cross. This also the artist will see very powerfully in the philosophic work, for as soon as the dark fiery stream vis-a-vis the material devil goes from the matter, then Virgin Venus appears in her virginity, very glorious and beautiful, for it betokens Christ's love, who did so humble himself, and manifested his love in our humanity. Then the artist thinks that he has the philosophic child, then he has now the fine morsel. But he dances with the Jews who thought, when they had taken Christ, now we have him, we will keep him well enough. Thus he also thinks it is finished, and receives the child, and when he beholds it in the trial, then he has Venus, a woman, and not the virgin with the tincture of the fire and light, and is deceived by the woman. Now observe right, what do the properties vis-a-vis Saturn, Mars, and Mercury, when they see the child vis-a-vis the champion in royal color, and find that he manages no external dominion and royalty with power and authority as they do, but will only rule with love in their poisonful fire might, they will not suffer him. For Saturn signifies the worldly dominion, and Mercury the spiritual dominion, vis-a-vis the Pharisees, and Mars signifies the devil. These three would not endure Christ among them, for he said that he was a king of love and the Son of God, and was come to deliver his people from sin. Then thought the devil, "Sure, this rhymes not well, thou wilt lose thy kingdom." And the worldly magistrate thought, "Is this a king and God's son? Then he will take away our might. This does not at all like us." And the mercurial priest thought, "This man is too mean for us. We will have a Messiah who may bring us to worldly dominion and make us to be high and rich in the world, that we may alone possess the honor of the world. We will not receive him. He is too poor for us. We might so lose the favor and respect of the worldly magistrate, and should be much damaged. We will rather abide in our power, respect, and authority, and abandon this beggarly king with his love kingdom. In like manner as yet to this day they are so minded, and serve his messengers so whom he sends. Thus likewise it goes in the philosophic work, when Venus manifests herself with love, vis-a-vis in her own property in the three wrathful forms, vis-a-vis in Saturn, Mars, and Mercury. They can by no means endure it, for it is wholly against their austere dark fiery might, but especially against the poison of Mercury they flash and lighten against Venus, and shoot their rays vis-a-vis the mercurial poisonful rays upon her, as the Pharisees did upon Christ. In the meanwhile, Jupiter and Luna hold with Venus and give their power to Venus, for Venus does here stand forth in the power of Jupiter. At this the Pharisees laugh and think with themselves, "We are wise enough already, what need we knowledge and understanding? We will have might and honor." And Luna signifies the multitude of laymen who stuck to Christ while it went well with him. So does Luna in the philosophic work to Venus in her luster, so long as Saturn, Mercury, and Mars do not meddle with and assault her, But when the power of wrath comes, then Luna changes her will vis-a-vis the color, and looks, arises, and cries also with the rest the crucifix. This the artist will see, if he be chosen and accounted worthy of God for the work.